Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 576 Personal Hobbies. As October approaches, the end-of-year schedule is approaching, and many films have begun the final stage of promotion. Starting from Halloween, Deaneries Entertainment has 4 key projects at the end of the year, namely 7 Deadly Sins, The Lion King, Mission Impossible and Schindler's List. There is also a DC Movie Universe film Cyborg. Simon is only the producer, and the project is completely operated by Warner Brothers. A special parent-child activity was arranged in the afternoon. I took Janet and the little guy to Deanery Cinema to watch the final version of The Lion King. This was also the first time Simon came to Deanery Cinema after his vacation. Unfortunately, Melbourne, who was only 2 months away from turning 2, was obviously not interested in cartoons. The little guy stayed in the screening room for less than 10 minutes before being carried out by Girl A. Simon accompanied Janet and several executives of Deaneries Entertainment to watch the movie. Other movies are fine, but as the most important project at the end of this year, Simon can't just ignore it. Compared with the 2D version in his memory, the 3D version of The Lion King is perfect in every detail in Simon's opinion. The production budget of the film alone reached $60 million, far exceeding the $35 million production cost of Pixar Studios' first Toy Story. Most of the expenses were used to improve the various 3D technologies required for film production. Although the expenditure is huge, the entire Deaneries Entertainment management believes that such an investment is worth it. The outstanding box office and huge peripheral income of Toy Story have proved the broad market prospects of 3D animated films. Even if the box office of The Lion King is not satisfactory, the various technologies accumulated through this film can also be applied to other animated films, unlike live-action films, which are usually only a one-time investment. Out of confidence in The Lion King, the scale of the film's publicity and promotion this time also reached $30 million. A total of $90 million was invested in production and publicity. Except for Simon, Deaneries Entertainment basically does not expect this film to recover its costs through North American distribution. What everyone values more is the peripheral output of The Lion King and the promotion of Deaneries Entertainment in the entire industry chain, such as records, games, and theme parks. Because of the importance attached to this project, the film's release date has been carefully arranged. November 19th. This is the first week of the Thanksgiving schedule, and it will span the entire year-end schedule, which can give the film market the greatest space to play. In order to make way for The Lion King, Warner Brothers originally intended to schedule Cyborg on Thanksgiving, but Deaneries Entertainment used its energy to move it to December 24th. Mission Impossible was released a week after The Lion King. Because of the difference in genres, the 2 films will not cause too serious conflicts. Simon actually did not consider moving Mission Impossible to the Christmas schedule, but it would be too obvious and unnecessary to do so. Speaking of which, the news of the Lion King project spread in Hollywood very early, because this was a gift from Simon to Janet. Other Hollywood studios did not need to guess that Deaneries Entertainment was always interested in this project, so the types of animated films or family comedies that might compete with The Lion King took the initiative to avoid this Thanksgiving. Now we just need to wait and see whether the 3D version of The Lion King can be loved by the audience as in the original time and space. After the screening, Janet kissed Simon on the cheek and left the screening room first. Simon continued to listen to several executives introduce the progress of the publicity and promotion of The Lion King and the promotion strategy of peripheral products before leaving the screening room. This screening room is located in the office loft of Pixar Studio on the 2nd floor of the cinema. After watching the film and meeting, the others left to do their own things. Simon came to another office in Pixar's work area, and John Lasseter personally introduced to Simon the story version of another 3D animated film that had just been completed, Beauty and the Beast. As a French fairy tale created in the 18th century, Beauty and the Beast has long been free of copyright issues. When it was confirmed that Disney had abandoned the project, Simon asked Pixar to quietly set up the project for preparation. Now that The Lion King has been completed, the team responsible for The Lion King will directly start making Beauty and the Beast. Of course, it is also a 3D version. In addition, the production progress of Toy Story 2 has also been completed for the most part, and the preliminary plan is to be scheduled for the end of next year. Finally finished the work, Simon found Janet and her son playing in the rest area, and found that Veronica also appeared here, patiently accompanying Melbourne to build blocks. Today is October 1st, Friday. Veronica has been arriving at about the same time recently, and Simon is about to leave to fly to San Francisco to spend the weekend with his female assistant. After saying hello and playing here for a while, everyone returned to Cape Dumay Manor together. AOL doesn't have any big problems financially, but the company seems to be too aggressive. The comprehensive technical audit and the disguised price reduction of the monthly package will definitely lead to the company's continued losses. If it continues to expand to other regions in the United States, the loss next year may reach the level of $1 billion. In Cape Dumay Manor, Veronica was introducing the results of her work during this period to Simon. In the past 6 months, AOL has not only started to fully upgrade its ADSL network, but also officially launched a monthly package with a minimum of $29, which has completely changed the previous time-based charging model. In fact, it is a disguised large-scale price reduction. Although the exclusive agreement initially restricted several large operators in the AOL operating area from entering the ISP field, due to the development prospects of the Internet industry, in recent years, many small Internet service providers have emerged in the AOL sphere of influence. The ADSL network upgrade and monthly package plan have enabled AOL to gain a decisive market competitive advantage in one fell swoop, which is a completely devastating blow to other competitors. Logically speaking, with these two sets of killer weapons, AOL should thoroughly consolidate its existing sphere of influence before expanding, which seems to be more secure. However, neither ADSL nor monthly packages can be imitated, especially the latter. Therefore, AOL must quickly attack the other's territory before other regional operators react. To achieve this goal, there is actually only one way: burning money. Unlike the original AOL, which only rented other operators' line networks to provide Internet access services, the current AOL, under the development strategy forced by Simon, attaches great importance to the laying of its own network lines. As of now, AOL already has 2 trunk optical fibers running through the east and west coasts of the federal government in the United States, and the total length of optical cables independently owned in North America has exceeded 150,000 kilometers, all of which means huge capital investment. In the past, many operators went bankrupt due to excessive investment after the bursting of the Internet bubble. However, there is nothing wrong with making large investments in infrastructure. After the Internet bubble burst, many companies went bankrupt, mostly because of blind investment and financial fraud like the Enron incident. Many new technology business operators did not know what they should do, but just followed a herd mentality. America Online's development goal is very clear: build a national ADSL high-speed broadband network, and promote the integration of telephone, television and broadband after the federal government relaxes telecommunications regulations. ADSL technology is the future of Internet service providers. America Online once missed the upgrade from dial-up Internet access to ADSL technology and declined rapidly. Another reason is that America Online once got its development direction wrong, ignored the construction of its own basic line network, and turned to Internet media with a large bubble component. Although America Online has also started the portal website business, as long as the company is still under Simon's control, he will not allow America Online to go the same old way. The current ADSL upgrade, monthly package and all-round expansion are somewhat radical, but the direction is not wrong. According to a business principle of the Internet industry in my memory, this is an all-round dimensionality reduction attack against competitors, actively suppressing the industrial environment to the worst state, so as to eliminate competitors one by one. If it were other startups or operators that had just entered the ISP field, they would certainly not dare to do so, and in fact, they did not have the strength to do so. America Online, whose number of users in North America has exceeded 26 million, already has such confidence, not to mention that the company has a more powerful Westeros system behind the scenes as support. As long as the entire North American market can be unified, let alone the annual loss of $1 billion. Even if it doubles, Simon has enough strength to make America Online lose money for more than 5 consecutive years. 5 years is enough to eliminate most competitors. Simon did not hide these thoughts from Veronica, and explained them carefully. Finally, he said, as long as America Online is not on the wrong path, temporary losses are acceptable. My only requirement is that the company's operations and financial status are completely transparent, at least to me, and there is no concealment or fraud. Veronica didn't quite understand why Simon could be sure that America Online's current development path was correct, but she didn't question it again, and she understood what Simon meant just now. He just needed her to help keep an eye on the company, and he didn't care about anything else. After chatting with Veronica for more than half an hour, Simon looked at the time, said goodbye to everyone, and rushed to the airport with Girl A and a group of bodyguards. Los Angeles International Airport. The private Boeing 767 is ready, and there are other people waiting for Simon here. One of them is an agent under ICM, a middle-aged white man in his 40s. The other is a tall and beautiful girl in her 20s, who obviously has the attributes of a model and is indeed a model, named Natasha Henstridge. When the middle-aged man saw Simon, he greeted him very enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Westeros, I am Raoul Bradley, Natasha's agent." Simon shook hands with the other party, looked at Natasha Henstridge next to the middle-aged man, and said, "Let's get on the plane first." Naturally, everyone had no objection. Everyone got on the plane together, and more than 10 minutes later, the Boeing 767 took off from the runway. After the plane stabilized, Simon briefly explained a few words and walked to the front cabin with Natasha Henstridge. Raoul Bradley looked at the girl following Simon and left, feeling a little envious and a little regretful. He was envious of a certain young man, but he felt a little regretful that he would never have the chance to get his hands on such a beautiful girl. Mr. Bradley. A figure beside his ear immediately made Raoul Bradley retract his gaze, and he looked at the girl A who was left behind by Simon. "Raoul, Miss Norris, you can call me Raoul." Girl A nodded and said, "The boss has already decided on the matter of Alien. What you have to do next is to arrange for Miss Henstridge to receive some acting training." Raoul Bradley nodded, thought for a while and said, "I have discussed this project with MGM. You know, Natasha has no acting experience yet. Will the production schedule of the film be a little urgent?" "No," Allison shook her head and said, "the boss said that the heroine of this movie does not need any acting skills at all." Raoul Bradley responded again, and he was a little emotional. How many people in Hollywood are looking forward to such an opportunity that does not require acting skills? "So, that's what's going on with the movie," Allison said, then looked at Raoul Bradley and said, "Next is the arrangement for Miss Henstridge. First, ICM needs to assign her an assistant, who must be a woman. Secondly, and this is very important, Mr. Bradley, ICM must ensure that no other women appear around Miss Henstridge in the next year. Do you understand?" "Of course," Raoul Bradley nodded, and subconsciously said, Only 1 year." Allison's tone did not change much, and said, "A year at the longest, maybe 3 months, maybe a month, maybe just a week." Allison ignored the change in Raoul Bradley's expression, and continued, "When she goes back today, Miss Henstridge can choose a house in Los Angeles, and ICM only needs to give me the bill." Raoul Bradley hesitated and said, "Well, how much is the price?" Allison glanced at Raoul Bradley with interest and said, "Well, Miss Henstridge can choose it herself as long as she thinks it's appropriate." Raoul Bradley suddenly thought of some rumors in the circle, nodded, and felt a little envious again. Since Westeros said that he could choose whatever he wanted, even if it was a mansion worth $2 or $3 million. However, if you think about it carefully, if this is true, it would probably be a problem for a certain vase to maintain this mansion every year. As a barely second-tier model, Natasha Henstridge's income is not high. Even if she becomes famous with the opportunity of Alien, because of the positioning of a vase, she will still only be a second-tier model in Hollywood in the future. Allison waited for a moment, looked at the middle-aged man opposite and said, "One more thing, Mr. Bradley, did you bring Miss Henstridge's medical examination report?" "Oh, of course." Raoul Bradley's expression flashed a little strange, but he quickly took out a document from his briefcase and handed it over. Allison took the document, said nothing more, and looked through it carefully. Chapter 577 Ending. The Boeing 767 landed at the San Jose airport in the Bay Area in just over half an hour. Simon and Natasha Henstridge walked out of the front cabin, chatting and laughing. Lady A and Raoul Bradley came to meet them and they all got off the plane together. Raoul Bradley quietly looked at Natasha Henstridge. The 19-year-old girl looked at the man next to her with joy, admiration, flattery and a little not-so-secret awe. Obviously, the two of them got along very well in the past half an hour, and there was no sense of strangeness that they just wanted to meet for the first time. Bradley was not surprised at all. A man like Simon Westeros can attract a lot of women without any action. If he is a little more gentlemanly, considerate and humorous, it will be easier for women. Everyone left the airport. Simon took a car to Woodside, and Lady A stayed to send Raoul Bradley away and took Natasha Henstridge to another property owned by Simon in the wealthy Atherton area of Palo Alto. Although she felt a little resentful about her boss's behavior of raising a vase, Allison still handled all the beginnings and ends diligently. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future, everything that should be explained to the vase should be explained clearly, which is actually beneficial to everyone. After a simple arrangement, Lady A took Natasha Henstridge to a high-end restaurant near Atherton for dinner, and began to remind a vase of all kinds of self-cultivation. The female assistant didn't like the maid around Simon always appearing in the villa in Woodside. Lady A spent most of her weekends training Simon's new vase. While Simon accompanied the female assistant, he took time out on weekends as usual to attend some meetings of several companies. The series of uproars caused by the fraud case after the launch of 58 lists in August was completely settled recently. After a period of entanglement, the 6 victims of the fraud case took the initiative to withdraw the lawsuit. The two parties did not have any other settlement agreement in private. This is an inevitable result. If a great company gives in this incident, once a precedent is formed after losing the case, it will definitely be involved in endless troubles in the future. Even private settlement and compensation are not acceptable, because it will also become a reference for those who come after them. Therefore, Ygritte acted vigorously in catching the fraud gang, and also took a tough attitude in the face of the class action lawsuit filed by the 6 victims seeking additional compensation. If you want to sue, then keep fighting, even if it goes to the federal Supreme Court. Ygritte has fulfilled all its obligations. If you want additional compensation, sorry, this is impossible. At the same time, compared with a financially strong Ygritte, the 6 victims obviously cannot afford the long-lasting and high lawyer fees, and finally have to give up. On Monday morning, after seeing off Natasha Henstridge, Girl A met up with her boss with a signed confidentiality agreement. Instead of returning to Los Angeles, she temporarily set off for New York. There were some changes in the construction of the Westeros building. Last weekend, an obscure local newspaper in New York suddenly exposed the fact that the construction team of Westeros building used a large number of illegal workers, and questioned the safety of the building construction site, saying that at least 6 safety accidents have occurred in the 2 years since the official launch of the building project. Although no one was killed, 2 workers suffered serious lifelong disabilities. At the end of the article, it also pointed the finger at David Dinkins, the mayor of New York, who is sprinting for re-election, criticizing David Dinkins for irresponsibly approving the large and inappropriate project of Westeros building in exchange for campaign funding support from the Westeros system. This year is another election year for the mayor of New York. The current mayor David Dinkins is facing off against former New York City prosecutor Rudy Giuliani for the second time. In the election 4 years ago, Rudy Giuliani lost to David Dinkins, in which the campaign funds and media support provided by the Westeros system played a big role. This time, Rudy Giuliani pointed the finger at the Westeros system behind David Dinkins from the beginning of the election. The Westeros system has become more and more popular in recent years. When the media and the public marveled at the rapid growth of Simon's personal wealth, the criticism of this newly rising consortium was inevitably increasing. David Dinkins is a very sophisticated politician, and perhaps he has enough new ideas for his re-election. Therefore, Dinkins decisively chose to take the initiative to draw a line with the Westeros system and even return some campaign funds related to the Westeros system. Simon had long anticipated the fickleness of politicians, but he did not expect Dinkins to be so straightforward. The other party even disrupted the layout of the Westeros system in New York politics. You know, the Westeros system originally planned to continue to support Dinkins. The other party suddenly defected, and the Westeros system could not turn to other alternatives at all, unless it switched to the Republican Party, which was obviously not feasible. David Dinkins took the initiative to draw a line, and the Westeros system did not try to get on the pole. However, for a world-class political, economic and cultural center like New York, many subsidiaries of the Westeros system are headquartered here, so it is impossible to give up infiltrating the political circles of this city. Simon finally decided to transfer all the resources originally planned to invest in Dinkins to the competition for New York City Council members. The final vote for the mayoral election will be held in early November. The sudden move by the local media in New York can be said to kill two birds with one stone, which not only creates trouble for the construction of the Westeros building project that Simon attaches great importance to, but also hits David Dinkins' support rate. Therefore, when the tabloid called Manhattan Metropolis raised the topic, newspapers such as New York Times and Daily News began to follow up. What Simon didn't expect is still to come. This morning, without any communication with the Westeros system, David Dinkins clarified at the weekly press conference that he had no interest in the Westeros system, and publicly stated that the New York City Labor Department will jointly with the Construction Workers Union to investigate the safety of the Westeros building construction site and other issues. There is a 3-hour time difference between the East and West Coasts. When Simon set off from the West Coast to New York, all the workers at the Westeros building construction site had withdrawn at the request of the New York City government and the local workers' union. Westeros building was forced to stop construction. If it were other real estate companies, a billion-dollar project would suddenly stop construction, and in serious cases, it is not impossible for the company to be dragged down. As the voting date approaches, David Dinkins has already shown a clear disadvantage in front of Rudy Giuliani. In Simon's view, the sudden attack on the Westeros building project even has a sense of giving it a go. From the fact that the current mayor only mentioned the safety issues at the Westeros building construction site at the press conference and did not mention illegal workers, it can be seen that the other party was not impulsive. New immigrants have always been the base that the Democratic Party tries to win over as much as possible. During his re-election campaign, David Dinkins has been trying his best to promote the diversification of New York's population during his tenure. What exactly does diversity here mean is self-evident. Therefore, although illegal workers do not have federal voting rights for the time being, if this matter is investigated at the same time, it is inevitable that it will offend the immigrant community in New York City. The shrewd calculations of veteran politicians are simply brilliant. On the plane to New York, Simon learned more about the situation and could only sneer. This is how Hillary Clinton lost her presidency. In the 2008 election, Wall Street originally supported Hillary Clinton. However, this powerful woman in the political world saw the hostility of the media and the public towards Wall Street because of the economic crisis. She had just received political donations from investment banks such as Goldman Sachs and Morgan, and immediately pointed the finger at Wall Street, jumping up and down to encourage Congress to enact stricter regulatory bills against Wall Street. In the end, Wall Street turned to Obama one-sidedly, and Hillary Clinton did not even get the position of candidate in the party. David Dinkins' behavior was exactly the same as Hillary Clinton's in Simon's memory. In other words, the thinking and behavior patterns of politicians have always been like this. Of course, there must be more influencing factors in the two events. Hillary Clinton may not have completely lost the opportunity to impact the presidency because she lost the support of Wall Street, and David Dinkins probably did not turn against the Westeros system just for his own re-election. The rapid expansion of the Westeros system, Simon becoming the world's first billionaire, the increasingly large output value of the internet industry, the confrontation between agrid and traditional paper media. If it was really only safety issues and illegal labor that caused the Westeros building to stop construction, Simon might just hand it over to James Rebold. It was precisely because he realized that there might be other disputes involved that he felt it necessary to rush to the East Coast. Simon has always been a person who attaches great importance to preventing problems from happening, and understands the truth that a 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an anthole. The suspension of the Westeros building will certainly not drag down the Westeros system, but he will not let this matter continue to develop or even expand. If there are other links involved, they must be sorted out as soon as possible. After getting off the plane, Simon rushed to the headquarters of Westeros in Midtown Manhattan. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast, and James Rebold and Tishman Speyer CEO Jerry Speyer were still waiting for him. The company that was most seriously affected by the suspension of the construction of Westeros building was Tishman Speyer, which undertook the project. Both illegal labor and construction safety were areas that the other party was responsible for, and Westeros could even be considered a victim in this regard. James and Spire had previously negotiated with representatives of the New York City government for a whole day. Everyone sat down in a small conference room, and Jerry Spire, who was about 50 years old and had a round face, smiled bitterly and said, "This is really troublesome, Simon. We didn't expect this." Simon had an understanding smile on his face, but he was not moved by Jerry Spire's complaints. Tishman Speyer is a time-honored company with a history of 100 years, and the Speyer family is deeply rooted in New York. David Dinkins didn't even call Westeros in advance for this emergency, but Simon was sure that the Speyer family must have received the news in advance. Girl A personally brought in coffee. Simon took the coffee cup, turned it in his palm and rubbed it gently, and said, "Jerry, I entrusted the construction of Westeros building to Tishman Speyer out of trust. The problems exposed by the media in the past few days seem to be your problems." When Jerry Spire heard what Simon said, he also found that although the young man opposite had a smile on his face, there was no smile in his eyes. His originally relaxed expression restrained, and he said, "Simon, do you know how many people died during the construction of the Empire State Building?" Simon shook his head. Jerry Spiner said, "Due to the tight construction schedule of the Empire State Building, although the public information shows that only 5 people died accidentally during the 410-day construction process, in fact, this number is more than 10 times. The construction process of a large-scale construction project is never foolproof. In the 2 years since the construction of the Westeros building began, only a few people have been injured, and there have been no deaths. This is enough to show that there are no safety issues in our construction environment." Simon nodded, "I understand." "So," Jerry Spiner smiled again and spread his hands, "you must know that this incident has nothing to do with Tishman Speyer." Simon still stroked the coffee cup in his hand. "So, Jerry, when can the building be resumed?" Jerry Spiner looked at the young man opposite him, and his tone was a little more playful. He said, "This requires you to communicate with the New York City government, and perhaps deal with the media." Simon continued to ask, "What about Tishman Speyer?" Jerry Spiner sensed something strange in Simon's obviously cold tone. After a slight pause, he said, "Simon, we are actually implicated. You should understand this." "I understand." Simon nodded again and said, "In this case, according to our original agreement, whether it is the use of illegal workers or the safety accidents caused during the construction process that triggered the investigation, the responsibility lies with Tishman Speyer. Mr. Speyer, you can leave now. Westeros's legal team will contact Tishman Speyer to terminate the contract, initiate lawsuits and seek compensation." Jerry Spire was stunned for a moment before he finally realized what Simon had just said. However, he quickly calmed down and stared at the young man on the other side of the conference table and said, "Simon, it will not do you any good to make things bigger. Or, another choice." Simon looked easy to talk to, but his eyes became sharper and he said in a cold voice, "I don't care what method Tishman Speyer uses, the project must resume work within 3 days, otherwise I will replace the contractor, and I will double the money that Tishman Speyer earned from Westeros at all costs." Jerry Spire threatened, "If you do this, I can guarantee that Westeros building will never be built again." Simon didn't care about the other party's threat and said tit for tat, "Since you can guarantee that the Westeros building will never be built, you can probably guarantee that the project will resume work within 3 days. In addition, I can also guarantee you that if the Westeros building cannot be built, I will target Tishman Speyer for 1 day as long as Westeros Company exists, until one of us goes bankrupt." After Simon said this, Jerry Spire did not fight back immediately, and his expression became uncertain. A construction and real estate company like Tishman Speyer cannot grow and develop without the support of a deep foundation. As the headquarters of Tishman Speyer in New York, this company does have a much deeper network of contacts than the Westeros system. Tishman Speyer did get the news in advance about the events of the past few days. Jerry Spire originally wanted to watch the fun, and perhaps at a critical moment he could get more benefits from the wealthy Westeros. Otherwise, if Tishman Speyer took action in advance, there would be no negative news about the Westeros building in the media. After careful consideration, Tishman Speyer does have a great responsibility for this matter, and it is also obliged to clean up the mess after the incident. However, Jerry Spire originally thought that these should not be the games that Tishman Speyer needs to participate in. But he did not expect that Simon Westeros would point the finger directly at them when he arrived in New York. Really falling out? If Tishman Speyer loses this project, its reputation in the industry will definitely suffer a heavy blow. If it becomes an enemy of the Westeros system again, think about the threat just made by this young man. Which one will go bankrupt first, Westeros or Tishman Spire? He dare not bet. At the same time, he also thought of the various deeds of this young man in the past. This is a fierce guy who dares to break the 5 legs of the enemy in unison. This is a ruthless person who stopped the release of a record worth tens of millions of yuan because his partner concealed the income. This is a madman with a history of mental illness. Chapter 578 Debt Collection. Jerry Spire left the Westeros headquarters in a state of embarrassment. James Rebold saw Spire out and returned to the conference room. He said to Simon, who was sitting there flipping through an evening paper that Lady A had just delivered, "There's no need to be so blunt." Simon spread the newspaper on the desk and looked at James and said, "Jim, I'm a fat sheep in the eyes of many people, right?" James didn't know how to answer for a moment. Simon didn't wait for the other party to answer, and said to himself, "That's the fact. I don't mind them treating me as a fat sheep. As long as I cooperate with Simon Westeros, it is indeed easier to make a lot of money. However, if someone thinks that I am really just a fat sheep that can be slaughtered at will, and that they don't need to pay enough in return for taking my money, and even turn their backs on me, I will not only make them spit out everything they have eaten of me, but I will also destroy everything they originally had." During the bidding process for the Westeros building project, Simon contracted the construction of the Westeros building to the other party because he considered Tishman Spire's influence in New York. In order to ensure the quality of the Westeros building, the quotation was not only not haggled, but also quite generous. With the background of the Spire family in New York, they were actually able to stop this incident from the beginning. Not only did the other party not do so, they did not even notify the Westeros company, but instead had an attitude of watching the fun, which made Simon completely intolerable. In the final analysis, the other party just regarded him as a fat sheep, a nouveau riche without background. Thinking that he had taken the benefits and left it alone, Simon had no way to deal with them, and might even have to give more benefits to the other party to help coordinate. It was on the way to New York that Simon sorted out these things, and just now he was so rude to Jerry Spire, and even directly went crazy. As for David Dinkins, Simon also did not intend to let it go. When supporting David Dinkins to run for mayor of New York, the Westeros system did not actually have too many practical demands, but was more just to expand its influence in the political circle. Simon did not expect much return from the other party, but he would never tolerate a politician turning his face and not recognizing people easily. Otherwise, if all other politicians supported by the Westeros system follow suit, Simon may become a big joke in the eyes of some people. James Raybould was also very angry about the events of the past few days. Of course, he also understood what Simon could figure out. However, as a middle-aged man who had experienced too much, he habitually wanted to resolve this matter in a relatively gentle way. Because the development strategy of the Westeros system of keeping a low profile has always been like this. This time, Simon did not intend to give up. That night, he stayed in a manor on the outskirts of Greenwich. However, some people who were interested clearly found that the lights in the manor villa were not turned off all night, and even at more than 1 o'clock in the morning, there were people coming in and out of the manor. People with a keen sense of smell even felt a sense of impending storm. Early the next morning, Simon received a message from the White House. Clinton's wife Hillary personally called James Raybould and asked him to tell Simon not to act rashly at the critical moment of the New York mayoral election. New York is the base camp of the Democratic Party. For the past 30 years, the Democratic Party has always held the position of mayor of New York City, so it is also an important position that the Democratic Party cannot afford to lose. After a page of noise, Simon did not take any action immediately. So, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, when many people thought that Westeros was going to stop, before Simon gave the ultimatum, the Westeros building project quietly resumed work. As the fuse of the whole incident, the resumption of work on the Westeros building immediately triggered a one-sided condemnation from the media. The construction progress of the Westeros building has been completed by more than 1/3. The city government was very embarrassed in the face of media questioning, but it argued that the authorities had not initially considered stopping the construction of the Westeros building because it was a huge investment project with more than 3,000 workers relying on the salary of the building construction. However, the investigation into the safety issues involved in the Westeros building construction site will not stop. The city government spoke with the rice bowl of the construction workers, which immediately left many people speechless. However, the New York Post immediately revealed a document that before the incident, nearly half of the 3,000 workers at the Westeros building construction site were illegal immigrants from Eastern European countries. The New York Post also published a large number of evidence such as worker attendance sheets, and found the gathering areas of these illegal workers in Jersey City and the testimonies of many workers involved in the construction. As the contractor of the building, Tishman Speyer immediately denied the report of the New York Post. The use of illegal workers has always been an unspoken rule in the U.S. construction industry. Because formal workers are too expensive, especially union members. The salary of illegal workers is often only 1/5 of that of formal union members, or even less, and they do more work. Therefore, for contractors, using illegal workers naturally means more profits. Although the U.S. Construction Workers Union is powerful, it actually acquiesces to this situation. On the one hand, it is the result of a long-term game of interests between the union and the employer, and on the other hand, it is also the frequent shortage of labor among American construction workers. Construction workers are definitely a dangerous and hard-working fellow, and Americans with a good life are unwilling to do this job. In a metropolis like New York, city dwellers who pursue respectability are even less willing to do this job, so there is a relative shortage of construction workers, and construction companies can only use illegal workers. In order to resume work before Simon's ultimatum, Tishman Speyer had to temporarily replace all workers with union members this time. The original offer between Westeros and Tishman Speyer will not change, which obviously means a significant reduction in profits. However, the traces of the large-scale use of illegal workers in the past cannot be erased. As the New York Post raised this topic, even if some unspoken rules in the industry are understood, the news industry has never lacked media that challenged the rules, so everyone followed up on the report. Although some people also had a vague premonition of something. The New York Post is a newspaper under News Corporation. Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation has always had a very friendly relationship with the Westeros system, and the two sides have cooperated in many aspects. Moreover, the New York Post is still a tabloid that focuses on various gossip topics. When did illegal labor, a very serious social issue, begin? Sober people have always been a minority. A minority of people rarely can resist the cognitive trend of the majority. As the problem was revealed, the Manhattan Metropolitan newspaper, which initially provoked this incident, pointed out that the city government knew about the illegal labor problem involved in the construction of Westeros Tower, but deliberately avoided talking about it. Instead, it only launched an investigation into the safety of the tower. Is this a form of connivance? Connivance of illegal labor in the New York area? Then, the question is, why does the New York City government condone the existence of illegal labor? In the construction of Westeros Tower, more than 3,000 construction workers, half of them are illegal workers. Another fact is that since David Dinkins took office, the unemployment rate of local residents in the New York area has continued to increase from the initial 6.7% to the recent 11.6%, almost doubling. At this point, if the Republicans don't seize the opportunity, they are stupid. Rudy Giuliani is certainly not stupid. The media in the Republican camp soon began to attack David Dinkins for promoting the diversity of New York, which is actually connivance of illegal immigrants to take jobs from local residents. Moreover, according to David Dinkins' campaign philosophy, the current mayor plans to further promote the diversity of New York after his re-election. Now, the problem is here. Do you want diversity or work? Although the United States is a country made up of immigrants, it does not mean that Americans welcome immigrants. People's attitudes often change with their positions. Before getting a green card, the U.S. immigration policy is of course as relaxed as possible. Once you get a green card and become an American, you will certainly not want more people to enter the country to grab opportunities and share resources. The Democratic Party has always regarded new immigrants as one of its bases, because these immigrants often bring their families with them and look forward to bringing more relatives into the United States. However, this part of people is a minority after all, and most Americans no longer have similar demands. In comparison, they care more about their work and living environment. When everyone was excited about the current mayor's diversity policy that led to a sharp increase in New York's unemployment rate, another incident suddenly occurred in Queens on October 13th. The incident occurred near a pier near the mouth of the East River. For unknown reasons, two gangs engaged in drug dealing had a gunfight, which caused a fire in a building near the dock. Although there were no other casualties except for the 6 bodies left after the gang fight, The entire dock was burned down. If the firefighters had not arrived in time, the fire might even have spread to nearby residential areas. In the interviews of the local TV station on the scene of the accident, there were terrified faces of the residents who survived the disaster and the helpless crying of children in front of the camera. The next day, the New York Post used a photo of a single mother holding her crying child of only 5 or 6 years old standing blankly on the street as the front page. The background of the photo was a sky-high fire, and the title was written in bold font, "Deteriorating New York Security, Are We Living in a War Zone?" Rudy Giuliani has been attacking David Dinkins for his poor fight against crime, which has led to continued high crime rate in the New York area, rampant gangs, and threats to the safety of residents. There are less than 3 weeks to the New York mayoral election voting day on November 2nd. The media and political opponents' attacks that the city government condoned illegal workers and caused the unemployment rate in the federal area to rise have caused David Dinkins' support rate to drop sharply. This vicious gang fight near the voting day is a fatal blow to David Dinkins. In the manor outside Greenwich. On October 15th, Simon came to New York quietly again. Joseph Sclapp was led into the study of the villa by Gurley. Simon was standing behind the desk, clumsily holding a brush in his hand and carefully writing something on the large paper spread on the table. What attracted Sclapp's attention more were the 2 tall girls standing on both sides of Simon to help him press the edge of the paper. He still knew a lot about his boss's private life. Moreover, the identities of the 2 girls were also easy to identify. Simon personally created the Waist Beauty and Leg Beauty, Yasmin Gary and Nadja Orman. The second Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held next month. Recently, the 40 angels of the Victoria's Secret Army have been the focus of the media. The Waist Beauty and Leg Beauty are definitely 2 of the most eye-catching supermodels in the Angel Army. At this moment, the 2 supermodels are just obedient human paperweights beside Simon. Even if he didn't dare to have any other thoughts, looking at the situation in front of him, Joseph Sclapp couldn't help but complain in his heart. There are many things on the table that can be used to press paper. Simon's writing movement seemed very unfamiliar and clumsy. Joseph and Gurley stood quietly by the side without disturbing him. Simon only wrote 1 line and put down the brush, shaking his head and said, "It's too ugly, eh? Find someone to rewrite this poem, frame it and send it over." Joseph and Gurley looked at the rice paper on the table together. There were 7 Chinese characters that were really not very good looking. The mountains and rivers of the marshland are on the battle map. If the 2 of them were proficient in Chinese, they might be able to recite the whole poem easily. The mountains and rivers of the marshland are on the battle map. How can the people live happily with woodcutters and Sioux? Please don't talk about being a Marcus. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. Simon gave an order and said to Joseph Sclapp, "Come with me." The 2 of them changed to a reception room. As soon as they sat down on the sofa, Joseph Sclapp took out a few documents from his briefcase and said, "The mayor called me personally last night and said that he would thoroughly investigate the Bowery Bay incident." Simon took the documents handed over by Joseph, crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa calmly to open them, and said, "What does this have to do with us, Joseph? Don't mention this matter in the future." Joseph Sclapp nodded, decisively skipped the topic, glanced at the expense report that Simon was reading, and said, "Recently, our 6 political action committees have spent a total of $2.8 million. If you think the follow-up plan is okay, it will probably cost about $3 million in the next half month." Political action committees are political groups in the United States that raise funds to provide election forces for political parties or candidates. The biggest role of political action committees is to break through the strict restrictions on individual donors in terms of campaign funds in the Federal Election Act. Funds donated by individuals to political parties or candidates are called hard money, and funds from campaign committees are soft money. Individual donations are limited to a few $1,000s at most, but political action committees can donate tens of millions of dollars to finance political elections. Many active political lobbying groups in the United States, such as the National Rifle Association, exert influence on elections at all levels of the federal government through campaign committees. In recent years, through the model of being affiliated with various subsidiaries, the Westeros system has established a total of 11 political action committees of various sizes, which can mobilize millions of funds to participate in political activities at any time. Chapter 579, Collective Impunity. Simon spent half an hour carefully reading through the documents brought by Joseph Sclapp. In order to snipe David Dinkins, The Westeros system is expected to invest about $6 million in the last month of the campaign. The several expense reports in his hand that have been spent and are about to be paid are actually equivalent to a complete set of political operation plans. Putting down the last folder, Simon looked up and asked Joseph, "Have these expenses been reviewed by the legal team?" Joseph Sclapp nodded and said, "Of course, all our expenses are in compliance with the law, and there is no legal blame." Joseph's words obviously have some subtext. It does not violate the election regulations, but once it is made public, it will inevitably cause criticism from the media and the public. Simon certainly understands this, and all he needs to do is not to break the law. As for criticism, every politician who accepts funding from the National Rifle Association has long been accused by gun control forces, but the National Rifle Association is still the most powerful political lobbying group in the United States. If you are worried about public criticism, don't even think about doing anything. Even if the federal government modifies the election regulations due to public pressure, everyone is just playing games in another framework. Although it is a new capital regulation that has just emerged in recent years, Simon understands one thing. If you want to become a player in the federal political and economic system, you must abide by many established rules, even if the rules set by these old players are very unfair to latecomers. Only when you have enough accumulation in the rule system can you become a new rule maker. Of course, there are rules on the surface, and in private, there is naturally another set of rules that are unknown to the public. After hearing Joseph's guarantee, Simon did not ask any more questions, and turned to say, "There is one more thing. You should compile a list of core members of this city government cabinet for me as soon as possible." Joseph Sclapp's eyelids moved. Simon suddenly asked for such a list, obviously intending to settle accounts later. David Dinkins is 66 years old this year. If he cannot be re-elected as the mayor of New York, his political career will basically come to an end. This is probably the reason why he is willing to turn against the Westeros system and gamble on re-election. However, many of David Dinkins' city government cabinet team behind the scenes still have great potential in politics. Even if he does not continue to work in politics in the future, he will turn to other private industries with high incomes, such as finance, law, and public relations. If David Dinkins loses the election this time, he will definitely continue to face suppression from the Westeros system. Joseph did not expect that Simon would expand the scope of the attack to the entire Dinkins cabinet team. Doing so will definitely have a stronger deterrent effect, but it will also offend more people. After a little hesitation, Joseph Sclapp said, "Simon, some people in the city government have a very good relationship with us." Simon really intends to ban Dinkins' cabinet team. David Dinkins, a 66-year-old man, lost the election for the position of mayor of New York, which is almost equivalent to nothing. The maximum extent of the Westeros system's suppression of the other party in the future is to prevent him from retiring in the private sector with high incomes. There is no habit of liquidation in the American political circles, let alone personal injury, and Simon does not intend to break this rule. However, this alone will definitely not make some people remember the lesson. Simon wants to express an attitude this time. "If you take the benefits of the Westeros system but turn your face against people, I will not only make you unlucky, but also implicate everyone around you." That's right. This is collective responsibility. Of course, Simon also knew that he could not really ban all the cabinet members of the city government, because some of them might just be gilded, with greater political connections behind them, and some might still be political enemies of Dinkins, just a result of Dinkins' compromise with a hostile party. Some others might be people planted by the Westeros system itself. Seeing the embarrassment on Joseph Sclapp's face, Simon quickly waved his hand. "Forget it, you don't have to worry about this matter." "Well, if there is a good relationship with the Sclapp family, you can also tell me." The Sclapp family has been engaged in political lobbying for several generations, and it is inevitable that they have intricate connections and even interests in the federal political circles, especially in New York. Joseph Sclapp heard this, but his expression did not ease much, but instead gave rise to some regretful emotions. The Sclapp family is now completely serving Simon, and Joseph Sclapp can see that his young boss is a person who values loyalty very much. David Dinkins' fallout has already made Simon very angry, and it is hard to say whether his hesitation just now will make Simon have other thoughts about him. Thinking of this, Joseph Sclapp quickly said, "Simon, our family doesn't have many familiar people in Dinkins' cabinet team. However, some of them do have a good relationship with us, and have been quietly revealing all kinds of information to us during this period. Moreover, there are others who, if we target them, will not only be ineffective, but will also create stronger enemies for us than Dinkins. After listening to Joseph's defensive words, Simon just nodded slightly and said, I will pay attention. In addition, we also need to start preparing for next year's midterm elections. Please take the time to prepare a plan for me. Joseph Sclap was a little disappointed to see that Simon did not give him the task of compiling the information of Dinkins' cabinet team, but he quickly cheered up and dealt with Simon's new topic about next year's midterm elections. Westeros' system quietly helped Clinton deal with many of the problems that occurred during his tenure in Arkansas. In the past year since Bill Clinton took office, there has been no Whitewater case in which the Clintons were suspected of buying and selling land to make profits, nor has there been another futures scandal in which Hillary Clinton used $1,000 to make $100,000 in live cattle futures trading. Many of Clinton's former lovers have not jumped out to publicize their secret love affairs with the president. However, the Clintons are not a worry-free couple. Less than a year after taking office, from the investigation of his friend's attempt to take over the White House travel business in the first half of the year to the recent media exposure of his private plane parked on the runway for a haircut, all kinds of problems are still emerging. In addition, the reform of the Medical Bill Protection Bill and the new gun control bill that Clinton is promoting have offended many vested interest groups. It will be difficult for the Democratic Party to get rid of the pendulum curse that makes it difficult for the ruling party to win in next year's midterm elections. In Simon's memory, the Democratic Party lost more than initially expected in the 1994 midterm elections. It was a complete defeat. Most seats in both the Senate and the House were taken away by the Republicans, which also led to many constraints from the Republicans in the later period of Clinton's administration. In addition, next year's midterm elections will be accompanied by the redistricting of constituencies and the introduction of many veteran politicians, so it will be a big new reshuffle. For the Westeros system, this will also be a crucial reshuffle. After discussing the matter, Simon sent Joseph away and returned to the villa, where B-girl Becky Hope came to greet him. Boss, these are some girls' resumes that have been sorted out recently. Do you want to take a look? Last time, the plan to train a group of maids from scratch was determined, and Simon handed the task of selecting girls from Eastern Europe and Latin America to B-girl. This is actually very easy. As important model exporting countries, Eastern Europe and Latin America have formed a very advanced screening system for model training. As a rare channel for local girls to get ahead, many girls often start attending model training classes from the age of 7 or 8. At the same time, there are countless junior talent agencies that select suitable girls and send them to various model competitions or higher-level professional model agencies after a little training. In fact, a large number of girls will be sent astray in this process. Or, to be precise, the number of girls who have gone astray is far greater than the number of girls who become professional models, and there are very few girls who can finally make a name for themselves in the fashion industry. All Girl B has to do is to call up files from junior talent agencies and then conduct certain background checks and other screening. Simon has always attached great importance to the personal background of the girls around him. If the parents have a criminal record or other bad habits, they will be directly possessed, because girls from such families often have various personality defects, and Simon does not want the parents of these girls to get entangled in the future. Glancing at the thick stack of files in B's hand, Simon shook his head and said, "Please make an electronic file for me. I'll take a look when I have time." Then he looked at B's black women's suit and said with a smile, "Are you ready for the evening dress? This dress is not suitable." B nodded a little embarrassedly when Simon looked at her, and asked casually, "Boss, do you want to see it?" BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, has just completed the fundraising of another $5 billion investment fund recently. Tonight, a business reception is being held to entertain investors from all parties. Since Simon is in New York, as a boss, he must show up. B is planning to build Alpha Beta, a financial information company whose main clients are various Wall Street funds and high-net-worth investors. Simon plans to take her to expand her network. There's plenty of time to watch in the evening. Simon smiled and shook his head, and asked, "Where are Nadia and the others?" Girl B was a little disappointed, but still said, "The two ladies are in the entertainment room." Watching Simon walk towards the villa's entertainment room, Becky sighed slightly. The Alpha Beta team will be gradually completed by the end of the month. Starting next month, she will leave Simon and his wife and stay in New York to devote herself to her company's affairs. Thinking back to a few years ago, when I first joined the company, I was worried that I would become a plaything of some young man. Now, what's left is disappointment. There are 4 of us, but no one can take down the boss. Simon came to the entertainment room in the villa, where Nadja Orman and Yasmin Gary were playing billiards. It was already late autumn on the East Coast. The autumn clothes on the 2 tall girls, both 1.8 meters tall, could not hide their slender figures at all. The graceful posture of bending over to hit the ball was easy to make men feel excited. Seeing Simon coming in, the 2 girls greeted each other, and Yasmin Gary continued to urge Nadja Orman, who was leaning over the pool table and hesitating about how to play, to hit the ball quickly. Simon walked forward, put his arm around Yasmin Gary's slender waist that made countless people jealous, put his chin on the girl's shoulder, smiled and looked at the pool table and asked, "Who is leading now?" Yasmin Gary leaned towards the man behind her inconspicuously and said, "I don't keep score, but of course I am leading." Nadja Orman finally hit a ball at this time, and the white ball passed by the target black ball, which was obviously a miss. Yasmin Gary, who was already somewhat proud, immediately mocked, "You are greedy, deduct 7 points." Nadja Orman stood up in dissatisfaction and retorted, "If you hadn't always been making trouble, it would have definitely gone in." Simon also saw that Nadja Orman could have easily handled the 3-point green ball or the 5-point basketball, but she chose the 7-point black ball with a remote angle. The failure of this ball was indeed largely due to greed. It was Yasmin Gary's turn. The girl still leaned on Simon's arms and turned her head and said, "Simon, do you want to try?" Simon shook his head, "You should do it yourself. I like watching you play." Yasmin Gary just noticed the man's look at Nadja Orman when she bent over, smiled and leaned over to kiss the man on the face, then broke away from his arms and came to the pool table. After rubbing some chocolate powder on the cue skillfully and carefully examining the layout of the remaining billiard balls on the table, the girl chose a position with her back to Simon and leaned over. Her figure was relatively plump compared to the thin Nadja Orman. When she leaned over, the curves formed by her thin waist, plump hips and long legs were simply crazy. If Simon had not had enough self-control, he would have almost turned into a werewolf on the spot. Nadja Orman was a little jealous of Simon's fiery gaze, and deliberately came over to hold the man's arm and made small talk. "Simon, will you be in New York in the next few days?" Simon shook his head and said, "I will leave after watching your rehearsal tomorrow morning." "Oh, that's a pity," Nadja Orman said a little disappointedly. "Then you will definitely come on November 6th, right?" Simon shook his head again, and this time he didn't explain. The due date of the 2 women was early November, and the 2 little guys might be born by then. He would definitely not be able to come to watch this year's Victoria's Secret live show. Nadja Orman knew that Janet was pregnant, but he didn't know the details. Simon refused to accept, and the girl wisely stopped asking. Beside the pool table, Yasmin Gary skillfully hid a red ball into the pocket. Looking at the situation on the table, she originally wanted to try to clear the table directly, but when she found that Nadja Orman was chatting with Simon, she immediately changed her mind, deliberately missed a ball, and stood up and said, "Nadja, it's your turn." Nadja Orman was actually paying attention to the situation on the pool table. When she found that Yasmin Gary deliberately missed the ball, she still held Simon's arm and said, "You continue, I don't want to play anymore." Simon saw that Yasmin Gary was about to come over, and smiled and said, "Let's set up a new game. Whoever wins this time will get a reward." The eyes of the 2 girls lit up. Men don't give them gifts very often, but every time they do, they are very impressive. However, Nadja Orman quickly shook Simon's arm and said, "But I can't beat her." Simon said straightforwardly, "There will be rewards even if you lose." Yasmin Gary was dissatisfied, "That's too unfair." "Then let's do it. If you win, you get double the prize." Simon pushed Nadja Orman's waist and motioned for the girl to place the balls, while asking, "Is there anything you want recently?" Of course, the 2 girls wanted something, but they were smart enough not to ask for it. Yasmin Gary said, "We want whatever you give us." Simon also walked to the pool table to help place the balls, and said, "Nadja doesn't have a place to live in New York yet, so I'll give each of you an apartment." Nadja Orman's career focus is in Europe. She has made some money in the past 2 years, but it is only enough to buy an apartment in Paris. Hearing Simon say this, she was a little excited. She turned her eyes and said, "Simon, I'm not as good as Yas. Can you help me later?" Simon nodded, "Okay." Yasmin Gary lives in New York and already owns an apartment here, But she did not object to Simon's reward plan. Real estate in New York is very valuable. After all, models cannot stay in this industry for too long. Being able to own several properties in this metropolis can be regarded as a kind of guarantee for the future. Thinking about it in her heart, Yasmin Gary couldn't help but confirm, "Simon, the winner is 2 sets, right?" Of course. After confirming this, Yasmin Gary tactfully did not continue to ask what price she could choose. The gift from this man should be at least in the millions. She also secretly warned herself not to be too greedy. No man would like a greedy woman. A new game was quickly set. Knowing that Nadia Ullman's strength was far inferior to hers, Yasmin Gary took the initiative to choose to kick off and gave the first scoring opportunity to Nadia. After the game started, it was Nadia Ullman's turn. The girl pulled Simon to the pool table, looked around, chose a position to bend over, then looked at the man next to her and gave him a look. "Simon, you just promised to help me." Sometimes men and women can easily have a tacit understanding. Simon noticed Nadia's look and immediately understood. He came behind the woman to help hold the cue. Inevitably, the two of them overlapped. A very ambiguous posture. Feeling Simon's heavy body and the man's breath on one side of her cheek, Nadia Ullman had no strength to hit the ball. Her body went limp on the pool table, allowing Simon to hide a ball. A natural mistake. It was Yasmin Gary's turn, and the girl made the same invitation without any hesitation. So, a game of snooker suddenly became messy. Simon brought the two girls, who were originally very different in strength, to the same starting line. At first, they kept a record of their scores, but later they completely forgot about it. A round of snooker lasted more than half an hour. Since there was no winner, Simon generously doubled the rewards for both girls. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. The stance is mutual. After playing a round of snooker, the battlefield naturally moved to the bedroom. It was not until the sky outside was completely dark that the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed in the master bedroom of the villa. With a few soft murmurs, the light on the bedside table turned on, illuminating a scattered scene, and the air seemed to be filled with a bit of hazy atmosphere. The two girls were already extremely tired. If the man hadn't turned on the light, they would probably fall asleep like this. "My waist is about to break." Yasmin Gary climbed on Simon's shoulder like a snake, whispered in the man's ear with a teasing tone, and then looked at his movements curiously. Nadia Ullman also came over and found that Simon was filling out a checkbook. Seeing the series of zeros quickly arranged by the man's pen, the two women subconsciously looked at each other, and then couldn't help but avoid it. When Simon finished writing, Yasmin Gary and Nadia Ullman's hearts couldn't help but jump. "If I'm not mistaken, this is $10 million US? $10 million US. Simon promised them a reward of buying 2 apartments in New York that afternoon. The two girls thought that a property worth $1 million would be great, but they didn't expect the man to write them a check for $10 million. Even with their current status, it would take them several years to save up $10 million. The peak period of supermodels is often only a few years. They were still shocked that the man next to them could write a huge check for $10 million, as if it was $1,000. Maybe it wasn't for the two of them. Simon quickly suppressed the two women's erratic thoughts, tore off a check and stuffed it into the slightly open mouth of Yasmin Gary beside him, confirming, "This is for you. If you don't want to pay gift tax, remember to find a good accountant. If you are caught by the IRS, I won't care." The check for $10 million US was stuffed over. Worried that her saliva would wet the paper, Yasmin Gary carefully bit it with the tip of her teeth. After the man let go, she quickly took it off and held it in her hand, and subconsciously asked, "Simon, is it really for us?" "Of course." Simon put the checkbook back on the bedside table, turned over and sat up against the headboard, and said, "There is one more thing. I think it's better to explain it to you clearly." The two women listened attentively. Simon looked at the two beauties from left to right and said, "From now on, be my exclusive vase for another year, and you will be free." The two women heard this, first a little relieved, and then inevitably worried about gains and losses. They were made famous by Simon. Not only that, in the past few years, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the two women have received a lot of resource support from Simon. Therefore, the circle regards them as the forbidden fruit of Westeros. Speaking of which, it was the first time for Yasmin Gary to go to bed with Simon today, but she had no dissatisfaction with being regarded as a woman of Westeros by the people around her for 2 years. Not to mention the rapid rise of her personal career. In the past 2 years, she has never encountered various troubles that other models in the circle often encounter. The agency no longer endlessly exploits her business potential, and those big fashion magazine executives or well-known photographers have never harassed her again. Even many big names in the fashion industry are very polite to her. All of this is because she is a woman of Westeros. Yasmin Gary enjoys this feeling, but she can't help feeling guilty. What if the people around her know that she has never slept with Westeros? I don't know what the result will be. Until today, a stone in my heart has been completely put down. Nadia Ullman's experience in the past 2 years is basically the same. Now, Simon suddenly said this, and the two women naturally felt complicated. They are both the same age, 22 years old. With a rapid elimination rate in the modeling industry, if other models who have not made it at the age of 22 have not yet made it, they will have to find other livelihoods. Fortunately, they are now first-line supermodels, and their personal careers can be maintained for a long time. Putting aside their personal careers, 22 years old is actually very young. Many girls at this age have just graduated from college and entered this society. Therefore, if they continue to be Westeros' secret lovers for a few years, it is actually nothing for them. Originally, they were still worried about when this man would let them go, or whether he was willing to let them go. After all, the more powerful a man is, the stronger his possessiveness is. This man has been married for a long time, and it is destined that he will not be able to give them any results. If he continues to occupy them for a long time, it will definitely be a big trouble. I just didn't expect this guy to be so straightforward. 1 year passed quickly without being able to see him a few times, and then, would he really let go? And what about after that? After Simon finished speaking, he gave the two women some buffer time, patted them on the body and said, "You can rest for a while. I'll ask Aid to prepare a midnight snack for you." Nadia Ullman saw Simon get out of bed, finally reacted, and asked, "Simon, what about you?" Simon found his underwear and put it on, and said, "I'm going to a cocktail party in the city." Yasmin Gary looked at the man's muscular body and said, "Can we go together? Business cocktail parties are not suitable for you. However, at this time next year, if you are still interested, I can take you to see this circle. If you are interested, you may be able to catch a good man to be your husband." Yasmin Gary glared at the man coquettishly. "Simon, you make Nadia and I very sad to say that." Simon walked over with a smile, grabbed Yasmin Gary's delicate chin, bent down and kissed the girl on the cheek, and said, "I sincerely hope that the beautiful girls around me can have a good destination. The men on Wall Street are more suitable for you than those guys in the fashion circle who like sweet talk. Of course, this is not absolute. Whether you can catch a good man depends on your own vision." Yasmin Gary stretched out her arms and wrapped them around the man's neck, until the man kissed her on the face again, and then reluctantly let go, with charming eyes and said, "Simon, do you know that the tone of your voice when you spoke just now was not like a lover at all?" "Oh, what are you thinking about?" Nadia Ullman on the other side couldn't help but snatch a little, and blurted out, "Father." Simon smiled and reached out and pinched Nadia Ullman's chin, and said with a smile, "Very good play, we'll try it when we come back tonight." The two girls seemed to suddenly realize that this topic was too evil, and immediately condemned it. "Simon, you are so mean. Damn you, you are only 3 years older than us." After some laughter, Simon found his shirt and finally said, "By the way, when you get up later, A will have something to talk to you about. Don't mind, it will be good for all of us." After that, Simon left the bedroom, went to another bathroom to take a shower, changed his clothes and rushed to the city with girl B. After Simon left, the two girls lay down again. But after the conversation just now, both girls lost their sleepiness. Lying on the big bed, the four looked at each other for a moment. Yasmin Gary spoke first and whispered, "Nadia, he doesn't seem to be taking any protection." Nadia Ullman rolled her eyes lightly. "Don't worry, this is not an illusion." As she spoke, she recalled several previous experiences and realized something. She suddenly laughed and moved her body on the big bed, saying, "I suddenly understand why Limited arranged a physical examination for us a few days ago." "Huh? Don't you understand yet?" "Coward," Yasmin Gary reacted, smiled and cursed softly. and then said, 40, he doesn't plan to eat them all. I can't control it, but many people have been scared in the past 2 years, Yasmin Gary also nodded. In recent years, with the continuous incidents of Magic Johnson and Jotiana, many people in the fashion, entertainment and sports circles have been more cautious and restrained. The two women just didn't expect that a guy would be so direct. This time, even the entire Victoria's Secret army was checked. If someone else did this, the two women might feel offended, but because it was Simon Westeros, they unconsciously developed a sense of rightness. Actually, Yasmin Gary continued quickly, I didn't mean this just now. I happen to be in my dangerous period today. Nadia Ullman's eyes flashed and asked, what are you going to do if you accidentally get pregnant? Yasmin Gary thought for a while and said, I just want to know what he will do. Nadia Ullman hesitated for a moment and shook her head and said, you'd better not have such an idea. Simon has been good enough to us, and there will definitely be no result between us and him. If you use the child as a bargaining chip, the result may be very bad. After saying this, Nadia Ullman completely relaxed. She was probably trying to convince herself just now. Yasmin Gary paused, but still nodded. If he was not married, maybe he could still try. Now, if something really happened, it might be a big storm. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Nadia Ullman suddenly said, by the way, where's the check? Let me see it. I haven't seen a check for $10 million. Yasmin Gary blinked innocently a few times. Didn't you put it away? Simon clearly stuffed it into your mouth, and I didn't even touch it. Just now, it seems. Yasmin Gary pretended to search for a moment, then looked at Nadia Ullman. No, do you think he took it away secretly again? Hearing this, Nadia Ullman also stood up and searched for a moment, but to no avail. She and Yasmin Gary looked at each other for a moment. This is $10 million. Perhaps, that guy really regretted it and took it back. Just as she was hesitating, Nadia Ullman noticed some flaws in Yasmin Gary's eyes, and immediately rushed over angrily, liar, take out the check quickly, or I will strangle you to death. Yasmin Gary was seen through, and smiled to block Nadia's outstretched claws, saying, okay, I'll show you, don't grab there, you flat-chested girl. Do you think yours is big? It's okay as long as it's bigger than yours. After a while of laughter, Yasmin Gary was forced to hand over the check she had just hidden secretly. They admired and played with it for a while, and continued to stay in bed for an hour before finally getting up. They were really hungry. Although the autumn clothes they wore today were very sturdy, they still couldn't escape Simon's destruction. After taking a bath together, the two women only wore bathrobes and went downstairs. The villa was brightly lit, but it seemed a bit empty. The two women wandered for a while before finally finding Girl A in a living room, watching TV and flipping through a folder. After greeting them, Allison politely invited the two women to sit down, asked them what they wanted to eat, and then stood up to make arrangements. The service team in the manor is very complete, but they usually don't appear in the main villa. The chef in the annex was called to prepare dinner for the two women. After a while, when Girl A returned, she was holding a tray with 2 glasses of water and a tablet. After handing the 2 glasses of water to the 2 girls, Allison divided the tablets and handed them to them, saying, I think you may need this. Nadia Ullman and Yasmin Gary looked at Girl A's actions and felt a little embarrassed, but they still took the pills and swallowed them. Allison put away the water cup, picked up the tray and said, by the way, what would you like to drink? Coffee will do. Okay. She left with a tray, and a moment later, Allison brought in coffee again. At the same time, she brought 2 more documents. This is a confidentiality agreement. The boss asked me to sign it. The 2 ladies, please sign it. The 2 girls had come across confidentiality agreements before. Many details of a certain guy's behavior today were a little unusual, so they were not too surprised by this. Nadia Ullman took the confidentiality agreement handed over by Allison, opened it and read it for a while, then looked up at Allison. Have you signed the confidentiality agreement? Allison nodded and said, of course, it is much stricter than the one you have in your hands. Yasmin Gary was also curious when she heard this. So, what will happen if you violate the confidentiality agreement? Allison said, it depends on what the matter is. Yasmin Gary thought for a while and pointed to Nadia beside her. What if you tell the paparazzi about her being here today? Nadia Ullman couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yasmin. Aren't you here? Allison shook her head directly. I won't do that. I mean, if No if. Nadia Ullman interrupted. Okay, so A is the person Simon trusts the most, but you are just a vase. Yasmin Gary curled her lips. She thought that if she could be in Allison's position, she would definitely be able to do so well. Chapter 581 The Stance is Mutual, 2. It was only after reading your report that I realized another reason for Boeing's low stock price. The Cold War is over, and everyone thought the world would move toward peace from now on. The federal stock market has recovered, but military and defense stocks have continued to fall. Simon, you don't seem to think so. I'm a less determined pacifist, because I know that war never changes. Although the Cold War has ended, local wars in many parts of the world have continued. Moreover, some people will deliberately create threats to maintain their own interests even if there are no threats around them. In fact, I think so too. It should be correct that most of this fund is invested in military and defense stocks. Four Seasons Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. Simon and Lawrence Fink were discussing the investment direction of the fund that BlackRock Asset Management had just raised. Girl B and Irene Lauder, who was wearing a black-bottomed printed long dress, came over together. Lawrence Fink greeted the two girls and smiled and walked away. Simon hugged Irene Lauder, looked at the girl's dress, and said, "It seems that your preference is difficult to change. What kind of flower is this, Poppy?" Irene Lauder rolled her eyes at Simon and said, "Carnation, how could a girl wear poppies on her body?" "Of course there are, but carnations really suit you." Irene Lauder looked at the guy in front of her who she hadn't seen for a long time and asked, "Why?" Simon pretended to be speechless and looked at the girl B next to him. "What is the flower language of carnation?" Becky Hope smiled and said mischievously, "Maternal love." Irene Lauder immediately turned her eyes to Becky and glared at her. Simon waved his hand at Becky in disdain, drove away girl B, and said to Irene Lauder, "I will deduct her salary when I go back. She is too bad at talking." Irene Lauder said in disbelief, "Can you bear to do that?" After saying that, she felt a little regretful, and her tone sounded as if she was jealous. Thinking of some things he had heard recently, he couldn't help but said, "You are so nice to the women around you." Simon said shamelessly, "Yes, that's why I am so popular with women." Irene Lauder resisted rolling her eyes again, but said, "But you should be careful, the women around you are not simple." "Oh, that seems to be hinting at something." Irene Lauder remembered that Sophia Fessy deliberately created a scene at the Oscar party at the beginning of the year where Simon was missed by a bunch of women to make her give up. She hesitated for a moment, not wanting to be regarded as a gossip, so she stopped. Anyway, she really gave up on him. So he took the initiative to change the subject. "My father recently invested in some technology stocks. Simon, can you give me some advice?" Simon said, "As long as you are not greedy, you will definitely make money." "So, you also think that the bubble in technology stocks is very serious now?" "Of course not, it's just beginning. As a reference, you can collect some case studies of the railway investment bubble in the 19th century. Irene Lauder doubted, "Is it still of reference value for things that happened so long ago?" "History does not always move forward, but is a very similar cycle again and again. I seem to have heard of this saying somewhere. Socrates said it." Irene Lauder felt like something was wrong. Socrates. "Yes, anything that I think makes sense and I can't remember who said it, I will think it was said by Socrates." Irene Lauder blinked a few times, reacted, smiled and raised her hand to hit Simon. Seeing the man's serious look, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh for a while, and the red wine in her other hand almost spilled. After a moment, the girl finally recovered. She glared at Simon and said, "Are you really changing the subject on purpose?" "What? About investing in technology stocks? I've just given you advice." "I don't understand." Simon said patiently, "Don't be greedy, don't bet too much, and exit decisively after accumulating a certain amount of profit. Many of your words are everywhere in the most basic stock trading manuals. The simpler and more universal the words, the more wise they are. It's a pity that most people can't do it, so they take their anger out on the truth and treat it as nonsense." "Did Socrates say that too?" "This was said by Westeros." Irene Lauder pretended to raise her hand again, but this time she didn't call back. Instead, she said, "Your wife should be giving birth soon, right?" "Yes, the due date is in early November." Irene Lauder remembered the name of Westeros's eldest son and teased, "What are you going to call it this time, Los Angeles or San Francisco? Do you think these two cities can be used as names?" "Oh, It seems like, how about Manhattan? Irene Lauder said, becoming more interested, and said, Manhattan is good. Simon looked at Irene Lauder with a strange look in his eyes. You can name your son Manhattan in the future. If you don't want to, I will, Irene Lauder retorted for a while, and couldn't help asking, is there anything wrong? Have you read Watchmen? I'm not interested in comics, but I heard that Watchmen is good. You can take a look when you have time. There's a person named Manhattan in it. Okay. Although she had no other thoughts about the man in front of her, Irene Lauder instinctively felt that it was pleasant to chat with Simon. Just as she was about to continue, Lawrence Fink came over again. Sorry, Miss Lauder, can I chat with Simon for a while? Although she was a little reluctant in her heart, Irene Lauder nodded politely, of course. After Irene Lauder left, Lawrence Fink said, Simon, the guests are here. Simon nodded, and the two of them walked through the crowd and left the reception hall. They soon came to a suite in the hotel. A short and fat middle-aged man in his 40s was already waiting. When he saw Simon coming in, he stood up from the sofa in the living room and casually flipped through a newspaper to greet him. Lawrence Fink introduced him. Simon, this is Mr. Lynch. Frank Lynch. The middle-aged man took the initiative to say his full name, and then extended his hand to Simon, saying, Hello, Mr. Westeros. Simon shook hands with him. Hello. This meeting was arranged in advance. Frank Lynch, from Washington, like Joseph Sclapp, also runs a political lobbying company. Frank Lynch's father was once a member of the Arkansas House of Representatives. Arkansas, the birthplace of Clinton. Lawrence Fink was responsible for the introduction and then walked away tactfully. Simon and Frank Lynch sat down on the sofa again. As they were not familiar with each other, there was not much greeting and courtesy. Frank Lynch quickly got to the point and said, Simon, you should stop targeting David, otherwise the misunderstanding between us will only get deeper and deeper. Simon had already conducted a thorough inspection of the suite in advance, and he was not afraid of eavesdropping, and said bluntly, Frank, do you characterize this as a misunderstanding? Some of David's actions some time ago were indeed inappropriate, but you should understand that he was just doing it for this election and had no intention of targeting the Westeros system. If someone punched you in the nose and then said that he had no intention of targeting you and it was all just a misunderstanding, Frank, would you accept this explanation? Frank Lynch did not answer Simon's question, and said, But, Simon, you will only let Rudy Giuliani take advantage of you by doing this. Rudy Giuliani caused trouble for you in the past. If he is elected mayor of New York, it will definitely not be good for you. I am just making sure that David Dinkins cannot be elected to the market. We will talk about the future in the future. Frank Lynch was speechless for a moment, feeling Simon's sharp eyes, and said again after a moment, Simon, there is always a solution. New York is very important to us, you should understand this. I'm already solving this matter. If Bill is dissatisfied with my handling of the matter, you can let him do it himself. Tell him that I don't mind completely changing my position. Simon said, not intending to say more to Frank Lynch, and got up and left the suite. If the betrayers don't have to pay enough, the Westeros system will definitely welcome more betrayers in the future. Simon returned to New York after watching the rehearsal of the Victoria's Secret fashion show the next day. In addition to continuing to hype up the gang fight in Bowery Bay, Queens, the Westeros Systems operating team also took the opportunity of Westeros building no longer using any illegal workers to hype that Dinkins will tighten New York's labor and immigration policies once re-elected, thereby impacting the Democratic Party's base among new immigrants. The New York Labor Department and the Construction Workers Union are still investigating the safety issues of Westeros building. Although the city government deliberately avoided the issue of illegal workers and only investigated the safety issues at the construction site of Westeros building, this matter could not be covered up after all. Due to the pressure from the city government, Westeros building had to abandon all illegal workers. This incident may have made some unemployed people feel good about the city government, but it touched more Democratic supporters among the new immigrant groups. David Dinkins did not dare to directly refute the argument that the Westeros system would tighten immigration policies to crack down on illegal workers if the current mayor was re-elected. Because this matter itself is correct. If you refute it publicly, it means supporting the continued indulgence of immigrants and illegal workers, which will inevitably offend most residents of this city with a high unemployment rate. However, it is still not possible to do nothing, which will make the new immigrant group panic. Rudy Giuliani, who has shown his advantage, noticed the dilemma of David Dinkins and pursued him without hesitation, and continued to promote his ruling plan to crack down on criminals and restore the increasingly collapsed Social Security in New York. Simon did not expect to get any return for indirectly helping Rudy Giuliani this time. Because of some grudges between the two sides, Simon also had a deep understanding of this person. Rudy Giuliani is a standard politician with a heavy speculative mentality. This kind of person will instinctively avoid powerful enemies who may affect his attempts as much as possible. When he tried to investigate Simon's stock index futures operations in the '87 stock market crash, Simon's foundation was still very shallow. The current Westeros system is something Rudy Giuliani cannot afford to offend. Therefore, after the other party is elected, the two sides are most likely to be at peace. In the following days, except for some unavoidable things, Simon still traveled between Los Angeles and San Francisco most of the time to accompany the two women on a long vacation. October has also come to an end unknowingly. With Halloween approaching, October 29th, the Halloween schedule of 1993 is just opening. This Friday, there are a total of 3 new films released in North American theaters, namely 7 Deadly Sins produced by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, The Nightmare Before Christmas produced by Touchstone Pictures under Disney, and Fatal Instincts produced by MGM. The opposition between the Westeros system and traditional print media, which has not been alleviated, is more vividly reflected in 7 Deadly Sins. Among the 3 new films, the stop-motion animation, The Nightmare Before Christmas written by Tim Burton has received unanimous praise from the media, with an overall score of an astonishing 9.8 points. In comparison, 7 Deadly Sins, which also received overwhelming praise from the media in the original time and space, is indeed controversial this time. Many newspapers have criticized the film for being too dark, bloody and even disgusting. The film's overall media score is only about 7.3 points, barely reaching good. MGM's Fatal Instinct, which tells the story of a man dealing with 3 women, is completely a runner-up and its reputation has also been a complete failure. Although the reputation of The Nightmare Before Christmas far exceeds that of 7 Deadly Sins, many people still focus on Deaneries Entertainment's dark thriller. The budget of S7 and reached $30 million. David Fincher completed the film according to his own budget this time. However, $30 million still reached the A-level production level, far exceeding the $18 million budget of The Nightmare Before Christmas and the $12 million budget of Fatal Instinct. In terms of publicity and promotion, the publicity and promotion budget of S7 also reached $15 million, and the number of screens opened was 2,511, which are unmatched by the other 2 films. The most critical point is that the final commercial performance of S7 will inevitably affect many things. Chapter 582 New Mode. November 1st is also a new Monday. As usual, Amy Pascal arrived at the Deanery Studios in Malibu before 8 o'clock. The box office data of 7 attracted the attention of many people this past weekend, especially Deaneries Entertainment. The production budget is $30 million, and the publicity and promotion investment is $15 million. If the project with a total cost of $45 million fails at the box office, it will not have much impact on Deaneries Entertainment. However, this film has many other things. Since Ygritte launched a 58-list platform and completely opposed traditional media, Deaneries Entertainment has been quietly adjusting the distribution strategy of its film business for several months in order to get rid of the influence of traditional paper media in film distribution as much as possible. The series of films in the previous few months cannot be regarded as the focus, and the game between Deaneries Entertainment and traditional paper media is not so fierce. Because Deaneries Entertainment has been successful in the Halloween schedule for several consecutive years, this time 7 has become the target of many paper media sniping. If this project fails due to the influence of print media reputation, then, whether actively or forced, the Westeros system must reconsider and adjust its relationship with print media. In order to deal with this sniping, the distribution team of 7 Deadly Sins has also made full use of the strategic adjustments in film distribution in recent months. The most critical point is the application of emerging internet platforms. 7 Deadly Sins has thus become the first movie to release a trailer through the internet. With the completion of the upgrade of AOL's ADSL network, the basic network speed of more than 70% of internet users in North America has been upgraded to 256 kbps, which also means a download speed of 32 kbs. Among them, Millions of users have opened faster 512 kbps or 1 megabit per second broadband packages. The downstream network speed reaches 32 kbs, which can basically support the 240p resolution video launched by Ygritte. The 2-minute trailer of 7 Deadly Sins is in the MP4 video format launched by Ygritte. The capacity of 240p resolution is only 3.1 M. Through real-time streaming, it only needs 26 KB of data per second to be transmitted, which is fully sufficient for the basic ADSL package of America Online. In other dial-up internet areas, it only needs to be properly buffered or downloaded for playback. The 240p resolution may be horrible on a later 1080p computer, but the display effect is already very good with the configuration of most monitors at this stage. Because of the gimmick of the first online movie trailer, the 2 trailers launched by 7 Deadly Sins have been played 73 million times in the past 2 months. Unlike passive TV commercials, these 73 million trailer plays represent that more than 20 million viewers have actively become interested in 7 Deadly Sins. With the success of the online trailer of 7 Deadly Sins, Ygritte has successively launched trailers for movies related to Daenerys Entertainment, such as The Lion King, Mission Impossible, Schindler's List, and Cyborg that will be released at the end of the year. At the same time, on the grounds that the online video streaming technology is still in the testing stage, it refused to put trailers of other film companies on the shelves. Ygritte is not lying. The MP4 video format and streaming media playback technology are indeed still in the testing stage. Moreover, compared with text, pictures, sounds and other content, online videos require a lot of network bandwidth. For cost-saving considerations, Ygritte does not plan to launch a dedicated video website in the short term. In fact, it is also because there is not enough content to launch a dedicated video website. Therefore, for a long time in the future, Ygritte will only launch a small amount of embedded video content in the corresponding section of the portal website, just like the trailer column of the movie information section this time. Because it holds all the patents for the MP4 video format and streaming media playback technology, as long as Ygritte does not authorize it to the outside, it is impossible for other dedicated video websites to appear on the World Wide Web platform. This is monopoly. Since the Westeros system is to be allowed to grow wildly, Simon no longer deliberately avoids the issue of monopoly. As long as the industry advantages are available, they should be used as much as possible. In addition to the gimmick of the first movie trailer released online, in recent months, Daenerys Entertainment and Ygritte have also focused on promoting a group of online film critics, and invited many traditional famous film critics to enter Ygritte's Facebook portal, film information and even professional film website specially supported by Ygritte. Compared with a comprehensive score of 7 Deadly Sins of only 7.3 points on traditional paper media platforms, the evaluation of the Film Network platform is much higher, with a comprehensive score of about 8.1 points, which is already an excellent level. Of course, it is also the result of Daenerys and Ygritte's deliberate guidance. As a hot topic in Ygritte's portal network forum, social platform and film information, if a film article wants to be recommended, it must speak well of 7 Deadly Sins. Even if those media people who confront the Westeros system on the internet will not be banned, they are destined to not have too much exposure. Human nature is to seek benefits and avoid harm. Now that they are aware of the rules, many people will naturally show their inclination. Moreover, the most important point is that 7 is indeed a very good film. Even the Westeros system itself will not force a bad movie to be promoted, and doing so will only become a laughingstock. In addition to the gimmick of the first online trailer and the praise of online film critics, several main creators of the film, including stars such as River Phoenix, Morgan Freeman, Kevin Spacey and Gwyneth Paltrow, have also opened Facebook homepages to interact with fans. Of the $15 million publicity and promotion budget for the project, $2 million was spent directly on the internet platform, including the official homepage of 7, which was designed with suspense and attracted a large number of fans to log in and browse. The gimmick of the online trailer, the support of online film critics, the interaction between the main creators and fans, the direct advertising, and the focus of the entire Ygritte portal, in recent months, basically all internet users in North America have had more or less impressions of 7. Many times, it is often this kind of brainwashing potential impression that unconsciously attracts consumers to take out their own wallets. Walking into the cinema on the weekend, compared with other movies that have basically never been heard of, the familiar name 7 Deadly Sins seems to have a good reputation. It is self-evident how the audience will choose. In addition to online channels, Deaneries Entertainment has certainly not completely abandoned the traditional publicity and promotion model. Of the $15 million publicity and promotion budget, $2 million was used for network expenses, $2 million was used for copy production and transportation costs, and the remaining $11 million, $7 million was spent on various TV networks, and the remaining $4 million, half of which was used to make theater posters and outdoor billboards, and the other half, about $2 million, was still invested in traditional paper media. Expenditure on TV advertising and other aspects has not changed much. Traditional paper media should have invested about 25% in publicity and promotion expenses, which is $4 million. This time it was directly cut in half, and this half happened to be turned to the internet platform. While maintaining the publicity and promotion strength of channels such as TV platforms, Deaneries Entertainment also focuses on managing some paper media forces that can be befriended, such as News Corporation, Time Warner Group, etc. For media that have completely stood on the opposite side, such as Hearst Group, it is completely banned at the stage of media previews. The key to news is the word new. Other media have already released reviews of a movie in advance, forming a preconceived concept in the minds of readers. Other paper media critics who are unable to obtain the qualification to watch the movie at the preview stage, and then criticize the movie after it is released, the influence on the box office of the movie is no longer so strong. This is actually the case this time. Although the reputation of traditional paper media reviews of Seven Deadly Sins was only 7.3 points after the large-scale release, the media that released reviews in advance before the movie was released basically gave quite good reviews. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment has further strengthened its efforts to attract film critics on the basis of Gay-Omen Pictures' operations in recent years. Newspapers, film critics and film companies. Film critics seem to be the most vulnerable among the three, but unlike full-time editors of newspapers, film critics still have a certain degree of independence, especially many famous film critics, who have a strong influence on the audience and naturally have a higher voice in front of newspapers. Deaneries Entertainment happens to have content resources that are crucial to film critics. Well-known film critics can provide articles for many newspapers, but if they are rejected by film companies and cannot participate in media previews to obtain first-hand information in advance, their own influence will inevitably decline rapidly. In a small meeting room in the No. 1 administrative building of Deaneries Studios. When Amy Pascal entered the meeting room, Deaneries Pictures President Tom Pollock, New World Pictures President Danny Morris, Highgate Pictures President Ella Deutschman and Deaneries Entertainment Global Distribution President Mark Belford and other executives had already arrived. Everyone was discussing something, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. In fact, everyone felt relieved after the first day box office of Seven was released last Saturday. At this moment, everyone's expression was still full of joy. Before the movie was released, through several internal previews in the early stage and the data feedback from the film's 2-month promotion, the promotion team set a box office target of $60 million for Seven Deadly Sins. $60 million is actually a very high number, but it is not enough to recover the total investment of $45 million in the project through the North American box office. To achieve this, the North American box office needs to reach $80 million. Of course, as long as the domestic box office revenue reaches $60 million, Deaneries Entertainment can easily recover the cost and make a profit through overseas distribution and subsequent channels. Of course, higher goals have been expected. For example, impacting the $100 million box office club. However, the distribution team generally believes that the subject matter of Seven Deadly Sins is too niche and obscure, which will greatly limit the audience size. With the official release of the film, the actual situation is that the box office revenue of Seven Deadly Sins on the first day of its opening reached $7.93 million, $7.93 million on Friday, $8.67 million on Saturday. On Sunday, because it was Halloween, the box office fell to $6.81 million. Even so, the cumulative box office of Seven has reached $23.41 million in the first 3 days of its opening weekend. The number of screens for the opening of the film was 2,511, and the box office of $23.41 million in the first 3 days of the opening weekend, although it failed to achieve the blockbuster level of breaking 10,000 in the theaters for the first 3 days, was not far off. Moreover, The film distribution team initially expected the box office of the film in the first 7 days of the week to be around $20 million. SYNOPSIS and broke the box office target of a full week in just 3 days of release. In comparison, the other two opening films, The Nightmare Before Christmas written by Tim Burton, had a very high reputation, but the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend was only $8.21 million. MGM's Fatal Instinct only had a box office of $3.76 million in the first 3 days of the opening, barely exceeding a fraction of SYNOPSIS. The first 3 days of the weekend brought in $23.41 million, which means that the first full week of the box office for SYNOPSIS will be between $33 million and $35 million. With such an excellent box office start, as long as the subsequent box office curve is not too bleak, let alone $80 million, it will be easy to reach the $100 million mark in North America. Amy Pascal's assistant Vanessa Lind distributed a newly printed report to everyone, and the conference room fell silent. Patiently waiting for everyone to finish reading the materials in their hands, Amy said, "This is a statistical report on the 3-day audience survey questionnaires from various places over the weekend. Everyone must have seen one of the key data. Among the 10,000 questionnaires, the proportion of audiences who have been exposed to SYNOPSIS and through the internet channel has reached 33%, and the proportion of audiences who entered the theater completely due to the influence of the internet platform has also reached 19%. As senior managers in the industry, you must understand what this report means. I will take back and destroy this material later, and I hope everyone will keep it confidential as much as possible. Now, let's start discussing the next step of strengthening cooperation with IGRT. Before the rise of the internet, the factors that affect the audience's choice of a movie were very complex. The main stars, TV commercials, newspaper reviews, street posters, word of mouth, random selection, etc. If a film company wants to promote a film, it must work hard in all aspects at the same time. Although Seven Deadly Sins this time is a special example, up to 33% of the audience have been more or less influenced by the internet platform, which is enough to prove the strong influence of the IGRT portal. Although Simon has repeatedly emphasized that the entire Westeros system is a community of interests, there are still many Deanery's entertainment executives who are more or less complaining about being implicated by the confrontation between IGRT and traditional paper media. Through the release of Seven Deadly Sins this time, most of the entanglements have disappeared. IGRT may have affected the relationship between Deanery's and traditional paper media. However, it is obvious that the strong media strength of this platform itself not only completely offsets the disadvantages of Deanery's entertainment in traditional paper media, but also brings obvious gains. Chapter 583 Family Affairs. Faced with the suppression of word of mouth by a large number of print media, the box office of Seven Deadly Sins in the first week and 7 days still reached $33.76 million, far exceeding the initial box office expectation of $20 million by the New World Pictures distribution team. Although there are many factors such as the film itself being excellent enough, the role played by the internet platform in the promotion of this film is crucial. Unlike the open internet environment in the original time and space where 100 flowers bloomed, the current internet platform can almost be said to be completely controlled by the Westeros system. More than 60 million ordinary netizens in North America can only surf the internet through the IE browser of IGRT. In the open internet environment, if a film company wants to hype the topic of a movie, it needs to invest a lot of money and resources, and it may not necessarily have a very good advertising effect. Now, what the Westeros system wants netizens to see, they will definitely see. This time, netizens saw Seven Deadly Sins. The first week was $33.76 million. According to the survey data of Deanery's Entertainment, as many as 33% of the audience were more or less affected by the information about Seven Deadly Sins on the internet platform. If 33% is subtracted from the first week box office data of Seven Deadly Sins, the result is $22.61 million, which coincides with the film distribution team's initial box office expectation of $20 million. Simon saw the questionnaire before Deanery's Entertainment's high-level meeting on Monday. Simon also personally issued a gag order for Amy at the meeting. The all-round efforts of IGRT portal have brought a box office gain of more than 30% to a movie. When the news comes out, it will definitely make many people jealous, and the Westeros system that controls IGRT will inevitably face more pressure. Making money in silence is the kingly way. In fact, Simon had long anticipated the powerful public opinion guidance ability of Ygritte Portal. The daily user visits of 20 million levels are equivalent to more than 10 times the circulation of top federal newspapers, such as the New York Times and Los Angeles Times. In order to ensure the neutrality of Ygritte Portal as a communication platform and prevent the Ygritte team from going astray in the development direction, Simon has never used the strength of this company in all aspects to promote a movie. Even the previous DC movie universe projects were just natural cooperation. The film distribution team placed advertisements and the Ygritte Portal provided publicity and promotion. During this process, the Ygritte team did not deliberately guide the topicality of the related films. This time, Seven Deadly Sins is the first time that Ygritte and Daenerys have spared no effort to cooperate. After determining the development strategy of Wild Growth, the cooperation between the various subsidiaries of the Westeros system will be greatly enhanced, including between Ygritte and Daenerys. However, Simon does not intend to use large-scale promotions like Seven Deadly Sins easily in the future. Simon has never underestimated the IQ of users. If the Ygritte Portal becomes a soft advertising platform for the products of the subsidiaries of the Westeros system, everyone logs into the website and sees movie information related to Daenerys Entertainment, financial information related to Cersei Capital, and fashion channels always tout Melisandre's brands. Then, if it falls into this narrow pattern of talking to oneself and entertaining oneself, even if the Ygritte Portal is not abandoned by users, it will inevitably not have much development. The internet will eventually move towards development. If Ygritte wants to maintain its position as a giant in the internet industry, it must also be open and inclusive enough. In addition to Seven Deadly Sins, Simon has paid less attention to work since the end of October, and both women have been admitted to the hospital to wait for delivery. This continued until November 3rd, when the female assistant quietly gave birth to the second child of the Westeros family in a private hospital in the Bay Area. Both mother and child are safe. The little girl named Seattle Westeros has a pair of beautiful blue eyes, and her pure eyes looking at the world always seem to be a little curious. Simon spent 3 days with Jennifer and her daughter in San Francisco and had to return to Los Angeles in a hurry. Janet also successfully gave birth to the third child of the Westeros family on the evening of November 6th. Nicholas Westeros, who cried loudly when he was born, weighed 9 pounds and was fatter than his brother at the beginning. Janet bit Simon's arm in the delivery room and shouted that she would never give birth again. It took a full 6 hours. According to the original agreement, the two little guys who were born only 3 days apart were registered under Janet's name as twins. When Jennifer was just pregnant, she said that she would leave the child to Janet to raise. However, as the pregnancy progressed, the female assistant began to regret it. After the birth of her daughter, she looked at the beautiful blue eyes of the little one in her arms and completely regretted it. She planned to raise the child herself. Simon had no objection to this. Janet, who suffered from the pain of childbirth, even said that if the female assistant liked it, she could also throw her little rascal to her to raise together. Although Janet would be a good mother conscientiously when the child was around, a woman who liked to be free in her bones was not very interested in raising the child herself. Simon was actually the same. Simon had many ideas about the future of the child, but it would be difficult for him to realize them personally. In the final analysis, Simon and his wife were not very qualified parents. The two children were born one after another. Although Simon could not take care of both sides were not deserted. The female assistant was surrounded by her own family and George Norman's family who knew about it. In Los Angeles, the Johnston family came together just like when the child was born in Melbourne. However, unlike the fanfare when Melbourne was born, this time, Simon did not reveal any news in the public media. Some media that heard about the birth of the little guy and wanted to report it were suppressed by the public relations team of the Westeros system. In addition to the Johnston family, Simon also declined the visits of the executives of the Westeros system, and just delivered the gifts. Raymond Johnston and his wife did not stay in Los Angeles for long this time. After seeing their little grandson, the old man took Melbourne back to Australia before leaving, saying that it was too cold in Los Angeles and worried that the child would freeze. Simon and his wife had no objection. Veronica was very reluctant, but she couldn't beat her eldest brother. Finally getting rid of her parents who would not spoil her at all, the little guy left without any reluctance. Raymond and his wife returned to Australia, and Anthony and others also left one after another. Simon continued to accompany the two women on maternity leave, and time unknowingly approached Thanksgiving. After the first week of $33.76 million, the Hot Topic continued and even generated a word-of-mouth effect. The box office of Seven in the second week fell by only 22%, and continued to earn $26.33 million. The cumulative box office of $60.09 million in 2 weeks easily broke Deaneries Entertainment's initial expectation of the film's total North American box office of $60 million. From November 12 to November 18, the week before the Thanksgiving period, the box office decline of Seven was still well controlled at 26%, earning another $19.53 million. After 3 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Seven reached $79.62 million. In 3 weeks, the film has basically recovered all the production and publicity costs, and will start to generate profits in the 4th week of its release. Even if it is about to enter the fiercely competitive Thanksgiving period, the 3-week box office is close to $80 million, and the film's total North American box office is expected to reach between $130 million and $150 million. The original Seven had just exceeded $100 million at the North American box office. This time, the film's North American box office alone will increase by at least 30%, a large part of which is the gain effect brought by the internet platform. Simon and his wife attended the premiere of The Lion King together on November 17. This was Janet's first public appearance after giving birth. At the very beginning, Simon regarded this animation as a gift to Janet. In the official version of the film, Simon did not shy away from adding the words for Janet. Although the media was still prevented from using Janet's just giving birth to her second child as a gimmick, they did not hide the little story behind this animation. As a result, this unintentional dog food made many young people who were not very interested in animated films enter the cinema. On November 19, The Lion King was officially released in North America on a large scale, with 2,691 screens opening. Although Simon did not intend to use the publicity resources of the Egret portal too frequently, this time The Lion King was an exception. As the second 3D animated film produced by Deaneries Entertainment, whether this film can be as successful as the first Toy Story is not only related to whether Deaneries Entertainment can gain a foothold in the animation field, but will also have a very important impact on Deaneries Entertainment's IPO next year. However, after attending the premiere of The Lion King, Simon once again put aside the matter and continued to accompany the two women on vacation. After recuperating for half a month, the female assistant finally returned to Los Angeles and quietly moved into the Cape Dumay manor. When Simon and his wife attended the premiere of The Lion King, the female assistant was taking care of the two little guys at the Cape Dumay manor. Janet always disliked her fat son who made her suffer during childbirth, but she fell in love with Seattle with a pair of beautiful eyes at first sight. In front of the female assistant, she began to teach the little girl to call her mother. Of course, there would be no response, but Janet believed that the little girl was talking to her with her eyes. Simon had actually noticed long ago that Seattle's eyes were typical phoenix eyes, which were always more charming than other eyes. In his memory, women with phoenix eyes were often a symbol of intelligence. What was even more rare was the spirituality that always flashed in the little girl's eyes, like a pair of blue radars exploring everything that appeared in his eyes. No wonder Janet liked her at first sight. Simon was very sure that his daughter would be very smart in the future. It doesn't matter whether she is smart or not, I just hope that Zaire can grow up happily. With me here, our children will certainly be happy forever. I'm worried because you are here. It was a weekend afternoon, the time was November 20th. After feeding the two children, taking care of the two little guys to sleep, and instructing Zoe and Isabel who were in charge of taking care of them, Simon and the female assistant left the Shell Villa together and walked along the corridor in the manor to the west side of the manor. The original fence here had been demolished and directly connected to the row of Seaview villas on the west side. The terrain of Cape Dumay Manor is very high, and so is the Shell Villa. In recent years, in order to avoid being peeped at by the surroundings, Simon has been constantly purchasing properties of various sizes while building walls and planting tall trees to block the outside world's sight. The previous few years happened to be the most depressed period in the U.S. real estate industry, and the economic environment was not good. Under the premium offensive, many properties on the east and west sides of Cape Dumay and in the north became the property of the Westeros family. Among them, a row of 32 cliff mansions on the west side of Cape Dumay Manor, which is 1 kilometer long, is the same. Just this part of the property cost Simon $100 million. Because some residents insisted on an outrageous high price on the east side, it only extended 700 meters and also had 21 mansions. In the north, Simon took over a total of 56 large and small properties in an area of 15 hectares. All calculated, Simon's land area around Cape Dume totaled about 50 hectares, including a 1-kilometer private beach on the west side with 32 mansions. It can be said that Simon is the only household in the 500-meter, fan-shaped area around Cape Dume. All other residents whose properties Simon bought have moved out. For several years, Simon has been continuously renovating the new Cape Dume Manor. In the current plan, all smaller properties will be demolished, leaving only large mansions over 1 acre scattered around Cape Dume Manor, of which a total of 53 mansions facing the sea will be retained. In addition, the road is also being rebuilt in a planned manner. Simon and the female assistant are planning to visit one of the mansions on the west side. Although Janet has no objection to living in the shell villa these days, the female assistant has no intention of living in the manor all the time. However, as a mother, it is definitely not suitable for her to continue living in her uncle's house. Simon and the female assistant have discussed several times these days, and Jennifer finally agreed to live in a mansion on the west side of the manor. Although after the replanning is completed, the row of cliff mansions on the west side will actually be counted as the Cape Dume Manor area. They are not squeezed together in the shell villa. After making this decision, the female assistant no longer insisted on keeping the children with her, but raised them together with Nicholas. The female assistant probably realized these days that although the 2 children were nominally registered under Janet's name, she might need to take care of them more often in the future. After attending the premiere of The Lion King, Janet flew to New York yesterday. Cersei Capital has accumulated too much work in the past 6 months, and the company plans to launch some big moves next year, all of which require Janet's participation. The female assistant has already planned to give up her job completely. She thinks that Girl A can completely replace her job. She plans to concentrate on taking care of her daughter in the future, and perhaps a fat boy who is disliked by her mother. Chapter 584. Is this still a cartoon? The nearest luxury house to the west side of Cape Dume Manor is a 3-story modern-style building. The wide main body of the building seems to be made up of many rectangular blocks stacked together, which is very modern. Simon walked around the villa with his female assistant. The 2 came to the 3rd-floor terrace. The female assistant leaned on the railing to look at the sea view. Simon naturally put his arm around her waist and asked, "How is it?" "Very good." The female assistant turned her face to Simon and pointed to a row of luxury houses on the west side. "Have you bought all these?" "Yes." "How is it?" Jennifer said, "In recent years, there have always been many media criticizing your extravagance. I don't care what others say, I only do what I want to do." The female assistant didn't care, and she didn't persuade Simon to restrain himself or use the money for charity. From the initial meeting to becoming the mother of his child, so many years have passed unknowingly. She has watched him step by step and created such a huge business empire. She feels that she is still the unknown girl who secretly put down $10 when she heard him sing on Venice Beach. Until now, she still only wanted to stand by his side forever. No matter what others think, no matter what he does, she will always stand by his side. Noticing that the female assistant in his arms was looking at the east side of the bay in a trance, Simon followed her to look at the coast of Santa Monica. "What are you looking at?" Jennifer said, "I suddenly remembered the first time I saw you." As she said this, she remembered that he still didn't know about the videotape, and she didn't intend to let him know, wanting to keep it as a little secret in her heart forever. Simon hugged the female assistant's waist tightly and smiled. "Did you secretly fall in love with me the first time we met?" Jennifer recalled that it was actually the second time they met, and teased a little. "Are you talking about the guy who was beaten into the hospital at that time?" "Well, let's change the subject." "Haha," the female assistant laughed, raised her wrist to check the time, and said, "Let's go back, the children should wake up." The 2 returned to the shell villa, and Girl A happened to return from outside, bringing back a scroll. The female assistant went to nursery to see the 2 little ones first. The children were still sleeping, so she came out to admire the scroll that Allison brought back with Simon. This is a Chinese painting. The painting is nearly 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It is a magnificent ancient war scroll. Tens of thousands of ancient soldiers of various types are fighting hard on the vast battlefield. There are giant siege vehicles, awe-inspiring Modeo formations, cruel cavalry collisions, crumbling ruined cities, corpses everywhere, and the blood-stained sun set outside the distant mountains. On the right side of the banner is Cao Song's Ji Hai Sui written in cursive. At first, I just asked Girl A to find someone to write down Cao Song's poem. Later, I felt that the thin poem scroll was a bit pale, so I gave a casual order and got this painting. The painter's skills are very profound. The female assistant did not recognize the poem on the right side of the painting, but she could not suppress the slight suffocation she felt at this cruel war scroll. She couldn't help but hold Simon's arm and whispered, "I don't like this painting." Simon patted the female assistant's hand and signaled the four ladies who were carefully displaying the huge painting, "Put it away and put it in the showroom." After that, he said to the female assistant, "Let's go see the baby." Jennifer took a last look at the painting that Allison and the other four were carefully rolling up, nodded, and followed Simon to the baby room. After thinking about it, she didn't ask. Simon didn't explain either. As for the things in New York, with David Dinkins losing to Rudy Giuliani in the mayoral election on November 1st with a vote share of 41% to 59%, some things have been temporarily settled. Of course, there are also follow-ups. Since it has been decided to strike the entire city government cabinet of David Dinkins, Simon has no intention of stopping. Perhaps there will be some friction between the two sides, but Simon doesn't care. If Simon didn't make a strong enough layout immediately after David Dinkins suddenly turned against him, he believes that many subsequent small actions will definitely come one after another. In this world, too many people like to weigh the pros and cons the higher they are in a position. Sometimes, this is seen as a sign of weakness in the eyes of the enemy. Simon's tough style of not hesitating to directly turn against the Spire family behind Tishman Spire and even against the Democratic Party made many people realize his personality. Westeros has not turned to peace in his bones because of the increase in wealth and power. He is still the madman who can break a few legs of others without hesitation. Even considering the gang fight in Bowery Bay, a certain young man seems to be a little crazier. For such people, if there is no certainty of victory, playing tricks will only be counterproductive. Janet picked up the matter of Cersei Capital again, and after the weekend, Simon started to work again. When many Hollywood filmmakers were still lamenting the unexpected box office performance of Seven Deadly Sins during the Halloween season, The Lion King once again shocked everyone last weekend. Deaneries Entertainment not only invested $60 million in production costs for a 3D animated film, but also spent $30 million on publicity and promotion. Before the film was released, most media believed that Deaneries Entertainment dared to invest so much, and the key was the potential peripheral benefits of 3D animated films. Deaneries Entertainment probably does not intend to make any profit from the box office. 2 years ago, Toy Story had a global box office of $400 million, but the sales of peripheral toys of the film have exceeded $3 billion in the past 2 years. Counting the income from the film's videotapes and TV broadcasts, the net profit brought to Deaneries Entertainment by the entire project has reached $1 billion, most of which came from the sales of peripheral toys. Moreover, Toy Story brought Deaneries Entertainment more than just financial benefits. The success of this film not only broke Disney's long-term monopoly on animated films, but also led to the development of the entire industry chain of Deaneries Entertainment's peripherals, games, theme parks, etc. Therefore, this time, The Lion King is seen by many people as just a further layout of Deaneries Entertainment in the entire industry chain. According to the phenomenon of sophomore curse seen in Hollywood, whether it is a filmmaker or a studio, after the first film is amazing, the second film produced is often not as good as the first one. There are even some media predictions that The Lion King, an animated film that has no fairy tale popularity and is a niche animal theme, can be considered a success if it can break the 100 million yuan domestic box office. Deaneries Entertainment may only end up with a loss-making ending this time. Because The Lion King was not regarded as a threat, there were a total of 6 films released on November 19th. Although 3 of them are very small-scale literary and artistic award-winning films, there are also 2 blockbuster films in the year-end schedule, namely MRS. Doubtfire starring Robin Williams produced by Fox and Geronimo, a biographical costume epic produced by Columbia Pictures. In Simon's memory, MRS. Doubtfire had a domestic box office of more than $200 million, which was the second highest box office in 1993 after Jurassic Park in the original time and space. Geronimo, produced by Columbia Pictures, tells the story of a hero named Geronimo who rebelled against the British rulers during the American Independence War, The budget of the film reached $35 million, and it was also an A-level production. Simon did not have much impression of Geronimo in his mind. This was obviously another expensive box office dud left by Peter Guber. After several months of auditing, Sony finally announced a $2.5 billion asset write-down for Columbia Pictures. Asset write-down is actually a disguised loss. The loss of $2.5 billion, although $200 million less than Simon remembered, is definitely not to be underestimated. After the announcement of the news, Sony's stock price has been falling for more than a month, and its market value has even returned to less than $15 billion. There are also constant rumors in the circle that Sony plans to get rid of this hot potato. Despite being in a quagmire, Columbia has prepared 1,605 screens for the opening of Geronimo, and Robin Williams' Mrs. Doubtfire has also been screened on 1,678 screens. Although neither of these two films can reach the opening level of 2,691 screens of The Lion King, many people think that they are a clear threat to The Lion King, especially Mrs. Doubtfire, which is also a family-friendly film. Deaneries Entertainment opened up the media reputation of The Lion King after the premiere on November 17. Because the media participating in the premiere were selected in advance, the first wave of media reviews of The Lion King were almost one-sided praise, and there were many soft or hard propaganda on the internet platform. However, even if it was officially opened on Friday, many people did not think that The Lion King would be so good at the box office. Until Saturday, when countless media reporters and film company executives were woken up by phone calls at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and saw the box office data report of the previous day, many people's first reaction was, even could it be wrong? $16.33 million on the first day. First day. Is this still an animation? Egret Portal responded immediately and directly pushed the first day box office data of The Lion King to the headlines of the portal homepage. A new record for animated film box office. The Lion King first day $16.33 million. First day box office $16.33 million. What does this mean? A comparison will make it clear. Mrs. Doubtfire, which was released at the same time, only had a first day box office of $5.31 million, and it is expected that the revenue in the first 3 days of the first weekend will reach the first day level of The Lion King. Another movie, Geronimo. The first day box office performance was only $1.29 million, less than 1/10 of The Lion King. At the same time, the first day of $16.33 million means that the first weekend's box office of The Lion King is about $50 million, and the first week box office is expected to reach the level of $70 million. The first week of $70 million is the same level as the DC movie universe project. 2 years ago, Toy Story surprised everyone with a total box office of $211 million in North America. At that time, the box office in the first 7 days of the week was only $46.73 million. Deaneries Entertainment's large-scale promotion of The Lion King has already made the film very well known. Although a large part of the traditional paper media remained quite indifferent to the news of the film's first-day box office, with the unremitting publicity of the Egret Portal and the media close to the Westeros system, the topic of The Lion King quickly reached a new level. Originally, both word of mouth and popularity were already very good, and coupled with the gimmick of breaking the box office record, The Lion King unknowingly attracted more media to the theater and quickly formed a phenomenal viewing craze. $16.33 million on the first day, $18.29 million on Saturday, $17.31 million on Sunday. 3 days after the opening, the cumulative box office of The Lion King quickly reached $51.93 million. The same new box office record for animated films. Faced with the impact of The Lion King, Mrs. Doubtfire, which had a good first-day box office, only had a box office of $13.76 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. It is conservatively estimated that The Lion King suppressed the box office by at least $2 million. Simon knows better that this suppression spans the 2 major schedules at the end of the year. Mrs. Doubtfire's target group is the same as The Lion King, both of which are family audiences. This time, with The Lion King as a better choice, Mrs. Doubtfire's box office is bound to shrink significantly. No matter how hard the traditional media tries to stir up some controversy, attacking The Lion King for imitating the Disney style, picking on the film's suspected implicit racial discrimination, etc., they can't stop the unstoppable momentum of this phenomenal 3D animated film. In the end, from November 19th to November 25th, the cumulative box office of The Lion King reached $70.31 million in the first week, second only to the $72.17 million of Jurassic Park in the first week, the $72.86 million of The Flash in the first week, and the 6 movies Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman Begins and Batman: The Dark Knight, ranking 7th in the first week box office in North American film history. The DC movie universe has been classified as another dimension by Hollywood, and Jurassic Park also brought too many visual shocks to the audience. The success of these movies can be traced. As an animated film, being able to be on par with a series of phenomenal movies can only be described as a miracle. As The Lion King sold well at the box office, Deaneries Entertainment's increasingly sophisticated peripheral sales channels quickly pushed toys, posters, clothing and other products related to the film to the market. According to preliminary statistics, the first week revenue reached $200 million. After all, due to the type of subject matter, this result is not as good as Toy Story, which has more peripheral products. But at this time, no one dares to question the commercial prospects of The Lion King. In addition, after the first week box office came out, electronic games and theme park projects related to The Lion King were all greenlit and entered the early planning stage. Chapter 585, Accidental Injury. The most anticipated film during the Easter season was actually Mission: Impossible. During the months when Simon accompanied the 2 women on maternity leave, the acquisition of Paramount Communications by the Canadian Seagram Group was approved by the federal government despite opposition from many media, and the 2 parties officially completed the transaction in October. Therefore, Mission: Impossible can be regarded as the first blockbuster after the Seagram Group entered Hollywood. After the accumulation of hit films such as Moonlight and A Time to Kill, Nicolas Cage has become a new generation of male star with considerable box office appeal, and the leading actress Demi Moore is not much less popular or famous than Cage. In terms of cost, the production cost of the first Mission: Impossible eventually reached $65 million. This time, Paramount and Deaneries generously took out a publicity budget of $35 million, making up a total investment of $100 million. It can be said that they are determined to win this Thanksgiving season. Unexpectedly, The Lion King came out. After earning $70.31 million in the first week, The Lion King continued to maintain its momentum in the second week. Facing new films such as Mission: Impossible and A Perfect World, the box office in the second week of its release from November 26 to December 2 was still only 26%, earning another $52.06 million. 2 weeks after its release, the cumulative box office of The Lion King quickly reached a high of $122.37 million, and even showed its potential to challenge the annual championship position of Superman in the summer season. Facing the strength of The Lion King, Mission: Impossible, which had a very good reputation both in the early publicity and after the screening, finally earned $46.35 million in the first week, far below the initial expectation of $60 million by the distribution team. The box office data of $46.35 million in the first week was comparable to the opening data of Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark 4 years ago. However, with a change in the distribution model of Hollywood movies, it is difficult for Mission: Impossible to hit the $200 million mark in the domestic market like Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark 3 with the same opening scale. As for how high the final box office can reach, it depends on the curve in the following weeks. Of course, the first week box office of $46.35 million is definitely not a failure. The total box office in North America will exceed $100 million. Even if the domestic box office cannot allow the film company to recover its costs, with the market popularity shown by the film and the data feedback from the overseas box office released at the same time, Mission: Impossible will not have any problem in making profits through global theater distribution. Compared with the box office performance of A Perfect World, another large-scale commercial film released at the same time, Mission: Impossible once again confirmed the development trend that blockbusters will become the mainstream of Hollywood studios. A Perfect World, directed by Clint Eastwood and starring Kevin Costner, has a strong lineup. The production cost of $30 million also reached the A-level level. The producer Warner Bros. Pictures also arranged a 1,964 screen opening scale for the film. After its release, this crime drama about a prison escape robber accidentally kidnapped a little boy and wandered around the world together and finally got redemption has a good reputation. However, compared with the $46.35 million box office of Mission Impossible in its first week, the first week box office of A Perfect World was only a disappointing $10.06 million. With a powerful creative team of old Cowboy and Costner, the best time slot of Thanksgiving, and nearly 2,000 screens, Warner originally expected this film to become another billion-dollar club hit. Now, with $10.06 million in the first week, the total box office of the film in North America is unlikely to exceed $30 million, and we can only look forward to the box office performance in overseas markets. However, in the next few months, the attention of overseas film distributors is bound to be focused on films such as The Lion King, Mission Impossible, and the new DC movie universe Project Cyborg during the Christmas season. Entering December, the North American film market fell into a short cold period between the two major schedules. From December 3rd to December 9th, The Lion King inevitably experienced a significant drop in box office, with a drop of 36% in the third week of release, and another $33.29 million, with a cumulative box office of $155.66 million in 3 weeks. Mission Impossible failed to threaten The Lion King's box office champion position in the first week. In the week of early December, the box office data could not escape the inevitable sharp decline during the cold period. The box office fell by 37% in the second week of the release, which was more serious than The Lion King. The single-week box office volume also slipped to less than $30 million, collecting only $29.34 million. After 2 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Mission Impossible was $75.69 million. With such a second-week box office trend, there is no problem in breaking $100 million. However, the total domestic box office data still depends on the box office trend during the Christmas season. Compared with other films released at the same time as The Lion King and Mission Impossible, the box office of A Perfect World fell by 32% in the second week. It seems to be stronger than The Lion King and Mission Impossible. However, the box office revenue in the second week of release was only $6.86 million, basically withdrawn from the competition of the year-end schedule. On the contrary, Mrs. Doubtfire, which was released at the same time as The Lion King, earned $21.08 million in the first week, and then fell 26% in the second week, earning $15.6 million. In the third week, the box office fell only 29%, and continued to earn $11.31 million. In 3 weeks, Mrs. Doubtfire, which survived in the gap between the two giants, has unknowingly reached a cumulative box office of $47.99 million. With the family-friendly atmosphere of this film, it is not a problem to achieve a box office rebound during the Christmas season, so it is still a seed player to impact the Congressman's box office club. Moreover, the production cost of Mrs. Doubtfire is only $25 million. The box office revenue of $47.99 million in 3 weeks has basically allowed the producer Fox to recover all the production costs, and it will be easy to achieve considerable profits through the local box office in the future. Fox is very satisfied with the box office performance of Mrs. Doubtfire. The media also thinks that it is very good to achieve such a box office result under the pressure of The Lion King and Mission Impossible. Only Simon knows that, affected by the two blockbuster bombs of The Lion King and Mission Impossible, the box office of Mrs. Doubtfire has shrunk by half compared with a domestic performance of $200 million in the original time and space. The phenomenal box office bomb of The Lion King has greatly increased the box office capacity of the year-end schedule. However, the audience base in the North American market is limited after all. Faced with The Lion King, which has a domestic box office of $300 million, even Mission Impossible has been accidentally injured, not to mention a family comedy like Mrs. Doubtfire. Comedy movies have a pleasing element after all. When the audience has no other choice and happens to encounter a holiday suitable for watching movies, it will become the priority option. However, in the face of absolute strength, comedy movies are like a clown performing a farce facing a world-class boxing champion, and KO with one punch. Mrs. Doubtfire is still facing two powerful strong men of The Lion King and Mission Impossible. December 10th is a new box office week. Deaneries Entertainment's Highgate Pictures quietly launched Steven Spielberg's film Schindler's List about the Nazi Holocaust during World War II, with only 25 screens in the initial stage. Although the relationship with the Westeros system is tense, major North American print media have shown a rather respectful and cautious attitude towards this film, including the theaters showing this film have specially issued notices to remind the audience that this is not a movie suitable for watching with popcorn, and hope that the audience entering the theater will maintain a certain solemnity and silence to show respect for the history that was once unbearable to look back. This is the greatest political correctness. Of course, there are objections. The critics who dare to criticize this movie basically have one attribute: Jews. A Jewish film critic in the New York Times publicly stated that the most correct response to the Holocaust should be to remain silent, rather than putting it on the screen for everyone to appreciate. Perhaps it is because the historical picture scroll in his memory is too long and too repetitive. Simon's attitude towards the past is somewhat numb. Just like his pessimism about the future of mankind. The media with ulterior motives really hope that Simon will make a statement on Schindler's List, but unfortunately the relevant temptation has not received any response. Simon Westeros is becoming more and more ubiquitous, but he himself is becoming less and less visible to the public. Because the US 400 Rich list in September stimulated the continued rise of Westeros concept stocks, Forbes in November increased Simon's personal assets by $10 billion when counting the global rich list. Simon continues to purchase properties around the world, especially the 50 hectares of land around the Malibu Dume Manor, which is almost the same size as the Malibu Deaneries studios, and therefore constantly triggers criticism from the outside world that his life is too luxurious. The confrontation between Ygritte and traditional paper media caused by the 58 list platform has also made many industries in the Westeros system the target of paper media criticism, and eventually inevitably turned the spearhead to Simon himself. The second Victoria's Secret fashion show was successfully held in November, and the TV ratings were comparable to the first season. The rise of the Angels made many tabloids report all kinds of gossips about Victoria's Secret Angels and Westeros. Deaneries Entertainment is about to go public next year. The success of The Lion King has once again increased Wall Street's valuation of this entertainment giant. How much wealth will Deaneries Entertainment bring to Westeros after its listing has also become a hot topic in the media. And so on. Because it is powerful enough, all of this actually has little impact on Simon's life. After a few months of vacation time, Simon returned to work and soon fell into non-stop busyness. The key to the storyline of Suicide Squad is how to guide a group of evil villains to complete their mission. Moreover, in this process, the villains cannot become good people because of some small stimulations such as drinking and chatting. Doing so will seem too cliché and it will be difficult to convince the audience logically. More importantly, it will lose the essence of the Suicide Squad itself. If you want the story to be exciting, from beginning to end, they should be a group of villains who do all kinds of evil and have no stance, and even don't care about death. So, Rick Flag, the leader of the Suicide Squad, is the key. Yes, according to the script, Rick Flag killed the criminals hunted by the Special Forces in order to avenge his sacrificed teammates, so he was kicked out of the army and recruited by Amanda Waller as the captain of the Suicide Squad. He values his teammates very much, is upright but not pedantic, and is good at coordinating teamwork. These characteristics made the unruly criminals in the mission unconsciously change from mocking and ignoring Rick Flag to recognizing and following him, and finally completed the mission together. In the office loft on the second floor of Deaneries Cinema, Terry Semel has been here for an entire afternoon. He watched The Dark Knight Rises, the last film of the Batman trilogy, which is currently in post-production, with Simon, and then turned to the Suicide Squad, which will start filming in January next year. In fact, that is next month. In order to prepare for this project, many members of the Suicide Squad have already rushed to Australia in advance, and the project will still be filmed in Australia. After listening to the staff's storyboard presentation of the Suicide Squad, Simon and Semel went to a rest area together and continued the topic of the film. In fact, I have also studied the script carefully. Terry Semel took the coffee brought by Gurley, thanked him, and then said to Simon, "But isn't Val Kilmer's status a little weak for this role?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "I know what you are thinking, Terry. But if Mel plays this role, do you think we can afford the salary?" Terry Semel was also a little helpless and said, "It can always be negotiated." When choosing the actors, Warner proposed that the role of Rick Flag, the leader of the Suicide Squad, be played by Mel Gibson. Frankly speaking, Mel Gibson is very suitable for this role in terms of status, image and temperament. If possible, Simon would definitely welcome him to participate in this series. The key is the issue of salary. Mel Gibson's current salary is not worth discussing if the offer is less than $10 million. If Suicide Squad is only going to be filmed in one movie, maybe they can cooperate once. The key is that this is a trilogy series. In the previous Lethal Weapon trilogy, starting from the second part, Mel Gibson has taken most of the profits of the project. Warner Brothers just made hard-earned money and became a worker for the main creators. Moreover, if it is just a matter of salary, Simon would probably be able to accept it as long as it is not too outrageous and discussed in advance. There is also the issue of project dominance. Mel Gibson is a very strong filmmaker who does not lack control. If he participates in this series, he will inevitably strive for dominance over the project, and then guide the plot to a side that is more favorable to his role, and even become a standard Mel Gibson movie. Suicide Squad is a group drama, with a male lead Rick Flag as the main male protagonist, but the roles of villains such as Deadshot and Crocodile Man are equally important. Female characters should be more outstanding. Nicole Kidman's Poison Ivy and Valeria Golino's Catwoman will both appear in this movie, and Simon even removed the role of Harley Quinn for this reason. Deadshot, Crocodile Man, Poison Ivy, Catwoman and the villain Enchantress, all of which are destined to make the film impossible to be a one-man show for a certain actor. Forcibly using a big actor like Mel Gibson may eventually lead to an ending like The Incredible Hulk in the original Time and Space. In comparison, Simon's choice of Val Kilmer is just right. Val Kilmer, 33 years old this year, made his mark in Top Gun and later starred in films such as The Gathering and The Gate. Until Suicide Squad, he still had two outstanding works, Tombstone in the Christmas season and Heat next year, which are enough to ensure the popularity of this man and his balance and status with other actors in the film. Chapter 586 Old Question. DC Movie Universe Projects has made Deaneries Entertainment's control over this series more and more solid. Terry Semel did not intend to fight for control when he appeared here today, but he was not simply accompanying Simon to check the production progress of the two projects Batman, The Dark Knight Rises and Suicide Squad. After ending the topic about the male lead of Suicide Squad, Terry Semel said, "Simon, don't you think the advancement of the DC movie universe can be accelerated? This is already a repetitive question. Deaneries Entertainment has also created super hits such as Jurassic Park and The Lion King in addition to the DC movie universe project, but Warner has no such good luck. In recent years, the film business has largely relied on the profit support generated by the DC movie universe. 2 Superman and Cyborg this year, and 2 Batman, The Dark Knight Rises and Suicide Squad next year. This speed of advancement has made Simon feel a little hasty. In the past history, starting from Tim Burton's first Batman, Warner only launched 4 Batman movies in the 10 years before the millennium. Simon could not agree to Warner's proposal to speed up the DC movie universe again, and Terry Semel also knew that Simon could not agree. After a routine wrangling, it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After seeing off Terry Semel, Simon did not leave work as usual, and rushed to the administrative district office to continue discussing Deaneries Entertainment's year-end employee salary reward plan with Amy. After the merger with MCA, although a large number of layoffs were initially carried out, after the expansion in the past 2 years, the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group, not counting subsidiaries such as Blockbuster with a shareholding ratio of less than 50%, has rapidly expanded to 21,000 employees. As the revenue and profits of the entire group continue to set new highs in the past year, Deaneries Entertainment has once again planned a large-scale year-end dividend plan this year. The total dividend scale for employees below the non-core management will reach $500 million, and each employee will receive an additional salary reward of up to half a year on average. In addition, the salary plans of core management such as Amy Pascal, Robert Iger, and Nancy Brill are calculated separately, which is naturally more generous. The average salary of Deaneries Entertainment employees is the highest in Hollywood. With the news of this generous dividend plan, the number of resumes received by the various departments of the group has skyrocketed several times in a short period of time. In Simon's office in Office Building Number 1 of the Administrative District, Amy Pascal and Simon discussed the dividend plan that the HR department had initially determined, but they couldn't help thinking about their own affairs. From joining in March 1987, The initial 4-year term to the extended 3-year contract, a total of 7 years, step by step witnessed a rise of Deanery's entertainment group, and Amy herself will also receive a very terrifying return. Not to mention the past 6 years, just this year, according to some preliminary statistics from the financial department, even if the employees are given a generous cash dividend, the net profit scale of Deanery's entertainment group this year will reach a terrifying level of $2 billion. Among them, the Jurassic Park, which was released at the end of last year, brought Deanery's entertainment more than $600 million in pre-tax net income in 1993 through local release, overseas distribution and peripheral sales. The entire group's film, television, game, music, publishing, theater, retail, theme park and other businesses are all thriving under the leadership of the film department, which is a powerful locomotive. Based on the $2 billion net profit, Amy Pascal can get 5% of the net profit dividend and equivalent stocks in the future, which means an annual income of up to $200 million. There is probably no professional manager in the world who earns more than her. Moreover, this is only the income for 1 year in 1993. Amy's stock bonus for the previous 6 years has not been redeemed. Her boss has personally promised that she can redeem her stock bonus at a price of 30% of Deanery's Entertainment's IPO valuation. When the contract expires next year and all the 7-year stock bonuses are redeemed, and Deanery's Entertainment successfully completes the IPO, Amy feels that she will definitely be able to occupy a very good position on the Forbes rich list next year as a billionaire. $1 billion. Every time Amy thinks of this, she feels like she is in a dream. The heads of traditional Hollywood movie companies, such as the deceased Steve Ross or Lou Wasserman, who retired after selling MCA, have worked hard in Hollywood for a lifetime, but have not been able to accumulate such a huge fortune. At this stage, executives of the same level as her in Hollywood may not have earned as much as she has this year in their entire careers. After spending more than an hour to roughly understand the reward plans of various departments under the collective, Simon remembered something and said to Amy, "When cashing in the dividends, remind everyone that it is better to use this money to subscribe to the company's stocks. You will definitely get good returns after the IPO." Internal subscription before a company goes public is also a common practice. Now almost no one is not optimistic about the IPO prospects of Deanery's Entertainment. The price of internal subscription is definitely lower than the issue price. As long as you can get the stocks, it will be another additional income after the listing. Amy smiled and nodded, and then joked, "Boss, can I subscribe, too?" Simon turned the pencil in his hand and said, "Of course you can, as long as you have some spare money after paying taxes." Amy will also need to pay personal income tax for the stock dividends she will receive next year. According to her income scale, it is estimated that even if she drains all the cash in her hands, it will not be enough, and she may need to make up for it through loans. Amy is of course aware of her problem. She shrugged regretfully and said, "It seems that I have no chance. This is indeed just a joke." Although there will definitely be a certain amount of shares available for subscription from executives to employees, the shares are worth at most a few $1 million, and Amy has no intention of taking advantage of such a small advantage. After all, the total amount of internal subscriptions at that time is fixed. Instead of taking all the benefits through loans in an ugly way, it is better to distribute her subscription shares to company employees, so that she can get more potential benefits. Thinking of this, Simon's unintentional pen-spinning action just now made Amy notice a string of letters drawn in pencil on the file in front of him, and asked curiously, "What is that?" Simon did not hide it and raised the folder to show Amy. Amy subconsciously said, "Westerosian." "Yes, Westerosian." Simon nodded, put the document flat again, and said, "I've been thinking about this recently." In connection with the annual dividend plan of Deanery's Entertainment still in her hand, Amy quickly understood the meaning of Simon's word. In recent years, the Westeros system has risen like a miracle, and now it has reached the level of a Jebel empire. However, the young man in front of him is not satisfied, and even plans to create a new economy alone. All the people in this economy form a class in themselves, a class called Westerosian. Thinking of this, Amy couldn't help but feel excited. Because she is also one of the important creators of this new economy, a typical Westerosian. Understand? Simon smiled and looked at Amy's increasingly bright eyes, asked softly, and then continued, "So, this dividend plan is just the beginning. Next, all companies in the Westeros system will promote higher salary and welfare plans. I want all employees working for the Westeros system to live the best life. Of course, this is just the most basic. The key lies in the construction of cultural cognition within the entire system. I hope that in the future, any member of the Westeros system will be proud to be a Westerosian. I hope that everyone outside the Westeros system will take becoming a Westerosian as their life goal. I hope that Westerosians will eventually become a powerful existence that can control the world. For many days afterwards, Amy's mind continued to linger on the word Westerosian and Simon's words that day, and she became a witness to Simon's words being fulfilled one by one in the more distant days. The week before the Christmas season passed quickly in an increasingly strong festive atmosphere. From December 10th to December 16th, The Lion King remained strong. In its fourth week of release, the box office decline narrowed to 23%, earning $25.63 million, and the cumulative box office reached $181.29 million, ranking second in the annual list after Superman in the summer season. Mission Impossible ranked second in the weekly box office list in its third week of release, and its weekly decline also narrowed to 25%, earning $21.99 million, and the cumulative box office reached $97.68 million, breaking the 100 million mark soon. MRS. Doubtfire, which ranked third on the list, fell directly to $8.23 million in a single week decline of 27%, and a cumulative box office of $56.22 million. A Perfect World, the new film co-produced by Clint Eastwood and Kevin Costner, ranked fourth, with a single-week decline of 21%, earning $5.39 million, and a cumulative box office of $22.31 million. The fourth place is basically some old films before the Thanksgiving period. Among them, Columbia Pictures' Geronimo, which was released at the same time as The Lion King, only had a single-week box office of $1.62 million, ranking seventh on the list. Schindler's List, which started previews on December 10th, earned $1.19 million on 25 screens, ranking ninth on the list, and the average weekly box office reached $47,600. December 17th, a new week. In order to avoid Cyborg on December 24th, North American theaters released 7 new films this week, 3 of which were large-scale commercial films. Disney's Sister Act 2 is the most-watched one, opening on 1,938 screens. Warner Brothers produced the comedy Friends for Love starring veteran actor Jack Lemmon, which opened on 1,672 screens. MGM produced Philadelphia starring Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington, which opened on 1,317 screens. Among the other 4 small-scale preview films, there is also In the Name of the Father from Highgate Pictures. This drama starring Daniel Day-Lewis opened on 13 screens. As the main height of Disney's year-end schedule, Sister Act 2 was highly anticipated. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. After the opening of Sister Act 2, both word of mouth and box office failed to show the potential of the first film. This small blockbuster with a production budget of $38 million only earned $7.56 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, which is less than half of Disney's expectations. Considering that there is a real blockbuster Cyborg to intercept in front, the total box office potential of the film in North America is likely to be only about $30 million, which is not enough for Disney to recover its costs. Moreover, the overseas box office potential of black comedies is limited. Sister Act 2 failed at the North American box office, and there will be basically no overseas revenue. The total production and publicity budget invested by Disney in this project reached $55 million, and now it is destined to end in a loss. Warner Brothers' comedy Friends for Love is destined to be just a foil for this year-end schedule. However, MGM's Philadelphia became the only film among the new films this week to earn more than $10 million in its first weekend because of its excellent media reputation after its release and the participation of Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington. Because the market performance of a number of new films was weak, the benefits of the rebound in box office volume due to the increase in audiences during the Christmas season almost all fell on several heavyweight films during the Thanksgiving period. Therefore, from December 17th to December 23rd, The Lion King continued to maintain its top position in the box office list with an 11% weekly box office decline. In the 5th week of its release, it earned another $28.39 million, and the cumulative box office reached $209.68 million, officially breaking the $200 million mark. It also became the second film in 1993 to break the $200 million domestic box office, and at the same time steadily advanced towards the $300 million box office. Mission Impossible, a collaboration between Daenerys and Paramount, also reversed its decline by 16% this week. In its fourth week, the box office rebounded to $25.53 million, and the cumulative box office exceeded the $100 million mark, reaching $123.21 million. Philadelphia, produced by MGM, ranked third on the list, earning $13.67 million in the first 7 days. Considering the long-term nature of this film's award-winning nature and its $26 million budget, the first week box office of $13.67 million is also excellent. Disney's Sister Act 2 earned $11.21 million in the first 7 days, ranking fourth, and its defeat was already decided. Fifth place was Mrs. Doubtfire, produced by Fox Films and starring Robin Williams. This week, the decline was the highest, reaching 25%, and the box office rebounded to the $10 million mark, reaching $10.32 million, and the cumulative box office increased to $66.54 million. Considering that there will be another good harvest in the Christmas week next week, the possibility of the film entering the billion-dollar club has increased again. As for several other new films, Warner Bros. Friends for Love only earned $4.61 million in its first week, which was basically the end of being off the shelves for 2 weeks. Although Gay Omen Films, In the Name of the Father, was once again attacked by traditional paper media in terms of word of mouth, the media's comprehensive score is still as high as 8.6 points. Moreover, with the 6 nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Screenplay in the new Golden Globe Awards on December 20th, In the Name of the Father has become more famous. Relying on the Gay Omen Films team's skilled genre film promotion strategy, the film's first week averaged $29,000 and earned $380,000. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Schindler's List, which is almost a predetermined award season hit, The Lion King, produced by Daenerys Entertainment, has also been nominated for the Best Musical Comedy at the new Golden Globe Awards as an animated film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, Growth Point. December 24th, Christmas Eve. The much-anticipated Cyborg officially landed in North American theaters on this day, with 3,106 screens. The strength of the DC movie universe has been confirmed by 5 consecutive movies, so Cyborg can almost be said to dominate the schedule. The other 3 movies released on the same day are small-scale preview projects with only a few or dozens of screens. Christmas Eve is a day for Western families to reunite, which is usually not the best time to open a movie. However, under the promotion of Warner Bros., a large number of fans still regard watching Cyborg as a holiday celebration and choose to go to the theater to watch it as soon as possible. Compared with the long-standing DC superheroes such as Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, Cyborg was born in 1980 and is black, which is a very obvious disadvantage. If this project is launched alone, Warner has absolutely no confidence. Fortunately, this is a continuation of the cross-integration of the DC movie universe. The plot is close to Superman in the summer season, and it connects the past and the future, so it largely offsets the disadvantages of the protagonist in popularity and race. Especially the reputation of the movie. The film once again used a lot of new technologies and special effects, making the steel skeleton effect more colorful than the robot in Terminator. The plot of the film has also been repeatedly polished. Although it is not amazing, it is also done in one go. It not only fully tells the origin of the superhero steel skeleton, but also lays enough foreshadowing for the subsequent development of the DC movie universe. In addition, because the black protagonist needs to maintain political correctness, the comprehensive media score of Steel after the word-of-mouth ban was lifted reached 9.1 points, which is a completely excellent level. After all, it was because of Christmas Eve. Warner Bros. Marketing was ultimately no match for the deep-rooted holiday traditions of Westerners. The box office of Steel on the first day of its large-scale opening was only $14.16 million, which ranked last in the DC movie universe project. Before the media had time to exaggerate the failure of the film, the single-day box office of the film soared 39% on the following Saturday, earning $19.73 million. On the following Sunday, the box office of Steel also reached $17.37 million. When the first weekend ended, Cyborg's three-day cumulative box office was finally $51.26 million, surpassing the $49.31 million of The Flash, which also opened in the Christmas season 2 years ago. Although it is still ranked second to last among the 6 films in the DC movie universe, Warner's reference to Cyborg is exactly The Flash. The film publicity team's box office expectations for Cyborg are only comparable to The Flash. Now, this superhero movie with many disadvantages has a tendency to surpass the old and popular superhero Flash under the blessing of the DC movie universe, which completely surprised Warner. After the first weekend, from December 24th to December 30th, Cyborg's first week of 7 days had a cumulative box office of $76.21 million, and it was unsurprisingly the champion of the single-week box office. Because of the addition of Cyborg, the total box office scale of the last full box office week in 1993 soared to $193 million. However, the strong Cyborg inevitably suppressed other films of the same period. Affected by the release of Cyborg, The Lion King, the most popular and family-friendly movie in this year-end schedule, failed to reverse the decline in box office during Christmas week, but the film's decline this week was only a negligible 3%, earning another $27.61 million, and the cumulative box office for 6 weeks was $237.29 million. Mission Impossible, ranked third on the list, did not have such good luck. The box office fell by 19% during Christmas week, earning $20.52 million, and the cumulative box office was $143.73 million. Other films in the same period rose and fell, but none of them could compare with the top 3 movies on the list. On December 31st, the last day of 1993, another box office week began. In order to avoid the edge of Cyborg, Fox's science fiction thriller Ghost of the Machine took a different approach and chose to be released this week. The number of screens was 1,031. It was probably with a mentality of trying to pick up leaks. What if Cyborg failed at the box office? What if the film unexpectedly became a dark horse? After all, there are not so many what-ifs in this world. The first-day box office of only $730,000 also confirmed that Ex Machina is just a cannon fodder at the end of this year-end schedule. Because New Year's Day on January 1st happened to be a Saturday, the box office week from December 31st to January 6th did not see the sharp drop in box office after the holidays in previous years. In its second week of release, Cyborg only saw a 26% drop in the second week of box office, earning another $56.39 million, with a cumulative box office of $132.6 million in 2 weeks. Whether the film's total North American box office can hit $300 million depends on the subsequent trend, but it is more than enough to exceed the original domestic box office of The Flash of $253 million. The phenomenal 3D animated film The Lion King still ranks second. In its 7th week of release, the box office dropped by only 33%, continuing to earn $18.36 million, and the cumulative box office reached $255.65 million, less than $45 million away from the $300 million mark. Among the 3 giants, Mission Impossible saw a 36% drop in box office this week, which is one of the most significant declines in the list. It earned $13.1 million in a single week, and the cumulative box office rose to $156.83 million. Although the decline was deep, the overall box office trend of Mission Impossible still broke through the initial gloom of low box office opening caused by the sniping of The Lion King. The expected domestic box office of about $180 million in North America, calculated based on a 55% distribution ratio, is enough for Deaneries and Paramount to recover the total investment of $100 million in production and publicity and distribution just by relying on the North American box office. The overseas box office revenue can basically be counted as profit. Even if it cannot be compared with a DC movie universe project or the blockbuster Jurassic Park and The Lion King, Paramount is satisfied with the market performance of Mission Impossible, and the sequel of the series will be officially launched soon. After spending more than a week resting with the women and children on Christmas, Simon resumed work on January 3rd after New Year's Day, and Janet also flew to New York on the first working day after the New Year, leaving only the female assistant to look after the 3 children at Point Dume Manor. Veronica flew to Australia to spend Christmas, and brought Melbourne back to North America after the holidays. After Janet gave birth to Nicholas, Veronica mentioned letting go of her work again, but Simon and his wife avoided it. During this period, Janet also added the burden of supervising BlackRock Asset Management. BlackRock Asset Management has the most conservative investment strategy among the 3 core subsidiaries of Cersei Capital. The funds controlled by this company are really huge, and the total assets have reached $170 billion. Once there is a problem, it will inevitably implicate the entire Westeros system. In order to avoid the limited personal energy from hindering the rapid expansion of the Westeros system, Simon and his wife have been delegating power to the management as much as possible. On the other hand, the supervision of the financial, personnel and legal aspects of each subsidiary in the system is also continuously strengthened. Veronica is undoubtedly one of the most trusted people of Simon and his wife, and she happens to be suitable for related work. At the beginning of the new year, Daenerys Entertainment's first large-scale commercial move was to take over the remaining half of the USA TV network from the Seagram Group of Canada. After successfully acquiring Paramount Communications in October last year, Seagram Group, as a foreign investor, could no longer hold USA Network due to restrictions imposed by federal regulations and had no choice but to sell it. USA Network was originally jointly owned by Paramount Communications and MCA, with both parties holding 50% of the shares. Daenerys Entertainment merged with MCA, and half of the shares that once belonged to Daenerys Entertainment. Simon also gained absolute control of USA Network. In recent years, USA Network has developed rapidly through popular shows such as the Desperate Housewives series of reality shows and Desperate Housewives. In less than 3 years, the number of subscribers has increased from the initial 21 million to the current 43 million, and the annual revenue has also increased from the initial $60 million to $330 million in 1993. The network's net profit for the whole year of 1993 is preliminarily estimated to be around $40 million. If it were not for the restrictions imposed by federal media regulations, Seagram Group would definitely not agree to sell off such a basic cable network that is still growing rapidly. As a major shareholder, although Daenerys Entertainment has the right to purchase the other half of USA's shares first, it is unrealistic to take over at a low price after other federal media groups expressed interest in this part of the shares. After more than 2 months of negotiations, the Seagram Group finally agreed to transfer its shares in USA Network for $700 million in cash. Calculated based on the profit scale in 1993, it is equivalent to a price-earnings ratio of 35 times. Although this price is not outrageous, it is already very expensive. Even so, if the success of Mission Impossible had not made Seagram realize the need to maintain a good cooperative relationship with Daenerys Entertainment, this agreement might have continued to be argued for a while. After successfully taking over USA Network, Daenerys Entertainment announced the group's second major move in mid-January, restructuring its game business. After 4 years of investment in AI and 2 years of full acquisition, the company's development is not bad. Combined with the Blizzard Studio, which was originally the main console game business of Daenerys Entertainment, the electronic game business of Daenerys Entertainment's annual revenue in 1993 was initially estimated to be $1.16 billion, and the net profit scale was estimated to be around $230 million, which is roughly equivalent to 1/10 of the group's annual net profit. The total output value of the global electronic game market in 1993 was approximately $13 billion. The revenue of Daenerys Entertainment's electronic game department accounted for nearly 9% of the global game total revenue. If it were other companies, it would be very rare to have such an achievement in just a few years, but this did not satisfy Simon. The most typical point is that for several consecutive years, although the game business department has also launched a series of popular PC and console games, there has been no super hit like the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In recent years, the sequels of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game have inevitably declined in popularity. Daenerys Entertainment has now developed to the point where its core film business has reached its peak. The future growth points are on the one hand television and on the other hand games. The music business that Simon also values will continue to decline in the next 20 to 30 years, but games are different. At this stage, the total output value of games on various platforms is already comparable to the global movie box office. In Simon's memory, this number will increase tenfold in the next 20 to 30 years, reaching the level of 100 billion. According to the current development status of Deanery's Entertainment's game business, in 10 or 20 years, as long as it can still maintain its current market share, it will still be a giant in the industry. No company can thrive forever. Simon will not be blindly optimistic because of its current achievements. Moreover, he also expects the group's game business to go further. To achieve these, it is inevitable to reorganize the existing game business. Because Simon and Trip Hawkins, the head of the group's game business, have serious differences in business philosophy. According to the group's management structure, the game business is in charge of Nancy Brill, and Trip Hawkins, the former founder, chairman and CEO of EA, normally only needs to report to Nancy. After Nancy successfully developed the Deanery's Entertainment game business, her work focus in the past 2 years has been on blockbuster entertainment and the Deanery's Entertainment peripheral product business, which has become increasingly prosperous with the DC movie universe in blockbuster projects such as Jurassic Park, Toy Story, and The Lion King. This inevitably led to the neglect of the management of the game business department. Trip Hawkins's business philosophy for EA is, on the one hand, to produce the top quality games, which is probably the principle that any game company adheres to, and on the other hand, to strictly control the control of game production and avoid uncontrollable risks in the game development process as much as possible. It is this latter point that Simon cannot accept. Electronic games, like movies, music, and books, are also creative industries. Creativity is crucial for any game that wants to be successful. Trip Hawkins strictly controls the dominant power of games and develops games completely with a positioning of pure commodities, which directly damages the creativity of the game development team. In the original time and space, although EA has long maintained its status as a giant in the industry, due to the business philosophy inherited from the founder Trip Hawkins, EA always interferes too much with the development of games by its studios, resulting in the gradual demise of many excellent studios after being acquired by EA, leaving users with only a series of sequels that are increasingly inclined to commercialization. EA is therefore called the cancer of the industry. In comparison, Blizzard Entertainment, which attaches great importance to the quality of games, has developed a total number of games that can be counted with two hands in the decades since its establishment, but because of its excellence in game quality, it has won the recognition of a large number of users. The market value of this company with a small number of games is higher than that of EA, which has a large number of game categories. Simon has always attached great importance to the budget control of Deanery's Entertainment's film projects. However, if he has to choose between film quality and budget progress, Simon usually chooses the former. In his bones, he is still a person who attaches more importance to film quality. Because of this, Deanery's Entertainment will cooperate with James Cameron, a habitual overspending offender. Some projects of the DC movie universe, 2 animated films of Pixar, and even many other projects under Deanery's Entertainment are actually overspent compared to the initial estimates. The mediocre quality of the movie can be compensated by publicity and the company's own channel advantages. Once the quality of the game is not satisfactory, there will not be many users to buy it. Therefore, Simon believes that the quality of the game is more important than the movie. Therefore, under Simon's personal leadership, EA founder Trip Hawkins left the company after receiving a generous compensation. The new Deanery's Entertainment game business department was headed by EA's former president Larry Probablyst and still reported to Nancy Brill. After the reorganization, the EA production department was separated from the distribution team, and EA's original direct production team was reorganized into a highly independent studio model. In the future, the EA team will be mainly responsible for the distribution of games on platforms such as PC and consoles. For each studio under its umbrella, the management team only has the power to supervise personnel, finance and other aspects, and the creative leadership will be delegated to the heads of each studio as much as possible. Simon's new operating concept is that EA only needs high-quality products. The creative team can overspend, delay tickets, start over, and even cancel unsatisfactory works completely, and finally just produce high-quality games. Of course, freedom is always limited. The creative team must be responsible for all their actions. Simon can tolerate failure, but will not condone continuous failure. The studio's overspending and delays must also be based on considerations of game quality. If it is due to other reasons, it will also be punished. After completing the reorganization of the game department, Simon also personally finalized the acquisition plan of several game studios. The most important one is a studio called Silicon and Synapse from Los Angeles. This studio has only been established for 2 years and its performance is not outstanding. However, the real-time strategy game that the other party is currently developing is the focus of Simon's attention. The name of the game is Warcraft. Chapter 588 Happy Farm. Although the game business under Deaneries Entertainment has a preferential quota from Nintendo, it is not as good as local veterans such as Capcom. In recent years, Nintendo has felt threatened and has suppressed the games produced by Deaneries Entertainment, either openly or secretly. Simon is very clear about the future development pattern of the console industry. The past 2 years have been the last glorious period of Nintendo consoles. After Sony launches PS, Nintendo will decline rapidly. In addition, there is the rise of PC games. This is what Simon values most. PC games, including standalone games and online games, have a potential market size that is no less than that of console games. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment and the entire Westeros system still have many advantages in this regard. Using Deaneries' special effects accumulation in 3D technology, EA has released several 3D games in the past 2 years. Although the 3D effect at this time is still a bit horrible in Simon's opinion, it is also much better than 2D consoles, which is also a leading point of the PC platform. In addition, the real-time strategy standalone game adapted from the Dune series of science fiction novels also launched an online battle version in a trial nature. This can be said to be a pioneer of online games. Online interaction is also the advantage of PC games. In the original time and space, due to historical development, the Western standalone game industry has always been very prosperous, and to a certain extent, it has curbed the development of online games. In comparison, the Chinese game industry started to flourish directly from the era of online games because of its late rise and the ban on game consoles. The standalone game industry has basically not made much progress due to the lack of copyright protection. For Simon, the previous development direction is not unchangeable. At this stage, Deaneries Entertainment and Ygritte are fully capable of leading and creating a new development direction for the American game industry. EA headquarters in Redwood City, north of Palo Alto. The time is already Monday, January 17, 1994. After the reorganization, all the game businesses under Deaneries Entertainment were incorporated into the EA system, including the relatively independent Blizzard and the recently acquired Silicon and Synapse studios. Simon personally led the determination of EA's next stage of development plan. At the same time, Simon also personally conceived a cooperation project between EA and Facebook's social network under Ygritte in recent days. Happy Farm. This is a web game that Simon is very familiar with. The reason why Simon came up with this idea was not a whim, but there were other purposes. Along with the official launch of online video technology by Ygritte Portal at the end of last year, Ygritte's software department also quietly released 2 new software, Ygritte Flash and Ygritte Flash Player. The former is a tool software for interactive animation design of web pages, and the latter is an embedded player software for users to play web animations and video and audio content. In the original time and space, the prefixes of these 2 software were originally Micromedia, and later they were both attributed to Adobe. However, at this stage, Micromedia has been completely fanned out by the big butterfly of Ygritte. Adobe is still focusing on the development of printer peripheral software, and mainly cooperates with Apple's Macintosh computer. Apple is also one of Adobe's major shareholders. Simon also bought some Adobe shares after the '87 stock market crash. Both companies have deviated from their original development track, but the World Wide Web has already emerged ahead of time, and the development of basic tool software is imperative. In the past few years, Ygritte has successively launched Ygritte Dreamweaver software for web design and Ygritte Fireworks for web image processing. With the recent release of Ygritte Flash software for web interactive animation design, the former 3 musketeers of web design have been gathered by Ygritte's software department. Not only that, Ygritte quietly took over the increasingly mature Photoshop software last year, and Seagirl's Tinkerbell only intercepted some of the most basic functions and launched a free image browsing and processing software IZ. At the same time, with the launch of online video, Egret is also quietly developing and improving a video editing software, Egret Video Studio, which is expected to be officially released in the middle of this year. From the earliest web design software Dreamweaver to the video editing software Video Studio that will be released in the middle of this year, the release of each basic tool software means a significant improvement in the richness of the content of the World Wide Web platform. For example, this time's Flash and the supporting Flash Player software. Egret Portal launched its online game business 2 years ago, mainly some puzzle and casual games such as chess and card games. Before the release of Flash technology, if you want to develop an online game with a graphical interface, you need to use a very complex script program, and the display effect is ultimately unsatisfactory. After the launch of Flash, the same game may only take 1 or 2 days for an engineer who is proficient in using Flash software to develop it, and both the game display effect and the smoothness of operation are far better than the same type of games originally implemented through scripting languages. Happy Farm happens to be a web game implemented using Flash technology. One of the main purposes of Simon's idea of developing the Happy Farm game is to let developers and users see games using Flash technology, thereby promoting the rapid popularization of this new technology. On the other hand, if Happy Farm can achieve the same successes in the original time and space, it can further promote the interaction between Facebook's social network user groups and enhance Facebook's user stickiness. As for making money, Simon didn't think too much about it. Happy Farm was once developed by a game manufacturer called 5 Minutes Studio. It was originally released on the Campus Network platform and quickly became a success. The number of users exceeded 16 million at its peak, but the Campus Network platform did not bring much revenue to the operator. Until later, it was transplanted to the QQ platform and became QQ Farm. This small game went from earning $3 million a year in the Cakeson.com era to a terrifying monthly revenue of $50 million in the Tencent era. Simon has played several versions of Happy Farm and was impressed by Tencent's game settings of selling props in various ways. Because of the different consumption habits between the East and the West, Simon did not expect North American users to buy into the previous prop system. However, relying on Facebook's current monopoly of the huge scale of North American social user groups, as long as this game can be popularized, it is believed that it can still make good profits by selling some fertilizer props. After all, the operating cost of this online Flash game is really limited, and the gross profit margin is over 90%. Moreover, Simon's main purpose in developing this game is not to make a profit. As long as he completes the promotion of Flash technology and increases the stickiness and activity of Facebook users, it doesn't matter how much money he makes, even if he doesn't make any money in the end. The financial data for the past year is still being counted, but it is only a preliminary estimate of the revenue situation. The growth rate of Egret's performance in 1993 is still terrifying. Simon also does not allow Egret to deviate from its development direction when he sees any business that is profitable. The 4 core businesses of search engines, social networks, e-commerce and cloud computing services have always been the top priority for Simon to follow up personally. Even the portal information business with the largest user base at this stage must give way to the 4 core businesses when encountering conflicts. At this stage, with the AOL portal, MSN portal and other types of websites catching up, Egret's business focus is mainly to maintain its own industry advantages at all costs to avoid being accidentally overtaken by other companies. In short, the basic setting of this game is very simple. The most important thing is the sustainability and interactive system of the game. You can discuss this by yourselves. The wild boar attack farm setting proposed by Vic just now is very interesting. Not only can pets drive away wild boars, but friends can also help each other drive away attackers that appear on each other's farms, which greatly increases the interactivity of the game. However, you should also pay attention to one point. The game must be simple enough. Too complicated a system is very dangerous for such a leisure game. My requirement is that players can get started directly after entering the game through a set of simple guiding tasks. So, do you have any other questions? In a meeting room at AOL headquarters, Simon personally took an hour and a half out of his busy schedule to explain the basic design ideas of this game to the technical team selected to develop Happy Farm. Due to his long-term bad taste, he also named this team 5 Minutes Studio. In memory, Happy Farm was developed in just 2 weeks. In order to get a work that is as perfect as possible, Simon gave this 10-person team a full month this time. After Simon finished speaking, all 10 people in the meeting room raised their hands. It is rare to have a few words in front of the boss. Simon smiled and nodded at the engineer named Victor Aiken, whom he had just praised. The young man in his 20s who had only worked at AI for 3 years and had slightly dark skin stood up and said, "Boss, can we leave the city and choose a farm to develop this game? You know, this will definitely provide us with a lot of inspiration." Simon looked at the others, and everyone smiled. It was obvious that they had discussed it in advance. Nodding, Simon said, "Where do you want to go?" Victor Aiken did not hide it. "My family's farm in Alabama is very good. I talked to them and everyone wants to go and see it." Simon smiled and said, "This is too much, but, okay, remember that you only have 1 month. If you can't come up with a game that satisfies me after 1 month, then you can just stay on the Alabama farm and be a farmer. Next, do you have any questions?" Everyone raised their hands again. Simon looked around and said, "Well, it seems that there is no problem. Let's adjourn the meeting and get ready." This somewhat cold little joke made everyone laugh again. Unconsciously, they felt less and more close to this legendary young boss. After the boss said this, everyone stopped asking questions and stood up and left the meeting room. Larry Probablyist, the new CEO of AI, who came on time, walked into the meeting room and complained half-truthfully, "Simon, you are too indulgent to them." Simon took the coffee handed over by Gurley and took a sip. He did not mean to leave the meeting room in a hurry. He motioned Larry Probablyist to sit down and said, "I am the good policeman, and you have to be the bad policeman." The agreement that the development team of Happy Farm went to the farm in Alabama to make this game was just a small episode of Simon's loosening the reins of various game studios under AI these days. The most relaxed working environment and the greatest degree of independence in game creation also mean to Larry Probablyist that there will be a lot of uncontrollable risks in his next work. If it were not for his position as the head of AI and his generous salary, Larry Probablyist would not be willing to take over this job. Still spreading his hands in embarrassment, Larry Probablyist said, "The key is, Simon, if I, the bad policeman, want to discipline them, the employees may use you, the good policeman, to get out." Simon shook his head and said, "Larry, I have never been a boss who indulges employees without restraint. The core of the authority given this time is still the dominant power of game creation. I hope everyone can have a relaxed game development environment. In addition, any employee who has other violations is within your management scope. Frankly speaking, I may intervene more in AI's affairs in the past 2 years, mainly to reshape the company's corporate culture and operating ideas. To complete these, even if you want me to intervene, I am too lazy to pay attention." This guarantee made Larry Probablyist mixed with joy and sorrow, but he did not have any objections. He was not the founder of AI like Trip Hawkins, who valued his own power. As an outstanding professional manager, Larry Probablyist did not lack his own persistence, but he was also better at executing the will of the company boss to a large extent. Simon fired Trip Hawkins precisely because of this. The founder of a company often has a profound influence on a company, and it is inevitable that he has a strong desire for control. If Simon wants to transform AI, he must fundamentally eliminate the influence of the founder on the company. After getting some assurances from Simon and understanding his boss's mind, Larry Probablyist stopped dwelling on this issue and turned to talk about Farmville and some recent projects that AI is developing. In addition to Warcraft, which was recently acquired by Silicon and Synapse Studios and is being developed, there are many well-known games under AI that are still being developed or in the development stage, such as Dune, SimCity, Need for Speed, Dungeon and Keeper, etc. AI sports games such as basketball, baseball, and football are iconic brands that other manufacturers in the industry cannot match. In addition, after initially completing the technical accumulation of 3D game development, Simon also selected a 3D first-person shooter game from AI's many incubation projects. Not only did he provide a lot of design ideas, he also personally named it Counter-Strike, CS. Simon also privately drafted an esports competition plan, planning to select AI's PC games with a relatively high popularity rate to hold esports competitions to further promote the AI brand. Chapter 589 Steam. After leaving the AI headquarters in Redwood City, Simon rushed to the Palo Alto Igrant headquarters to attend a project meeting on splitting the online software store iStore. This matter is actually still related to video games. In order to carry out further refined operations, iStore, the online software sales platform of Igrant, plans to split into 2 parts in the near future. The original eStore online software store will continue to provide sales and download services for various types of paid or free application software, and the game software business will be split out separately to establish a dedicated game sales platform. According to his long-term personal habits, Simon has already named this website, Steam. iStore is the first Ygritte project that Simon's housekeeper Alice Ferguson is responsible for. The housekeeper's current work focus has shifted to Amazon Online Mall, but the software store business is still in her charge. She also attended this split meeting. Simon's purpose of attending these meetings is just to have a more intuitive understanding of the development status of various businesses of Ygritte. The one-hour meeting was mainly for the independent discussion of the team in charge, and he did not express his own opinions too much. After the meeting ended and everyone else was sent away, Simon looked at the housekeeper, who subconsciously took a sip of the coffee at hand, and asked, "Did you not rest over the weekend?" Alice Ferguson put down her coffee cup and said, "I went to Chicago over the weekend to discuss the planning of a new batch of distribution centers." Simon nodded. He also knew about this. Amazon Online Mall is planning to build a batch of new large-scale logistics distribution centers. The total investment in all 7 distribution centers will reach $350 million. The average investment of $50 million per distribution center is a big deal even after many years. Once completed, it will also provide more than 10,000 new jobs across North America. After these logistics distribution centers are completed and put into operation at the end of this year and the beginning of next year, Amazon will further increase the variety of goods in the online mall in addition to books, videotapes and movie peripherals. Therefore, it is a very important layout of Ygritte's e-commerce business. Looking at the obvious fatigue on the housekeeper's delicate and beautiful face, Simon said, "You have to know that in my mind, Ygritte's business has a very clear product priority. Among the businesses you are responsible for, the online mall is the top priority that absolutely cannot be lost. Even if it fails completely, I will start over with a second investment. In comparison, if necessary, I will abandon the software store without hesitation." Simon has actually emphasized this more than once. Alice Ferguson disagreed a little and retorted, "In the past year, the software store has provided us with very considerable revenue and profits. But you also need to see the development trend of online software sales." Simon immediately continued, "At this stage, Ygritte's store does have unparalleled advantages in technical support, payment tools, website traffic, marketing promotion, etc. Software and game manufacturers who choose to sell their products in software stores can sell 10 million copies, while building their own websites may only sell 1 million copies. In this way, the 30% commission is very cost-effective. However, the internet is a very open platform. Not only Microsoft and AOL, but also some other independent internet companies are trying to enter this industry. Moreover, with the continuous development of internet technology, marketing channels, payment tools and their own brand awareness, once manufacturers find that building a separate platform to sell products brings more considerable profits than paying the 30% commission of software stores, they will definitely tend to do so. What are you going to do then?" Alice frowned slightly. In fact, this trend has already appeared, or has always existed. Oracle's database software and Microsoft's series of flagship software products have never been available on iStore, because these manufacturers already have their own very mature distribution channels and can achieve a higher gross profit margin than the share ratio of iStore stores. The housekeeper did consider reducing the share ratio to attract these top software manufacturers to join, but the current network transmission speed is not friendly to large-scale software with a scale of hundreds of megabytes. Instead of spending several hours downloading a piece of software, users might as well drive out and spend more than 10 minutes to buy a set of physical CDs. After AOL completed the ADSL network upgrade, the internet speed of most internet users in North America has been greatly improved, and internet data transmission technology and online payment tools have become more mature. When iStore wanted to promote these cooperations again, Microsoft had already launched its own software store, and recently decisively abandoned iPay and cooperated with American Express to launch its own online payment tool, Microsoft Wallet. Simon did not wait for the housekeeper's answer, nor did he ask any further questions. He continued, "You must be thinking that perhaps we can use methods such as limiting the exposure of these websites on the Ygritte portal, or refusing to provide them with the iPay payment interface as bargaining chips to force them to sell their products on the iStore platform, but doing so will only benefit our competitors. In Ygritte's product priority, IP is also in the first echelon. If a decision is beneficial to the development of IP but will hurt ISTOR, then this decision should still be passed. You think that these manufacturers will completely escape from Ygritte, but in fact, they will not. Although they have lost a commission from the software store, they still have to use our IP tool and pay for it. Without the official promotion of ISTOR, they still need to place a large number of online advertisements to promote their own websites. The Ygritte portal happens to be an advertising platform that they absolutely cannot bypass. Similarly, the priority of the online advertising business is higher than that of ISTOR. Online payment and online advertising businesses can easily form a Matthew effect where the strong become stronger. This is a feature that ISTOR does not have, and it is also the key to why their priority is higher than other products. Simon tapped his fingers on the conference table a few times and said, "It seems that we need to hold a serious meeting for this, tomorrow." He looked at the girl beside him and said, "Make arrangements. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, anyone in the Bay Area must be present on time." Allison nodded in agreement and wrote this down on the memo. After Simon gave the order, he looked at the housekeeper opposite and said to Girl A again, "You don't have to go to Mountain View with me later. Take Ellie to do a beauty spa or something, anyway, all kinds of maintenance for you women, and then send her to my villa in Woodside." The housekeeper was about to refuse, but after hearing Simon's last sentence, she protested with a slightly red face, "I still have work." "Not now." Simon stood up after speaking. He still had to rush to the construction site of the Ygritte Park in Mountain View to take a look. Alice sat still, staring at Simon with a stubborn expression, repeating, "I still have work to do." Simon also stared back, "Be obedient, or I will force you to take a vacation." Alice stared at the man opposite for half a second, dodged a little, looked over again, and bargained, "I won't go to your place tonight." "Okay, I'll go to your place." After Simon went out and disappeared, Alice's stiff body softened. Allison, who was left by Simon, smiled and said, "Let's go, Alice, you really need to relax." The housekeeper still had a cold face, but the person involved had already left, and she didn't hold a stalemate with Allison. The relationship between the two sides was actually not very good. The housekeeper still clearly remembered that she was cheated by the four girls ABCD when they first met in Greenwich. The two women walked out of the meeting room, and Simon, who had already left, deliberately left a driver for them. The housekeeper's current level has her own full-time driver, but she did not refuse the kindness of a guy. Girl A was not familiar with San Francisco, but she called Girl C and arranged everything in less than 5 minutes. It was almost noon. The two women first found a restaurant to have lunch, and then rushed to a beauty salon near Atherton in northern Palo Alto. It took a whole afternoon to complete the maintenance. They left the club in the evening, and Girl C also drove over. The two women stood at the door of the club and saw Claire get off the car. Girl A subconsciously looked into the car and asked with a smile, "Where's the little fairy?" "School, I'm very busy with studies recently." Claire hugged Allison and smiled, "Why don't I call her to come over?" Allison just rolled her eyes. Claire hugged Alice affectionately again and praised her, "Alice, you seem to be more beautiful again." Even I moved. Knowing that Claire was teasing her sexual orientation, the housekeeper simply rolled her eyes. After the greeting, Claire left her car, and the three women took a car to a nearby French restaurant. Girl C had booked a seat in advance. Sony directly refused. Panasonic asked for 30% of the shares, which was simply blackmail. The most annoying thing is Kodak. They would rather their technology rot than cooperate with us. If we want to get on the digital camera project, we can only rely on ourselves. At the table, the topic discussed by the three women with strong career ambitions was still inseparable from work. Tinkober will release the third generation of ICOM digital cameras during Easter this year. With the further popularization of the internet and the rise of social networks, more and more users tend to show themselves on the internet platform, and the demand for digital cameras has also increased significantly. While established electronics manufacturers such as Sony and Panasonic have launched their own digital camera products, ICOM, which is not considered high-end, has firmly occupied 60% of the digital camera market shipments in the past year by virtue of its advantages in brand, price and network adaptation. The annual shipments in 1993 reached 2.76 million units, an increase of 350% compared with the annual shipments of 610,000 units in 1992. Relying on such outstanding sales performance, Preliminary statistics show that Tinkerbell's annual sales reached $1.39 billion, and its annual net profit was as high as about $120 million. As a supporting electronic product around the internet, the rise of Tinkerbell is undoubtedly the most intuitive proof of the explosion of the internet industry. Digital cameras provide internet platforms with richer picture content, and the explosion of the internet industry has also greatly increased the public's demand for digital camera products. The two sides can be said to complement each other. While continuing to increase its investment in digital cameras, Tinkerbell has not stopped developing other products. In addition to the iPlayer MP3 player project that has been privately perfected, and the USB flash drive and other products that are planned to be launched along with the promotion of USB technology, Tinkerbell also plans to launch a digital video camera (DV) project in the near future. Compared with digital cameras, the threshold for digital video cameras is much higher, and it also involves patent barriers. Many established electronic manufacturers around the world have long begun to invest in the research and development of digital video cameras. Although most manufacturers' goals are professional-grade commercial products, rather than the mass consumer products that Tinkerbell focuses on, these established manufacturers are far behind Tinkerbell in terms of patent layout and technology accumulation. Cooperating with these established manufacturers can not only launch their own products faster, but also obtain relevant patent authorizations to avoid patent litigation in the future. However, Sony, Panasonic and other manufacturers have already given Tinkerbell an advantage in digital cameras, and now they regret it, and naturally will no longer support Tinkerbell in developing its digital video camera business. Therefore, when receiving cooperation invitations, they either directly refuse or put forward unacceptable conditions. Tinkerbell can only rely on itself. After listening to Claire talking about this, Allison thought for a while and said, "In fact, I think that the popularity of home film cameras is also very high nowadays. Tinkerbell may consider developing a special machine for converting film to digital, so that everyone can convert the videos they shot with film into digital images. There should be a huge market for this." Claire shook her head and said, "It's not like you haven't seen Hollywood's film-to-magnetic equipment. A full set of professional equipment costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and is very large and bulky. How can you achieve home use?" Girl A said, "If it can't be for home use, it can be done at the commercial level of a photo finishing shop. Hollywood's equipment is very professional and of course expensive, but you only need to deal with home use Super 8mm film, and the conversion quality doesn't need to be perfect." Girl C continued to shake her head, "If you are interested, you can try this project." The housekeeper, who had been speaking very little, interrupted and said, "Since digitalization is already a very obvious industry trend, the product cycle of developing such a machine will definitely not be too long. Perhaps in the future, digital cameras will have become popular before they are promoted." Girl A paused, wanting to refute that film and digital may coexist for a long time, just like digital cameras and film cameras today. After thinking about it, she still didn't speak. The current popularity of digital cameras is still far behind that of film cameras. However, after the launch of digital camcorders, considering the many advantages of this product, perhaps the speed of elimination of home film cameras will be faster than that of film cameras. Girl C did not continue this topic, but instead asked about Alpha Beta, the company that girls A and B work together. She also regretted that she should have brought Girl A into her company as a shareholder, so that she could get more care from Simon through Allison. The three girls seemed to have a very harmonious dinner, and when they left the restaurant, they immediately split into two groups. The driver drove the car over. Allison took Claire's arm and said to the housekeeper, "C and I are going shopping, so we won't take you with us. Go back and have a rest early, and remember the meeting tomorrow morning." The housekeeper stood by the door and didn't get in the car immediately. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly said, "I'm going to Woodside, you have to open the door for me." Girl A was a little surprised and a little disappointed. "Didn't you say you were going home? The bus might go directly to your place." "I'm going to Woodside," the housekeeper repeated and got in the car by herself. The driver didn't rush to close the door, and looked at Girl A waiting. Seeing this situation, Allison asked Claire, "How about going to Woodside tonight and sleeping together?" Claire glanced at the housekeeper in the car, her eyes flashed, and nodded, "Okay." Chapter 590 short. At night, Simon attended a gathering of Silicon Valley business circles at the invitation of Larry Ellison. He returned to the mountain mansion in Woodside at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Entering the living room of the villa, A and B, who heard the noise, came out to greet him. Simon was not surprised that C appeared here. He smiled and greeted her, handed her coat to A, and asked Claire, "How is the preparation of the new generation of ICOM?" Claire walked in with Simon in a slightly intimate manner and replied, "It is in trial production and will start preparing for stock next month. Boss, do you want to visit me tomorrow?" Coming to a living room on the side of the living room, Simon sat down on the sofa and said, "Next time, I will leave at noon tomorrow." Claire nodded, sat down next to Simon casually, and said, "Boss, several Wall Street investment banks have contacted me about the IPO of Tinkober recently. When do you think it is appropriate for us to go public?" I poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Simon. When she stepped back, she couldn't help but glance at C, who was leaning slightly against her boss. Simon sat in the middle of the couch, Claire took one side, and the other side was empty. Allison hesitated for a moment, but did not sit on the other side of Simon as the two women had agreed to do privately, but chose a single sofa next to him. Worried that her expression would reveal something, she took a document on the coffee table and flipped it open after sitting down to cover it up, occasionally looking up and echoing the two people who were chatting with her eyes. Simon did not notice these small details, and smiled and said, "If you are anxious to let others know that you are now a small rich woman, of course you can start an IPO as soon as possible. The ICOM series is selling very well. Although Tinkerbell has started several R&D projects at the same time, it is not short of funds. On the other hand, Tinkerbell does not have venture capital that is eager to go public and cash out. As the largest shareholder with a 70% stake, Westeros Company not only has no need to cash out, but can also continue to provide funds for the company, so there is no need for an IPO at all. If it were not for considerations other than economics, Simon would even hope that all companies in the Westeros system would remain private. Cisco, Nokia, AOL, and Deaneries Entertainment, which will be listed in the middle of the year, are all helpless. As the most important layout of the Westeros system in the consumer electronics industry, the product field involved by Tinkober is not sensitive, so it is okay for the company to remain private for a long time. Claire was a little disappointed with Allison's temporary retreat, and she quietly moved closer to her boss. She actually had no intention of IPOing Tinkober, but just found a topic at random. But the recent stock prices of Cisco and AOL are close to the high of $50 billion. I have seen many analysts believe that the technology sector has reached its peak. Now is the best time for an IPO. Simon took a sip of coffee, feeling the good smell coming from Miss C, turned his head to look at her, and found that although Claire was wearing a women's shirt and black trousers that he was very familiar with on weekdays, her collar was open at this time, and the edge of the light pink lace could be faintly seen. Without hiding his gaze, Simon smiled and glanced at her a few times, teasing, "See, you didn't secretly invest in technology stocks and come here to trick me today, did you?" Claire tilted her body again to make it easier for the man to see her, and immediately admitted, "I invested $5 million, all loans. Boss, if I lose money, I can only ask you for help." Simon asked, "When did you buy it?" "Last year." "Did you increase leverage?" "Only doubled it." "Yes." Seeing Simon nod without comment, Claire carefully grabbed the man's arm and shook it. "Boss, should I sell it now?" "It's okay to hold it for another year." Claire asked, "What about after a year?" Simon glanced at Girl C, who had hugged his arm and came close to him, and shook his head. "I don't know." Seeing that her boss did not object to her closeness, Claire did not pursue her anymore. Her light blue eyes narrowed slightly, her body rubbed lightly against the man, and her red lips slightly opened. Sitting quietly beside and watching all this, Lady A felt her cheeks slightly hot. Seeing the two getting closer and closer, she finally couldn't help but stand up and said, "Boss, I'm going to rest first. Don't leave." Simon hadn't spoken yet, but Claire spoke, and then leaned over to the man's ear and whispered something. In the quiet living room late at night, Lady C's voice was actually very clear. Hearing Claire reveal some of her most private things, Lady A was like a deer trapped and fixed in a trap, her face flushed, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. Simon thoughtfully interrupted Claire without waiting for her to finish speaking, patted her side with a gentle smile, and said to Allison, "Come here." Allison had heard a similar tone from a man before, and she didn't want to be like those women, but she found that her body didn't obey at all. It was as if she was under a spell called obedience. She came to sit next to Simon, obediently took the coffee cup handed over by the man and put it on the coffee table, glanced at Claire on the other side, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Simon's coffee cup was taken away by Girl A, who took Alison's chin and was about to kiss her when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where's Alice?" Both girls paused. Simon only looked at Girl A's expression and understood instantly, but he just smiled and didn't stop his hand movements. He came to Simon's villa in Woodside with Girls AC. The housekeeper didn't spend much time with him and went upstairs to the master bedroom to wait for Simon to return. The fatigue accumulated from the days of high-intensity work was not completely relieved by the afternoon's maintenance and rest. He took a bath again, lay alone on the man's big bed and read magazines, and fell asleep unknowingly. It was a very relaxing deep sleep. When I woke up again, the magazine from last night was still at hand, but there was no trace of the man on the big bed. The curtains were not drawn last night, and the bright sunshine had already slanted into the bedroom. The window was still open, and the fresh air in the mountains made people feel relaxed and happy. But inexplicably, I was not happy at all. Especially after going downstairs, she saw a guy eating breakfast and reading a newspaper in the restaurant, and the beautiful silk scarves that matched the necks of the two AC girls. Damn guy. So she didn't even respond to the man's good morning greeting. She sat down at the dining table with a cold face, thinking that this would make him more proud. Soon she ate breakfast as if nothing had happened, talked to him about the company as if nothing had happened, and rushed to the company with him as if nothing had happened. I don't care. Because it was an impromptu meeting, there was not much preparation in advance. The meeting on the priority of Ygritte products was more like a free discussion. Everyone was very busy, and the meeting lasted only more than half an hour. Simon's last request was that Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and Tim Berners-Lee, the three giants, and the housekeeper who was brought into the meeting room by Simon personally, must submit a full handwritten priority report to him every month, detailing the solution to the priority conflicts in the development decision-making process of various businesses under Ygritte. After the meeting, Simon rushed to Cisco's headquarters in San Jose to discuss some things with John Chambers, and boarded a plane to New York near noon. On the East Coast, after taking over the USA TV network, Deaneries Entertainment's TV business also needs to make corresponding adjustments. January 20th is approaching, and it will be the first anniversary of Bill Clinton's inauguration. Bill Clinton's current foundation in the political world is far less than that of George Bush in the previous term, so the White House has been busy with major and minor events over the past year, which can be said to be overwhelmed. In order to get a good start for its second ruling idea and boost morale, the White House turned its attention to the internet industry. After all, the Information Superhighway Act is the most important bill promoted since Clinton took office. Therefore, after coordination with Silicon Valley, on January 19, Ygritte released a 1993 Global World Wide Web User Report in advance before the annual financial report that the outside world paid more attention to. The White House followed up and exaggerated the rapid development of the internet industry in the past year as its own achievement. The report shows that as of December 31, 1993, the number of users accessing the World Wide Web had reached 73 million worldwide, covering 116 million internet users. Among them, the number of World Wide Web users in the United States alone reached 46 million, covering 75 million internet users. Japan's World Wide Web user scale followed the United States, ranking second, reaching 5.3 million. Germany ranked third with 3.8 million. The United Kingdom ranked fourth, with 2.9 million users. Canada, which is adjacent to the United States, ranked fifth with 2.6 million users. Australia, where the Westeros system focuses on operations, also has 1.5 million World Wide Web users, ranking ninth behind France, Italy and Spain. With a total population of only 17 million in Australia, the popularity of the World Wide Web in this country is as high as 14%, second only to Canada's 15% and the United States' 28%. Compared with 1992, the number of domestic web users in the United States increased by 64% in 1993, and the increase in the number of web users in key overseas countries was generally more than 100%. The report also predicted that in 1994, the number of domestic web users in the United States will still increase by more than 50%. Because the popularity of the web is relatively low in overseas countries such as Japan, Germany, and the United Kingdom, the scale of web users in these countries will still maintain an annual growth rate of more than 100% in 1994 under the background of the rapid rise of the internet industry. Therefore, the number of global web users is expected to reach 120 million by the end of 1994, covering more than 200 million Internet users. The release of this report and the official hype about the rapid development of the Internet industry in the past year have the most direct consequence of triggering another collective surge in Nasdaq technology stocks. However, on January 19, Cisco's stock price rose by 3.9% at the afternoon close, and its market value officially broke through the $50 billion mark, becoming the first Internet company among many emerging technology companies to break through the $50 billion market value. Following closely, on January 21, after 3 consecutive days of rising stock prices, AOL's stock price also successfully broke through the $50 billion mark. As of the close of January 21, Cisco's total market value reached $53.6 billion, and AOL's market value was also fixed at a high of $51.5 billion. The stock prices of other new technology companies such as Microsoft, Intel, and Oracle have hit new highs. Even IBM, which has been in trouble in recent years, has taken advantage of this favorable wind to break through the $40 billion mark after the new CEO Lou Gerstner took office last year and carried out a determined reform for more than half a year. The madness of technology stocks has attracted more investors to the Nasdaq market on the one hand, and on the other hand, many self-proclaimed sober investors believe that the technology stock market is overheated. Cisco and AOL, the two leading companies whose market values have both exceeded $50 billion, have obvious bubble costs. The annual financial reports of various companies will not be released until the next 2 months, but the capital market can basically make a rough estimate based on the financial data of the companies in previous quarters. There is no doubt that new technology companies such as Cisco and AOL have high growth rates, but the market value of Cisco and AOL exceeding $50 billion is too exaggerated in the eyes of many people. As of the close of January 21, only 4 companies among all listed companies in the U.S. stock market had a market value of more than $50 billion. Cisco and AOL's market value is second only to General Electric, which ranks first, and Philip Morris, the U.S. food giant, which ranks second. The market value of the two companies is $76.2 billion and $55.3 billion respectively. In comparison, the revenue of both General Electric and Philip Morris is 10 times that of Cisco and AOL. Even the net profit scale of the two companies in the last fiscal year of $4.6 billion and $5.9 billion respectively is equivalent to the revenue of Cisco in 1993. Old heavy industry giants such as General Motors and Ford Motor, whose revenue has exceeded $100 billion in recent years, have a market value of only $37.1 billion and $29.5 billion respectively as of the close of January 21. Exxon and Mobil, two other energy giants that have long been flirting with each other and seeking a merger, had market capitalizations of only $43.6 billion and $35.3 billion, respectively, at the close of trading on January 21. Walmart, which supports 5 super-rich people in the Walton family, has a market capitalization of only $45.1 billion. In early 1994, there were still no companies with a market capitalization of $100 billion in the United States. $50 billion is a threshold for major corporate giants. How could it not raise questions when other companies have spent a century trying to break through the barrier that was easily crossed by 2 emerging high-tech companies that were only established for about 10 years? Therefore, after Cisco and AOL's market capitalizations both broke through the $50 billion barrier, many hedge funds on Wall Street began to establish targeted stock shorts, betting that Cisco and AOL's stock prices would fall sharply in the next few months, with a key time point being the release date of the two companies' annual financial reports. The capital that shorted Cisco and AOL believes that as the two companies release financial reports that do not match their high market capitalizations, the capital market will calm down again, and a selling trend will emerge to push down stock prices. As of the close of January 21, in just a few days, the short position size of Cisco and AOL alone exceeded $6 billion, and the total short position size of the entire Nasdaq technology stock market reached $20 billion, and it is expected to continue to increase next week. Stock hedging is a zero-sum game. The total $20 billion short position, covering a large number of Nasdaq technology stocks, naturally also means long positions of the same size. Circe Fund Management, a subsidiary of Courteney Capital, has recently quietly increased the size of its hedge fund to $5 billion, and Courteney Fund Management alone has taken over one-third of the $20 billion short contract for technology stocks, reaching $7 billion. Courteney Capital is not unwilling to take on more, but there is no shortage of other long capital in the market that is optimistic about the prospects of technology stocks. Stock hedging requires capital to first borrow a certain proportion of stocks as asset collateral. Even in order to facilitate many hedge funds to establish short positions specifically targeting technology companies such as Cisco and AOL, Westeros and other closely related holding capitals have generously lent out their own technology stocks. As long as the commission is high enough, I will give you as much as you dare to borrow. Chapter 591 No Suspense. As a precursor to the Oscars, this year's 51st Golden Globe Awards ceremony will be held on Saturday, January 22nd. Simon returned from New York with Janet on Friday. As usual, he did not plan to attend the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. He only planned to attend the after-party held by a grid after the ceremony. This year's Golden Globe Awards, including the upcoming Oscars, are actually not too suspenseful. Schindler's List, directed by Steven Spielberg, is the big winner of this award season. Unstoppable. With the passing of the hot schedule at the end of the year, the momentum of a series of blockbusters has gradually faded. As of January 20th, the three major blockbusters in the schedule at the end of last year, The Lion King, was released in its ninth week, with a single-week drop of 27%, and another $10.11 million, with a cumulative box office of $279.53 million, only $20 million away from $300 million. The total box office in North America is expected to be around $310 million. Moreover, the box office performance of The Lion King in overseas markets is even more eye-catching. At present, when many overseas ticket warehouses have not yet opened, the cumulative overseas box office of this 3D animated film has exceeded that of North America, reaching $360 million. Including North America, the film's global cumulative box office has exceeded $670 million. The industry generally predicts that the film's global total box office will be between $800 million and $900 million. Just relying on box office revenue, Deaneries Entertainment can earn more than $200 million in net profit from The Lion King. The great success of the second 3D animated film has completely broken Disney's monopoly on animated films, basically consolidating Deaneries Entertainment's position in the Hollywood animation industry. Toy Story 2, which will be released at the end of 1994, has also become one of the most anticipated movies this year. Mission Impossible, which was released for the eighth week, continued to earn $5.51 million with a single-week drop of 37%, with a cumulative box office of $170.96 million, and the total box office in North America is basically locked at $180 million. The overseas box office of Mission Impossible also exceeded that of North America, and has recently reached $230 million, with a global cumulative total of $410 million. The great success worldwide has made Nicolas Cage, the male lead of Mission Impossible, another top-tier male star in Hollywood. With the rise of a large number of new generation male stars such as Keanu Reeves, River Phoenix, Brad Pitt, Nicolas Cage, etc. in recent years, relying on the DC movie universe and other blockbuster films, Tom Cruise, who was at the peak of his popularity in the 1980s, has begun to lose popularity rapidly, and the resources he can obtain are becoming less and less. Recently, many high-quality projects have begun to be favored by the studios as the first choice for rising stars in recent years. The DC movie universe film Cyborg fell 37% in the first box office week after the holiday from January 7th to January 13th, earning $35.52 million. The decline narrowed to 31% in the week from January 14th to January 20th, earning another $24.51 million. After 4 weeks of release, Cyborg has accumulated a box office of $192.63 million. According to the box office base of Cyborg in the fourth week and the current downward trend, the final box office of the film will be around $260 million, surpassing The Flash and hitting $300 million, but the possibility is slim. The popularity of blockbuster films has subsided, and the attention of a number of films in the award season has begun to increase significantly. As the biggest favorite of this award season, Schindler's List has recently begun to expand its screening scale. From January 14th to January 20th, the number of screens for Schindler's List increased to 256, and the single-week box office revenue was $4.67 million, and the average theater was still as high as $18,000. 6 weeks after the opening, Schindler's List has accumulated a box office of $15.65 million without a large-scale release. Cape du May Manor. In the restaurant of Shale Villa, the atmosphere at dinner was very lively, but it was a little bit more feminine than masculine, and this was when the maids were all sent out. At the table, Janet was next to Simon as usual. Across from them were Veronica and Jennifer. In between the two girls was Melbourne, who had been completely weaned. The little guy was facing his parents, looking very well behaved. He no longer climbed onto the dining table or threw the plates and bowls out to make noises. As for being picky about food, that was not allowed. Such small details were the result of Simon and his wife's forced change. During this period, Simon also found that Jennifer was definitely more suitable for taking care of children than Veronica. In addition to the two little ones, the female assistant also took good care of Melbourne. She was not as indulgent as Veronica, always patiently guiding the little guy on what to do and what not to do. Recently, she also started some enlightenment education, various picture blocks, etc., which were not deliberate, but obviously could improve the child's cognitive ability. It can be seen that Veronica was a little disappointed about this. Simon did not dare to let her take care of Melbourne anymore. Veronica's attitude towards the little guy was completely "baby wants a star, okay Nana will help you pick one." If this continued, the child would definitely become a super dandy when he grew up. The Golden Globe Awards ceremony was being broadcast live on the TV mounted on the wall of the restaurant, but the topic everyone was discussing was about building a private school in Malibu for the little ones. The female assistant had already found several education experts and started to select a location of the school. Compared with college education, Simon actually paid more attention to primary and secondary education, because this is the most critical stage for cultivating children's thinking and cognitive abilities and even personal character. As long as certain key qualities are confirmed before adulthood, college is not that important. On the TV screen, Schindler's List successfully won another Best Screenplay award. Simon just glanced at it casually, retracted his attention and said to the female assistant, "Not only the children of the management of the Westeros system, but also the entire Los Angeles area after the school is built. I hope that Mel will have a larger social circle in the future." The female assistant nodded. Janet said, "It's not good to be too big. Mel doesn't need to know people who don't need to deal with." The little guy opposite heard his parents mention him, raised his head in confusion, and then habitually looked at Veronica beside him. Veronica wiped the corners of the kid's mouth and explained in a friendly tone, "Mom and Dad are discussing Momo schooling." The kid obviously had no idea about going to school. After hearing what Veronica said, he pushed the small bowl in front of him, indicating that he didn't want to eat pumpkin porridge, and secretly asked Veronica for chocolate. He was discovered. Janet glared at him, "No chocolate, do you want a spanking?" He was really spanked by his own mother. It was a deep memory. The kid pouted, but didn't dare to cry. Veronica glanced at Janet helplessly, and didn't dare to coax him. According to past experience, if she opened her mouth, she would often attract the child's father. "You scared mother." Simon didn't say anything, but the female assistant rolled her eyes at Janet. After saying that, she simply held the kid on her lap and fed him while comforting him, saying softly that he could be rewarded with a piece of chocolate after drinking the pumpkin porridge, but the baby had to learn to brush his teeth himself today. As dinner was about to end, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony on the wall-mounted TV was also coming to an end. The Lion King won the Best Film Award for Musical Comedy, and then Spielberg won the Best Director Award. Period. After dinner, the female assistant handed the child to Veronica, and then asked Janet, who was leaning on Simon, to check the tableware together. Janet was reluctant and said that this should be the servant's job. Simon glared at her and she got up reluctantly. Soon, the sound of broken porcelain came from the kitchen. The female assistant's voice sounded, and she patiently said that it was okay and she could buy new ones tomorrow. Then Janet kept complaining that she was busy making money to support the family and had to do housework when she came back. It was really hard. Simon just smiled and sat at the dining table, listening to the occasional small disputes between the two women, and continued to watch the entire award ceremony. Schindler's List finally won the Best Film Award for Drama Without Suspense. After cleaning up the tableware, Janet immediately threw herself into Simon's arms, stretched out her index finger and said pitifully that she had just been scratched by the broken porcelain plate. Simon took a look and saw only a shallow red mark, not even a broken skin. He grabbed the woman's hand and kissed the index finger, saying, "I've disinfected it for you, it will be healed soon." Janet smiled and extended her index finger to him again. "Kiss it again." Simon raised his hand and opened it. "Don't be greedy." Janet narrowed her eyes and leaned over. "Kiss it again, I'll kiss you tonight too." The female assistant walked out of the kitchen and happened to hear some of Janet's frivolous words, so she teased, "Simon is not used to waiting too late, why don't you fulfill your promise now?" Janet immediately grabbed Simon's big hand and kissed it several times in a row, then moved her index finger over again. Simon had no choice but to kiss it again. The female assistant looked at Janet's mischief and asked Simon, "Do you want Neil to prepare the car?" Simon nodded and said, "We can go there in half an hour." He patted Janet in his arms and said, "Are you going?" "No." Janet shook her head and said, "I'm going to do maintenance later and then go to bed early. So, you don't have to come back tonight." After that, she climbed up from Simon's arms and said, "I'll go see Nick and Sir." After Janet left, the female assistant came over, smiled, raised her arms and placed them on Simon's shoulders reservedly, raised one leg and supported it on his knees, leaned over and kissed the man, and said, "Jenny and the others will take care of the children tonight. I'll live in the West Villa." Simon nodded, "Yes." The man played dumb, and the female assistant showed a threatening look in dissatisfaction. "You must come back. You've been out for a week." Simon put his arm around the female assistant's waist, held her in his arms, and smiled. "This week isn't over yet, is it?" Feeling Simon's joking tone, the female assistant said nothing more, came over and kissed him on the cheek, and whispered, "I'll go and prepare your clothes first." Simon let go of his hand and said, "How about you come with me?" The female assistant didn't rush to get up. "Aren't you afraid that I will keep a close eye on you?" Simon shook his head. "No." The female assistant kissed the man on the cheek again and said, "You are not afraid, but I am. It's already chaotic enough, and I don't want any trouble." This time, Deanery's Entertainment won a big victory in the Golden Globe Awards. Schindler's List won 3 of the 6 nominations and won the 3 major awards of Best Picture, Best Director and Best Screenplay in the Drama category. The Lion King won 3 of the 4 nominations and won the 3 major awards of Best Picture, Best Original Song and Best Original Score in the Musical Comedy category. The Tina Turner musical biopic What's Love Got to Do With It, released by Guillaume Films in the summer, won the Best Actress in the Musical Comedy category. In the Best Foreign Language Film category, Deanery's Entertainment nominated 2 films, namely, The Wedding Banquet, which won the Berlin Golden Bear last year, and Farewell My Concubine, which won the Cannes Palme d'Or. In the past, the winner of the Golden Globe Best Foreign Language Film this time was Farewell My Concubine. This time, Simon is more interested in The Wedding Banquet and the film director Ang Lee's development potential in Hollywood. The other party's second film, Eat Drink Man Woman, is still produced by Guillaume Films, so the focus of the research is on The Wedding Banquet, and the film also won the award. MGM, which also belongs to the Westeros system, also won the Best Actor award, this time with Philadelphia Story. This is Tom Hanks' second Golden Globe Best Actor award, and it also laid a good foundation for the Oscar competition in March. In terms of television, Deanery's TV's Desperate Housewives and Seinfeld also won a lot. In recent years, reality shows have become more and more popular. Deanery's Entertainment secretly promoted the establishment of relevant awards at the Golden Globe Awards, but unfortunately it did not succeed. Instead, the Emmy Awards have established awards specifically for reality shows. Deanery's Entertainment is so strong in Hollywood that it is impossible to hide it, so it is no longer hidden. After all, the quality of the films produced is unquestionable. Whether it is Schindler's List or The Lion King, they deserve the best film in both categories of the Golden Globe Awards. Deanery's Entertainment's after party was chosen at the Century City Hotel, not far from the Beverly Hilton Hotel where the Golden Globe Awards were held. When Simon arrived, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the party scene was still very lively. Not only the creators of the award-winning films, but also many stars who participated in tonight's awards ceremony came together. Simon raised his glass to congratulate Spielberg, John Lasseter, Tom Hanks and others one by one. After socializing in the crowd for half an hour, Amy Pascal came over. "Steven's agent talked to me this afternoon." Amy and Simon chose a booth at the edge of the hall and sat down, saying, "Steven recently decided to take a year off to spend time with his wife and children." After a year of delay, Spielberg probably completely understood that Deaneries Entertainment did not want him to continue directing the Jurassic Park series, so he found a way out and chose to withdraw voluntarily. "This is actually good for both parties." Simon nodded and asked, "When will the news be announced?" "At least after the Oscars," Amy said. In addition, Steven also said that he will not be named in the sequel to Jurassic Park. In the original Time and Space, until the reboot of Jurassic World many years later, Spielberg was still named as the executive producer. In fact, Spielberg has participated in many Hollywood blockbuster films, such as the Men in Black series and the Transformers series, and was named as the executive producer. This actually also shows Spielberg's lofty status in Hollywood. Of course, many things in this time and space have changed. Spielberg refused to have his name on the sequel to Jurassic Park, and he obviously still had a grudge against Deaneries Entertainment. Everyone knows that this filmmaker actually holds a grudge, and it is estimated that the last film left over from the Universal era will not be released for a long time. Simon did not intend to change Deaneries Entertainment's established development strategy to accommodate a certain filmmaker. Doing so would do more harm than good. Just like Sony in the original Time and Space constantly accommodated the bad guys, not only giving them high pay, but also becoming a foil to earn hard-earned money, and even causing a tragedy like the Sony hacking incident because of a spoof movie about assassinating the head of another country. Paramount's constant accommodation of Michael Bay is also the main reason for the complete collapse of the Transformers series. Disney, which has the best development in memory, does not have this problem. Thinking that George Lucas was outdated, they completely kicked him out of the Star Wars series. They thought Joss Whedon had too many ideas, and directly fired him after 2 consecutive hits of The Avengers. This kind of decision-making courage is difficult for other studios to achieve, and it has also contributed to Disney's prosperity to a large extent. The creativity of filmmakers is indeed precious, but countless facts have proved that excessive indulgence will only lead to disastrous consequences. Therefore, for Deaneries Entertainment, Simon always maintains a strong and dominant management attitude. Although he will not be too harsh on the creation of filmmakers, he will never keep accommodating a filmmaker just because of his outstanding achievements in the past. Chapter 592, Collecting Habits. In any case, Steven Spielberg's complete withdrawal from the Jurassic Park series will inevitably be interpreted and speculated by the media. He told Amy to pay attention to media public relations. Seeing Robert Redford coming from the crowd of guests, Simon took the initiative to stand up and greet him. Robert Redford is the presenter of the Golden Globe Award for Best Musical Comedy tonight. If Hollywood stars appear at the major film award ceremonies of the year, they either have nominated movies or have new movies released that year and need to increase exposure for publicity. Therefore, not everyone rushes to attend these award ceremonies. Redford is the latter case. This also has to do with What Lies, directed by Redford himself last year. At that time, Simon made a move and induced Disney to grab this project. Originally thought that it could consume part of Disney's high-quality schedule at the end of last year, but the effect of the movie after it was completed was really bad. Although it cost $40 million, Disney still decisively gave up the end of last year's schedule, and even wanted to throw it into the schedule graveyard of January and February this year. As a director, Redford naturally disagreed. Movie release dates have always been an important factor affecting the box office. If What Lies was released in January or February, the box office of the film, which was not optimistic about it, would be even worse, which would inevitably become a stain on Redford's career. After many negotiations between the two sides, Disney reluctantly made some concessions. The release date at the end of last year was still not available, but the release date was adjusted to a slightly better Easter this year. Redford attended the Golden Globe Awards this time to create some heat for the release of What Lies, and he will definitely attend the Oscars in March. Even if What Lies was not released, Disney's just past end of 1993 release date was also bleak. The highly anticipated Sister Act 2 had a total box office of only $26.56 million in North America as of last week, and it is expected that it can only barely break the $30 million mark before it is released. Compared with the total investment of $55 million in production and publicity, This project is difficult to recover all costs even after overseas distribution and other channels in the later stage. Speaking of which, because of the strength of Deanery's entertainment, other Hollywood studios have not had an easy time in the past year. Amy and Simon stood up together, greeted Redford and walked away. Simon and Redford sat down in the booth again. This year's Sundance Film Festival is the 10th, a very memorable year, and the film festival will open on January 20th, a little later than in previous years, and close on January 30th, lasting 11 days. They became friends because of Lola Run participating in the film festival, so the topic of the two naturally started with Sundance. Faced with Redford's invitation, Simon readily agreed to attend the closing ceremony of Sundance next Sunday. The two discussed several outstanding films of this Sundance, and Redford talked about What Lies again. He regretted not choosing to cooperate with Deanery's entertainment. His energy in the past year was involved in this film that might have been doomed to fail, and he has not yet started looking for other projects. Simon knew what Redford meant, and took the initiative to say that he would pay attention to the projects that suited him. In fact, this was also the purpose of Redford's coming to this after-party. Although he was grateful to Simon for his help, he could not always meet this increasingly shining young man. The two chatted enthusiastically for about 10 minutes. Redford also knew that many people at the party wanted to meet Simon. Seeing that it was almost time, he stood up and said goodbye to Simon and planned to leave the party. Simon personally sent Redford to the door of the party hall and said goodbye to Redford. Just as he turned around, Nancy Josephson, the daughter of ICM founder Marvin Josephson, came over with another tall girl, Natasha Henstridge. When she came closer, Nancy Josephson smiled and stretched out her hand to Simon and said, "Simon, are you leaving?" Simon shook hands with the other party and nodded, "Almost, it's late." Nancy Josephson took back her hand and gestured to the girl next to her, "Actually, Natasha wanted to say hello to you." If it weren't for seeing Natasha Henstridge, Simon would almost forget that he received a beautiful vase at the end of last year. Recently, the filming of Alien has started. Because it is a project of MGM and not a priority, Simon did not pay much attention to it. He just spent some time last year to finalize the basic original team, which can be regarded as a guarantee for the box office of the film. After taking a look at the tall girl who was wearing a black deep V dress tonight and showed her graceful figure, Simon smiled and pointed to the booth at the edge of the hall where he had just chatted with Redford and others. "Let's go over there to chat?" Nancy Josephson naturally agreed. The three of them came to the booth and noticed Natasha Henstridge's hesitation when they sat down. Nancy Josephson quietly pushed her and waited for the girl to sit down next to Simon before she sat opposite. She called the waiter over to change a glass of champagne and looked for a topic to talk about. "Simon, have you seen the two projects that Deanery's TV just signed with us recently?" Simon nodded and said, "I happened to be in New York a few days ago. It's a very good script. I heard that Friends was recommended to Iger by you personally." Nancy Josephson quietly looked at the expression of the young man opposite her and didn't see anything unusual. She was a little disappointed in her heart, but she smiled in agreement and said, "Yes, Seinfeld is so successful. I think the same type of urban sitcom should be very popular in the market." After the new year, Deanery's TV began to look for TV projects for the new year. Recently, it has just signed 2 scripts with ICM. One is an old-fashioned crime film, which Simon doesn't think much of. The other one is the famous Friends. In the original time and space, Friends was packaged and recommended to Warner Brothers. Television production company by Nancy Josephson, the daughter of ICM's founder, and then landed on NBC TV network, becoming NBC's most successful sitcom around the new century. Because of the phenomenal success of this sitcom, Time Warner was able to obtain hundreds of millions of dollars in copyright income from Netflix a year even decades later. CAA established a very successful project packaging mechanism in the 1980s. After the rise of Deanery's entertainment, although Simon did not completely reject this cooperation model that was very unfriendly to the studio, he never accepted forced project packaging. The agency has the power to recommend the main creators for the projects it has selected, but if Deanery's entertainment feels it is not suitable, it also has the final decision. Nancy Josephson's words just now were actually intended to test Simon's attitude towards the project, so as to guess how many artists under ICM can be recommended. If Westeros is very optimistic about Friends, then ICM can be stronger in subsequent cooperation and have more say in the process of striving for roles. After all, In order to facilitate the smooth progress of the project by the big boss personally paying attention to it, executives such as Robert Iger will inevitably make concessions during the execution process. In the past, in addition to the 6 main actors, big names such as Julia Roberts, Brad Pitt, and George Clooney who participated in guest appearances in the following years were actually clients of ICM, which shows the influence of ICM on this project. Many things in this time and space have changed. At least this time, Courteney Cox, who is signed to WMA and has her little fame, will definitely not play Monica Geller again. Except for Courteney Cox, Simon is very inclined to keep other actors original, so he will definitely interfere with the casting of this TV series in private. But of course, these will not be shown in front of Nancy Josephson. After a few perfunctory words, Simon turned to Natasha Henstridge, who occasionally pretended to touch him casually, and put his arm around the girl's waist and asked with a smile, "How is Nada recently?" Natasha Henstridge only felt that her life in the past few years was rough. In the past 2 years, the Victoria's Secret fashion show has become increasingly popular. She was originally selected. She thought she would become famous, but she was unexpectedly replaced by someone else. The girl who replaced her was named Nadja Orman, who was personally promoted by Westeros. She was definitely no match for the leg beauty. When she learned that she was eliminated for this reason, she almost collapsed. After losing the opportunity of Victoria's Secret, she felt that her modeling career was bleak and began to try to turn to Hollywood. The water here is not much shallower than the fashion industry. Then, she was suddenly selected by Simon Westeros. After a lot of trouble, she got Alien and became his exclusive vase. During this period, she not only owned a luxury villa worth $2 million in the wealthy area of Bel Air in Los Angeles, but also the stars of the Alien crew, who were much higher than her in Hollywood, were polite to her. Compared with other vases and extras, her treatment in the crew was like a princess. However, except for the initial meeting and chatting for half an hour on the plane, Westeros did not contact her again for more than 3 months. Thinking of some of the words of the female assistant beside him, she once felt that she might have been abandoned by Westeros. He didn't even sleep with her. Although the other party said that she would be his lover for a year, if she was abandoned like this, if other people knew about it, her situation in Hollywood would definitely be very bad. Therefore, she even began to suffer from insomnia and anxiety during this period, and she didn't dare to talk about this matter with anyone except her agent. Until tonight, the agent informed her that she would attend the party with the daughter of the boss of ICM, and also said that there might be hope to see Westeros. Sure enough, he saw her. However, looking at his initial gaze, he seemed to have really forgotten about her. At this moment, when the big hand came over, Natasha Henstridge did not resist the shyness or other emotions at all, and all she had in her heart was a sense of relief. She couldn't help but glance at other people in the hall. Many guests noticed the situation here, and she was not worried. Instead, she hoped that more people would see and know that she was Westeros's woman. Of course, thoughts cannot be messy. She quickly agreed to the man's question. "Very good, everyone takes good care of me." In fact, she originally thought that if the young man liked her enough, she might turn down the movie and switch to a more promising script. After all, the scale of Alien is a bit big. It is not easy for her to get rid of the vase image in such a movie. Now she dare not have such thoughts at all. Even during the filming process, when the director said that some shots could use a double, she did not dare to agree. What if he just wanted to see her body in this movie? Some kissing shots were arranged with a double, and the agent took the initiative to communicate with the crew. This small detail is much more insignificant than nude scenes. Although the crew found it strange, they naturally did not object. Simon nodded slightly and said, "Actually, you have a good figure. If you want to continue to develop in Hollywood, you can try the route of an action actress. Hollywood will need this kind of actress in the future." After Simon finished speaking, Natasha Henstridge immediately thought of Valeria Golino, the Catwoman and Batman, and Famke Janssen, the Wonder Woman. Valeria Golino is the youngest actress in Venice, so she can compare. But think about Famke Janssen, who was just a small model who didn't even have a big name. Nancy Josephson's eyes lit up. With the popularity of Wonder Woman, Famke Janssen has become the most successful example of the fashion industry turning to Hollywood, and has led to more fashion models starting to develop in Hollywood in recent years. Famke Janssen is actually an artist under ICM, but if the company can have another top action actress, no one will dislike it. After all, Famke Janssen will be locked in the role of Wonder Woman for a long time, and the appearance of another action actress will not cause too much resource conflict between the two sides. Natasha Henstridge stuck to the man inconspicuously and said, "But I don't know how to do it." "Have you learned to dance?" Natasha Henstridge said, "I took dance lessons for a while when I was a child, but I stopped when I was 10. Nancy Josephson, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Is it necessary to add the last sentence?" Simon just smiled and said, "You may have to suffer a little in this case. However, you are only 20 years old this year, so you still have a chance." 19 years old, Natasha Henstridge said, "My birthday is August 15th, and I will be 20 in half a year." Nancy Josephson couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Westeros is not a place for men who like young girls, so there is no need to talk about being young. It seems that I have to take time to teach this vase a lesson." Simon said, 19 years old is better, and the body can still be stretched. "You don't have many scenes in Alien, so ICM can help you arrange some training courses in the near future." Natasha Henstridge nodded obediently. This time, she didn't say that she was actually very tight on money. At the beginning, she couldn't help being greedy and asked for a mansion worth $2 million. Recently, she found that for such a villa, the annual property water, electricity, maintenance, cleaning and property taxes are a huge expense. It is estimated that it will cost $50,000 even if she saves. However, because she didn't have many scenes in Alien, she was not the first female lead, and she didn't have much status, so her salary was only $50,000. Her agent, Raoul, said that this was still high, obviously for Westeros' sake. If it were another actress, the maximum salary would be $30,000. In addition, she had to perform nude scenes, otherwise the salary would be lower. $50,000, minus the agent's commission and reserve taxes, plus her daily expenses, which were not low but not low, there would be basically nothing left. Therefore, she had to apply for a loan of $100,000 recently. The dress she wore tonight was rented, and it was a small brand that was not popular. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why she was anxious and insomniac during this period. If she was really forgotten by Westeros, she might have to sell the house in 2 or 3 years. Although she would get some money, there would be nothing else. After tasting the inside taste of Hollywood, the world of fame and fortune, too many people care about then after the then. Chapter 593, Collecting Habits, 2. Nancy Josephson only chatted for a while before giving up her space to Simon and Natasha. After Nancy left, other guests came to greet them, so Simon simply took Natasha Henstridge to the lobby for a simple socializing, and introduced some big names to the girl. This continued until 11 o'clock, when Simon decided to leave, having promised his female assistant that he would go back tonight, and he did not intend to go back on his word. After sending Natasha to Nancy Josephson again and asking her to take her home, Simon looked at the disappointed girl, took another look at her, and said with a smile, "The dress you are wearing is a bit ordinary. You should wear something nice to attend the party. I will have someone contact you tomorrow and you can pick out some nice clothes yourself." Beautiful clothes are of course attractive, but Natasha Henstridge is more worried that she will not hear from this man for several months after today's separation, so she took the initiative to ask, "Simon, can you take me home?" "Not today." Simon shook his head, thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's go to Park City next weekend and attend the closing ceremony of Sundance together. I happen to have a holiday cottage there." Hearing the man say this, Natasha Henstridge finally felt relieved and nodded in agreement. Back at Cape Dumay Manor, Janet had already gone to bed. Simon did not disturb Janet, but went to the room where the 3 little guys were in the Shell Villa to check on the children, and then went to the residence of the female assistant on the west side of the Shell Villa. Jennifer hadn't gone to bed yet. Simon came to the bedroom and said to the assistant who was leaning against the bedside reading, "I filled the water for you. You can take a bath first." Simon walked over and picked up the assistant who was wearing a thin silk pajamas. "Take a bath with me." The assistant cooperated and let Simon pick her up. Then she sniffed in the man's arms, smelled the perfume, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. When I woke up in the morning, the assistant was no longer around. It was 7 o'clock on Sunday morning. There was no work arrangement today, so I got up an hour later than usual. I jogged for more than half an hour on the 1-kilometer private beach on the west side of Cape Dumay, took a bath and changed clothes, and came to Shell Villa. Except for Janet, The three little ones had already woken up. The assistant was sent by the assistant to wake up Janet, who was staying in bed, and the family sat at the dining table on time at 8 o'clock. After breakfast, everyone was busy with their own things. The female assistant who took over the daily affairs of the Westeros family had to arrange the weekend's purchases. Janet was taken care of by Veronica to take care of the three little ones. In the villa, except for Dee and Alia, who had been keeping watch over the children last night and went to rest, there were other beautiful figures coming and going from time to time. So Simon became the one with the least time. He set up a recliner by the glass curtain wall of the Shell Villa facing the sea and leisurely enjoyed the morning sunshine while flipping through several mainstream newspapers today. I don't know how long it took. I basically finished reading a stack of newspapers and had no intention of getting up. I almost squinted my eyes and fell asleep. Came over with a laptop. Boss. She called softly. When Simon opened his eyes, Allison knelt down on the carpet next to the recliner and said, "The list of all 200 girls has been confirmed. The first batch of girls has arrived in London. Do you want to take another look?" "Yes," Simon said and sat up from the recliner. Girl A opened her laptop and placed it on the man's lap. She did not leave, still kneeling and leaning beside Simon's recliner, occasionally stealing a glance at the man's profile with a little satisfaction. After that night on Monday, Allison's daily life hardly changed. The girl knew very well that if she did not behave herself, she would probably not be able to stay with this man anymore. She quietly followed the man's gaze and looked at the laptop screen. Last year, a new batch of Ouija-made training program was launched. Some of the girls that Girl B initially selected did not satisfy Simon. Simon only selected a few dozen from the list provided by Girl B for the 200 girls to train. Of course, the plan would not be shelved because of this. Later, Simon simply published a future supermodel training program in the mainstream newspapers of various countries in Eastern Europe and Latin America in the name of Elite Model Agency, seeking girls aged 10 to 14 for special targeted training. For the Western modeling industry, people start to enter the industry at the age of 13 or 14. Many brands like to use these underage girls with slender frames who are more suitable for clothes racks to walk on the catwalk. Elite is still very famous in countries around the world. After the news was released, the offices set up in various countries eventually received more than 36,000 resumes of girls. These materials were made into electronic files and passed to Simon. In fact, Elite does not need girls who are too young, and there is no plan to spend money to train girls from scratch. After all, there are too many girls over the age of 13 in Latin America and Eastern Europe who have good figures for them to choose from. One model competition is enough to screen out many good seedlings. Simon actually did not have the patience to browse through more than 36,000 resumes. It was only after he found a few familiar names in the list initially provided by Girl B that he awakened some collecting attributes. In Latin America, where the modeling industry is very mature, as one of the few ways out for girls when they grow up, if their own conditions permit, girls often start to participate in some modeling training classes from the age of 7 or 8, and register with some primary modeling agencies. As for many models who always say that they were accidentally spotted by scouts on the street and accidentally embarked on the road of fashion, it is basically fabricated. Most girls are very proactive in submitting photos to various modeling agencies to recommend themselves or participate in various beauty pageants when they are of the right age. This is the case with Giselle Bundchen and Isabelle Fontana, two girls that Girl B collected from that batch of data. Girl G and Lady Fang. Of course, the two girls were 13 and 11 years old at that time, and they still belonged to the category of Lolita. But that can't be said. The 13-year-old Giselle Bundchen in the data was already close to 6 feet tall, 1.8 meters. After discovering the two girls, Simon had the idea of collecting some supermodels who were shining in his memory. So he greatly expanded the scope of recruitment through public media, and then he found many familiar names from as many as 36,000 data. However, this world is so big that it is not easy to find some people. In the end, there were only 11 girls in his memory that he was familiar with, which made Simon very satisfied. In addition to the 11 lucky candidates, the remaining 100 or so places will be screened through layers of screening. In order to let the selected candidates understand the preciousness of this opportunity, Simon specially arranged a strict screening process for the girls and their parents to experience firsthand. It is no exaggeration to say that 200 are selected from 36,000. Simon was browsing the list on the laptop and occasionally asking Girl A a few questions. There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Janet came over. After sending Girl A away, Janet knelt down next to Simon, imitating Allison, but she lay on the man unceremoniously and looked at the laptop screen together. She said with a little cunning in her eyes, "I found out your secret." Simon asked with a smile, "What is it?" Janet put her small hand on the laptop screen and tapped and searched for a while, pointing to her name, this, Natalie Vodyanova, and then continued to search, also, this, Carmen Case. Her information is fake. This girl is actually 16 years old, but she pretended to be 14 years old, but you still picked her out. Simon certainly did not admit it. Personal hobby, of course I will choose whichever girl I like. Hey, no. Janet knew very well that her man was actually a very picky guy. When you asked B to collect information for the first time, your requirements were very high. For example, these girls must come from complete families and avoid possible character defects. Although your standards were relaxed a little the second time, these two are obviously exceptions. For example, Natalia Vodyanova, this girl comes from a single-parent family, is not tall enough, and her appearance does not meet your preferences. The other one, Carmen Case, although this girl's appearance is very consistent with your preferences, you hate being deceived the most. Fruit Nana and Card God, of course, can be exceptions. Simon did not deny it. He smiled and raised his hand to knock Janet on the head, saying, "Really smart, but there is no reward." Janet pretended to open her mouth to bite Simon's finger, but failed. She hummed a few more times and said firmly, "I guess there must be many girls among these girls that you specially selected." Simon hummed in a very masculine way, with an attitude of "What can you do to me?" Janet giggled, scratched the man's chest with her little hand for a while, and said, "Have you settled it? Let's go to the monitoring room to see these little goblins of yours." Janet was so excited that she reached out to pull Simon. Simon actually wanted to see it too, so he got up and the couple went to a monitoring room on the basement floor of Shale Villa, which was equipped with dozens of surveillance screens. This facility connected Simon's more than 300 properties around the world, from Cape Dumay Manor to Europe and Latin America, and even dozens of surveillance cameras in Simon's private territory in Tasmania, Australia. Unconsciously, Simon found that he had some of the style of Howard Hughes in the past. Howard Hughes liked to install eavesdropping devices in the homes of his political and business enemies or hundreds of lovers. In fact, it was also a popular surveillance trend among the entire American upper class after the rise of the FBI. Being in it, Simon gradually realized that this was not a desire to peek into private matters, but more of a desire for control among people at the top of the pyramid. Simon also wanted to control everything. Therefore, in addition to this surveillance system that can connect to the world, Simon has also quietly invested in some spy equipment R&D teams in Australia, North America and Europe. He hopes that the surveillance system of the Westeros system will be able to intelligently identify and determine the behavior patterns of the target person in the camera in a few years. In fact, some of the equipment developed by the current R&D team already has similar equipment. Among the eavesdroppers that have been put into use, there is an intelligent function that goes into hibernation when the surrounding environment is quiet and automatically records when a sound appears. This can not only save the energy consumption of the eavesdropping equipment, but also avoid large sections of invalid redundant content. As for the moral and legal issues caused by the use of these equipment, Simon has never thought about it. If he is a person who is bound by too many secular rules and regulations in his heart, he would never reach the height he is today. Janet, who knows all this, is even more so. Women are far more lawless than Simon. Coming to the operating table, Simon sat down on the spacious office leather chair. Janet simply squeezed into the man's arms and skillfully pulled over the keyboard to type. A 32-inch display screen in the center of the monitoring wall, which is several times larger than the surrounding screens, showed the interior scene of a villa. Simon hugged Janet's waist and looked over together. Soon, he recognized the 12-year-old fruit nana Natalia Vodyanova among the girls on the screen. This is actually a villa far away in Chelsea, London. There is an 8-hour time difference between London and Los Angeles. It is already past 5 in the afternoon. The girls have just come back from outside and are taking off their thick clothes in the spacious entrance hall. They are only wearing sweaters and trousers, revealing their slightly immature but generally good-looking figures. Unlike Los Angeles, London is in the coldest season of the year. Because all the selected model seeds, Although these girls are between 10 and 14 years old, their average height is much higher than the pair's 200 girls, distributed in 20 villas in London, Paris, Berlin in Europe and Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Brasilia and other cities in Latin America, with 10 girls in each villa. In addition to the later famous Fruit Nana, the villa where Natalia Vodianova lives also has another Eugenia Volodina nicknamed Empress Eugene in the original time and space. This is also one of the 11 people Simon picked. In my memory, the Queen Eugene, who was so charming on the catwalk, was only 10 years old at this time, but her height was close to 1.6 meters, almost the same height as the poor and malnourished Frutina. According to the information, the cities where the two lived were only 300 kilometers apart. In the vast territory of Russia, they could be said to be fellow countrymen, so Simon put them in the same group. Janet looked at the girls on the screen for a while, and then turned on the sound. Birabila's Russian voice came over immediately. The 10 girls in this villa are all from Russia. In fact, half of the 100 girls in Europe are from Russia. Just like in Latin America, more than 80 of the 100 places are from Brazil, and the proportion is even higher, because Brazil has a large enough population, a perfect model training mechanism, and a good relationship with the United States. It is not realistic for Simon to choose girls in Cuba or Venezuela at this time, unless he chooses them from refugees through illegal channels. After listening for only a few seconds, Janet turned around and asked Simon in dissatisfaction, "What are these little goblins talking about?" Before Simon could answer, a middle-aged woman in a black suit with a serious expression appeared in front of the girls on the screen. She scolded them and the girls immediately stopped chattering. The middle-aged woman gave a few more dissatisfied instructions in English, and a slightly younger girl in her 30s beside her translated into Russian. After hearing the instructions, the girls obediently rearranged their down jackets that they had just taken off and hung them on the clothes hanger in the entrance hall, according to the middle-aged woman's very detailed instructions. Even their gloves, bags, scarves and shoes were no exception. How to fold, how to organize, and how to put them was very demanding. After more than 10 minutes, the girls were allowed to enter the villa living room. There were surveillance cameras in the public areas of the villa. Janet tapped the keyboard casually, and the camera cut over, continuing to watch the middle-aged woman with interest as she trained a group of immature girls. Simon actually intended this training plan as an experiment, a small experiment to gradually build an independent Westeros economy. The foundation of the economy is ultimately made up of people. After these girls pass the screening, they will enter the core circle of the Westeros family, so the training plan is very strict. Simon only plans to keep 20 in the end, no more than that. Including 11 supermodel seeds in memory, if they fail to meet the standards in the end, Simon may keep them as vases like Natasha Henstridge, but will not let them take on the work of the Westeros maid. If this training mechanism can be successful and expanded to other aspects, it will also bring a steady stream of direct talents to the Westeros system. Therefore, the 200 girls not only have a luxurious living environment, but the training team is also configured in a 1-to-1 ratio. In each villa, the butler, chef, translator, bodyguard, and driver team serving the girls are all 10 people, not to mention the secret supervisors. In addition, the private schools that the girls attend and the various trainings they receive on weekdays are all managed by top-level professionals. Although they are still small vases at this time, Simon intends to cultivate a group of big goblins who are better than ABCD and even the housekeeper, and even capable of wreaking havoc on the world, through a strict training and elimination mechanism. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Not That Important. Waking up in a warm and comfortable big bed again, Natalie Vodianova quietly pinched herself in the quilt. It was not a dream. It was still dark around, but she could smell a faint fragrance floating in the room. Recalling everything she had experienced in the past few months, Natalie felt that she was probably in heaven. Born in a small town in Novgorod Oblast, a former Soviet Union, and living in the most dilapidated neighborhood in the city, Natalie was raised by her mother alone since she was very young. When the Soviet Union collapsed, she was 9 years old and still ignorant. She didn't know what this meant. She only heard many people say that good days were coming. Feeling the excitement of everyone talking about this, the little girl was also very happy. But good days did not come. The new Russian Federation's economic situation plummeted. The factory where her mother worked suddenly closed down. She could only make a living by selling fruits. She also dropped out of school after the collapse of the ruble last year and struggled to make a living with her mother. Everyone couldn't eat, so naturally few people could afford to eat fruit. Moreover, there was a shortage of social materials, and only a small amount of goods could be obtained from wholesalers each time. Many times, she could not earn 10,000 rubles a day. The current prices in Russia are high, and 10,000 rubles can only buy 2 loaves of bread. The mother and daughter have often been hungry since last year, and sometimes they have to seek help from their equally poor grandparents. Although she sells fruit, she can't remember what the fruit she sells tastes like. Even if the excess fruit cannot be sold, it will be returned to wholesalers when it is about to go bad, and it is said that it will be canned. More than 2 months ago, my good friend Nia showed everyone a job advertisement printed in the newspaper. A very powerful model agency in the United States was recruiting trainees, and her age was just right. One of the most popular topics in this country in recent years is immigration. It's just that for people like them at the bottom of society, the word immigration is really out of reach. However, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to leave Russia, no one will let it go. This time, even her mother did not object, and squeezed out a little money to help her make a resume and send it out. Because of the unplanned photo and postage costs, the mother and daughter were unable to eat enough for the next few days. When she found that many girls around her had made similar attempts, she still blamed Nia in her heart. However, she showed the recruitment notice to too many people. Even among the friends around her, she was not pretty and not tall enough. With so many people sending out resumes, the possibility of getting a chance was slim. After half a month of fantasizing and waiting, there was no response, and the girls around her were the same. She gradually gave up. Indeed, there must be more and better girls in big cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg. How could it be the turn of these little girls from the rundown communities in small cities? When a black luxury car that she had not seen on the city streets for many years stopped in front of her house and took out the resume she had sent 2 weeks ago, she almost fainted with joy. But, didn't they say they were recruiting model trainees? How did it become a personal life assistant? The word sounded very formal, but her straightforward and aggressive mother saw the essence at a glance. It's actually a maid, right? The middle-aged staff member who was in charge of communicating with them did not deny it, saying that it was understandable. She was just a maid in a big man's house, so she needed to be trained from a young age, and the requirements were very high. Not just anyone could take on the role. In fact, the mother and daughter did not hesitate much. In the current situation at home, let alone a maid, it would not matter if she was asked to marry an old man immediately, as long as she could go to the United States. However, the mother still asked cautiously how much money she could make in the future. The middle-aged man who looked very successful said that once selected, she would be able to get a salary of $200,000 a year, and other benefits would be calculated separately. The mother was immediately unhappy. Liar. Do you think they are fools? In Russia today, even Yeltsin's annual salary is not $200,000. Well, how much is $200,000? As she listened, she calculated in her head. On weekdays, many people around her discussed the US dollar and the British pound, and she probably knew the exchange rate. The new ruble issued last year has increased in value by 1,000 times. Now, if you want to exchange $1 you probably need 4,000 rubles. $200,000 is equivalent to 800 million rubles. The mother and daughter can only earn about 300,000 rubles a month now. 800 million rubles. The mother was probably a little dizzy. She determined that the other party was a liar, but she was unwilling to give up. Forget about the joke of $200,000. As long as her daughter can go abroad and not do those shameful businesses, she doesn't expect anything else. After all, a liar without some strength can't drive such a luxurious car. The middle-aged man was very patient and explained seriously that he was not a liar and the $200,000 was real, but it was not easy for her to get this job. Their boss might only need 10 girls in the end, but he had to choose from tens of thousands of people. He came here today just to give her an interview opportunity to enter the preliminary selection. There are thousands of girls entering this stage, and only dozens of training places will be selected from them. The mother and daughter were confused again. When asking the middle-aged man who the boss was, The other party said that he didn't know either. He was just a junior clerk. Then he thought of another question. What if he didn't get selected? The middle-aged man regretfully said that if he didn't get selected, he couldn't do anything. Obviously, it's like what's going on now. This is terrible. The mother immediately began to try to figure out how to be selected. She sat on a small stool next to her and found that her mother had unconsciously moved closer to the middle-aged man. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to know nothing. The middle-aged man did not stay for long. He just introduced some matters in a formal way, saying that if the mother and daughter were willing, they could go to Moscow for an interview in the near future. Moscow. How to get there? How much does it cost? The mother and daughter could not afford such expenses now. Fortunately, the middle-aged man said that the interview stage would include food and accommodation, and they would not spend a penny. So she felt relieved. The tricks of scammers usually try every means to make people pay. If they don't spend a penny, they are probably not scammers. Moreover, Moscow is the capital of Russia. It is impossible for the mother and daughter to go there together, and nothing bad will happen. After getting a positive response, the middle-aged man asked them to sign an agreement and left in a hurry. Then she found that there were 7 girls in the small town who went to Moscow together, and 2 of her friends, Natalia and Nia, were among them. Suddenly, she felt a sense of crisis, and once again blamed Nia for showing the job notice to so many people. When they arrived in Moscow, they were arranged to stay in a very nice hotel. At the same time, they also found that this hotel was full of girls and parents from all over Russia, and there were more than 30 people in this batch. Sure enough, food and accommodation were all included, and there was no restriction on ordering. Every time, the mother asked the waiter for an extra cookie, intending to take it home when she left. She wanted to stop it, not because she felt embarrassed, but what if she was discovered and affected the interview? Then she realized that many people were doing this, and some people even stuffed bread into their luggage bags. The person in charge who lived with them didn't say anything, so she didn't say anything to stop her mother's little action. Russia is in the coldest season of the year. In Moscow, the capital city that should be very prosperous in imagination, many people are queuing up in the cold wind to buy food. The first interview was scheduled for the second day after arriving in Moscow. To be precise, a physical examination. She had experienced this during the Soviet era, but this time the physical examination seemed to be beyond her understanding. The various items lasted for 2 days. She had 6 tubes of blood drawn, and even her teeth, armpits and feet were checked. She also found that the team responsible for the physical examination were not all local Russian doctors. A large part of them were foreigners who spoke English. After the physical examination, it was followed by another round of waiting. After accompanying their children through the physical examination, some parents who were originally hesitant were relieved and joked privately that perhaps Yeltsin might not have such a detailed physical examination treatment. She was a little worried in her heart. Such a strict screening must mean that many people will be eliminated. When she talked to her mother also became worried. She started to ask for more biscuits every time she ordered food. In case she was eliminated, she had to take at least a batch of food back. This time the wait lasted for 5 days. Perhaps she realized something, and the people around her gradually became less relaxed. On the morning of the 6th day, another staff member who was a superior appeared and called everyone to an auditorium near the hotel. He said that the results of the physical examination had been released. The girls who passed the screening would continue to stay, and those who did not pass the screening would receive a compensation of 100,000 rubles and a free return ticket. Everyone was very nervous. But they did not realize that the elimination results were more cruel than they had imagined. There were a total of 36 girls in the hotel, only 11 of whom passed the first round of screening, and the other 25 had to leave. Fortunately, she was one of the girls who passed the selection. Only 3 of the 7 girls from their small town passed the screening. Natalia stayed and Nia was eliminated. She did not find it strange. Nia was the most beautiful of the 3 of them, but she had body odor. When she checked her armpits, she realized that Nia might be the result. Although people usually don't think much of body odor, after all, many people have it, but with such a strict screening, big shots will definitely not want girls like Nia. When the person in charge read out the results, she hugged Nia with regret, but she couldn't help thinking that she had lost another competitor. Unfortunately, Natalia was not eliminated together. She was prettier and taller than him. Some people questioned the result, some begged, and some tried to cheat and demand more compensation. Faced with a commotion, the staff member directly called a team of police. Everyone dared not act rashly. More than half of the hotel was empty that afternoon, and the hotel owner was very disappointed. In this era, hotels had no business at all. This group of people were big customers. The hotel owner was well aware of the small actions of everyone deliberately ordering more food on weekdays, and was happy to see it happen. In Russia now, the most profitable are basic necessities such as food. Then there were some logs to wait for. Someone tried to ask, and the person in charge explained that many other girls were being tested, but the other party did not disclose what tests would be done next. On the afternoon of the 6th day, another car finally came to pick them up. This time it was in a very high-end office building in the center of Moscow. The girls were called into different rooms. For more than an hour, they were asked a lot of ordinary or weird questions by the people inside. There was also a video camera filming next to them. It was inevitable that the girls who took the test became more nervous. The woman with glasses who was in charge of asking her questions was very gentle, but she didn't dare to relax at all. Even for simple questions like what she liked to eat on weekdays, she thought carefully before answering. As for the clueless question of giving a map and asking her to choose one of the 3 routes between 2 places, she hesitated for a long time before making a decision, and was very worried about making mistakes. In the end, she chose the shortest one. She felt that this would make her appear more frank. Back at the hotel, people with a little more knowledge said that this was a psychological test. It wasn't long after this test. They took another test the next day. The 11 girls were divided into 3 groups according to age and academic level. This time it was an IQ test. In 3 hours, she answered most of the questions, but she still felt uncomfortable. She felt that many questions were quite simple and didn't know how other people answered. Afterwards, she tried to test other girls, but everyone kept their mouths shut. This time the wait was even longer. After 2 weeks, only 2 of the 11 girls were left, her and Natalia. After learning from the person in charge that there would be no more tests and that they had been selected, the 2 families almost cried with joy. Uncle Yuri, who brought Nada to the interview, drank 2 bottles of vodka that night and sang loudly in the room. No one in the empty hotel protested. However, thinking of the words of the middle-aged man who first contacted them, she realized that this should be just the beginning. It turned out to be true. They changed to a hotel with better conditions, and 10 girls who successfully passed the selection were gathered together again. The person in charge was changed again, and the other party accidentally revealed that there were about 50 girls selected in Russia. The slightly better news was that in addition to free food and accommodation, they also received a subsidy. At the beginning, every time a girl who was eliminated left, she could receive a compensation of 100,000 rubles. This time, the subsidy was as high as 10 million rubles, which was equivalent to the income of the mother and daughter from selling fruits for 3 years. In her heart, she thought again of the words of the middle-aged man who first contacted them. After finally getting the job, the annual salary was $200,000, 800 million rubles. How much is 800 million rubles? She had never formed a very intuitive concept in her little head. She only knew that this was a very large sum of money, perhaps enough for her to spend for the rest of her life. When the subsidy came, she watched her mother counting a thick stack of banknotes. She felt that she should have a share of it. She asked for it, but was immediately rejected. She couldn't help but argue a few words and was slapped. However, she laughed when she saw her mother's palm fall on her head several times and suddenly stopped. Her mother was afraid of hurting her. She was very valuable now, huh? It was estimated that the selected girls had become the darlings of their families. Then she was busy for more than half a month, signing this kind of contract that she didn't quite understand, and applying for passports and visas. She also knew that she was going to London, England, not the United States. London is not bad, and it is closer to Russia. But she didn't leave immediately. The person in charge explained that London was still making some preparations, and they had to wait until January next year, and said that if they didn't want to stay in the Moscow hotel, they could go home and wait for notification. The temptation of free food and accommodation was still very great. Most people chose to stay. Of course, some people had to leave temporarily for various reasons. And it was basically only the parents who left. The girls were all voluntarily left. The mother and daughter were alone, so of course they stayed. Uncle Yuri asked his mother to take care of Natalia, who stayed behind, and he returned to his hometown. There were 7 people in their family, and Uncle Yuri was the backbone of the family. During the time he lived in Moscow, Uncle Yuri secretly sent food to the family several times, all of which were squeezed out of the hotel meals. If this opportunity was not too rare for Natalia, he would never have been away from home for too long. Chapter 595. Not that important. 2. After spending the New Year in Moscow, when everyone started to speculate and get behind schedule, we were finally able to set off. It was my first time to take a plane, so I was very excited. I was afraid of being laughed at as a country bumpkin, so I was very careful throughout the journey. The parents also got a week of accompanying time, so they made good preparations before departure. In order to buy a few better sets of clothes, the 10 million ruble subsidy was almost all spent. If it were in the past, I would definitely not be willing to spend it. Because I learned that she would receive £1,000 of living expenses every month after arriving in London, I didn't save it £10 million, 6 million rubles. It is still equivalent to almost 2 years' income for their mother and daughter. The other girls didn't know much about it. She didn't plan to give it all to her mother this time. She made it clear that this was their living expenses. Natalia was not as lucky as she was. Uncle Yuri went back once during the waiting period, and all the 10 million rubles were spent. He didn't spend it recklessly. There were 5 brothers and sisters in their family, and some relatives needed help. It seemed that one of her uncles borrowed 2 million rubles to treat his child's illness. As a result, Natalia didn't even buy a new set of clothes when she came to London. In the future, all the living expenses would probably be taken away by Uncle Yuri to subsidize the family. Uncle Yuri was a very arbitrary person, and Natalia never dared to oppose his father's decision. Originally, I thought that after arriving in London, it would be very rare to have living conditions like the Moscow hotel. Unexpectedly, it would be a very grand single-family villa, and it was located in the very prosperous Chelsea district of London. A few hundred meters away was the Thames River. The beautiful 4-story villa with red and white stripes was higher than the surrounding buildings. There was not only an independent private courtyard behind the villa, but also a park across the road from the main entrance. The first time she entered the villa with carpets everywhere and luxurious decoration, she and other girls were a little afraid to settle down, including the parents. And the villa had too many rooms. There were 10 girls in their group, and each of them had a private bedroom with a bathroom. Although, okay, the size of the bedrooms was not the same. She found that a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa was relatively small among the 10 girls. Even Natalia's bedroom next door was bigger than hers. The bedrooms of 2 girls on the 4th floor even had a living room attached. The rooms had been assigned before they arrived in London. There were nameplates with each person's name on the door. The girls who were assigned to the small rooms had no choice but to accept it. Some parents raised objections. However, the girls who were assigned to the good rooms naturally refused to exchange. Both the villa housekeeper Ms. Burns and the guardian Ms. Wendy Allen said that they had no authority to change the girls' bedrooms. If the parents and girls were not satisfied, they could only be dissatisfied. In fact, she knew there was another choice. Leave. Of course, everyone would only do this if they were crazy. 5:40. The alarm clock in the bedroom rang on time, interrupting Natalie's wandering thoughts. She turned on the light and began to dress and wash quickly. On the first day of their stay, the girls' schedule was set. Ms. Allen explained that the big shot was used to getting up at 6 o'clock, and as life assistants, they had no reason to get up later than the master. There was indeed no reason. I just admired the big shot for being able to insist on getting up at 6 o'clock. If it weren't for this opportunity, Natalie herself couldn't do it on weekdays. 6 o'clock. She changed into a set of tight white training clothes, and instead of leaving the room in a hurry, she opened the door and stood obediently at the door. Ms. Burns, still dressed in black and like a witch, appeared soon with her shadow-like translator, Miss Isakova. "Good morning, Ms. Burns." Natalie took the initiative to greet her, using the simple English that she had just learned in the past few days. Ms. Burns stopped and responded politely, "Morning, Miss Vodianova, can I come in? Can I say no?" After a small complaint in her heart, Natalie still had a well-behaved smile on her face, of course. It was also the first day of moving in. The first lesson that Ms. Burns gave the girls was how to tidy up their rooms, including the storage and placement of bedding, pillows, towels, toothbrushes, etc. She also said that this was just a preliminary correction and there would be formal courses in the future. After entering Natalie's bedroom and giving her a simple inspection and instructions, Ms. Burns nodded slightly with satisfaction, indicating that she could go downstairs to the practice room. The practice room is in the basement. Natalie only found out yesterday that there was such a spacious space in the basement of the villa. In her opinion, it was a waste to only give her 10 girls a practice room of more than 200 square meters. When they arrived at the practice room, Natalia and several other girls had already arrived and were warming up under the guidance of teacher Yulia. Miss Yulia Shilshikina was their classical ballet teacher. She was also from Russia. She looked about 30 years old, very beautiful, and had a good figure, but she was not tall, only about 1.7 meters. When Ms. Burns introduced her yesterday, she said that she had been in the Bolshoi Ballet and was an excellent dancer. Natalie happened to know that it was one of the 3 most famous ballet companies in the Soviet era. After politely saying good morning, Natalie took the initiative to stand next to Natalia and began to imitate teacher Yulia's movements to warm up. In fact, I don't understand why everyone wants to learn classical ballet. Teacher Yulia is a somewhat silent woman. When they met for the first time yesterday, she just introduced herself briefly and then began to instruct them on what to do. Even if they didn't understand, the girls certainly had no room to refuse. And they didn't have the opportunity to learn before. Maybe because she is a dancer, teacher Yulia has a very elegant temperament, and Natalie hopes that she can be like this in the future. Of course, forget about the melancholy that is probably caused by the impact of a frustrated life. It can be seen that teacher Yulia's life is not going well. The uneasy and confused mood is exactly the same as the breath of her mother during the most difficult period last year. All 10 girls arrived and began to conduct basic round body training. The simple and boring practice lasted until 8 o'clock. After returning to the room and changing clothes, they could finally have breakfast. As usual, they were taught dining etiquette by Ms. Burns. When the girls were eating, she would keep pacing around the table and correct them if they were slightly wrong. As a result, everyone was very cautious and whispering was impossible. They even felt that they might be punished by going hungry if they made a mistake. Probably not. Natalie thought so, but secretly paid attention to the tableware in her hand. The knives and forks were very heavy, perhaps made of sterling silver. They must be very valuable. After breakfast, the guardian Ms. Wendy Allen came to pick them up, and they could finally get rid of the witch's control. The 10 girls took 2 commercial vehicles and rushed to St. Paul's Girls' School, which was only 2 or 3 kilometers away. They had been here on Saturday 2 days ago, and there were still various small tests. Fortunately, no one was eliminated this time. Today is Monday, school time. The girls got off the bus outside the school gate and followed Ms. Allen into the school gate. There were also girls carrying school bags from all over the place around them. Natalie's first impression was that British girls were really ugly. Red-faced, freckled, buck-toothed, overweight, curly and sparse hair. Okay. Actually, there are some pretty ones, but very few. And they are generally not tall. Among the 10 girls, only 3 are around 160 centimeters tall. Well, she is one of them. The other 7 are over 170 centimeters tall, and 2 are already 180 centimeters tall. Therefore, walking on the crowded campus corridor is like a group of swans wading through a flock of chickens. As for appearance and figure, just look at the girls with obvious envy in their eyes. She can't help but feel a little proud. Although, she is actually aware of her appearance. She is the last among the 10 girls, but still better than the girls around her. Entering the old red brick teaching building, they have their own classrooms. I don't know what the local girls study. They only have one course for the time being, English. There are 3 classes in the morning, 1 basic grammar class, and 2 common conversations and practice sessions. Natalie feels like she is being crammed. She didn't understand much about basic grammar. They needed to memorize 30 groups of dialogues and 2 common dialogues and practical exercises. But the other girls didn't seem to be like this. Anna Breskaya, one of them, was 12 years old like her, but could speak English very skillfully with a teacher. Anna was from Tver, north of Moscow. Her parents were teachers and taught her English at a very young age. Moreover, this was not the key point. The point was that Anna was so smart. When she was still in the Moscow hotel, everyone knew that she could memorize the whole book just by reading it once. There were 2 other girls who also had a certain foundation in English. Even if they couldn't remember everything they saw, they were also very smart. The English teacher obviously liked them very much. He spent most of the time talking to the three girls and patiently helping them correct the pronunciation. Alice. How can teachers like good students? Too biased. The Guardian, Ms. Wendy Allen, also appeared in the classroom during the practical class. Unlike Ms. Burns, Ms. Allen was very proficient in Russian, which was probably why she became everyone's guardian. Natalie soon discovered that she might be the dumbest among the 10 girls. Natalia, who had the same name as her hometown girl, was smarter, prettier and taller than her. In the end, she and Eugenia were grouped together. Eugenia Volodina, a 10-year-old girl from Kazan. The other girls were learning very fast. Most of the 30 dialogues could be memorized in the second class, and even completely written down. Only the two of them seemed to be at the same level. Ms. Allen was not as partial as the English teacher, and came to guide the two underachievers in person. At the end of the morning class, Natalie had a strong sense of crisis in her heart. She had never forgotten that the big guys only needed 1/10 of them, and 9 out of 10 girls might be eliminated. If the performance in the morning was followed, Anna would definitely be the winner. What about herself? Go back to the small town of Novgorod to sell fruit? She would rather die than go back. In the lively school cafeteria, 10 girls gathered together. The gossip about them had probably spread in the school. Many girls came to look at them, and some even approached them to talk. Anna and the other 3 girls who had a basic knowledge of English naturally communicated with the British girls. Perhaps because they were assigned to the same group in the morning, Eugene took the initiative to sit with her with a plate. Natalia also sat down on the other side. Looking at Anna, who was talking to the British girls, Natalia came over and whispered to her in Russian, "Dad wants to stay." Natalie was a little absent-minded. "Huh?" Natalia repeated, "When we had lunch together yesterday, Dad said he planned to stay in London." Natalie turned her head and looked at Natalia. How to stay? The parents were still in London. However, only 1 week of accompanying time was given here. After confirming that they were settled, the parents had to return to Russia because their visas were only valid for 7 days. Natalia said, "Dad hopes that Ms. Allen can help get a visa, as well as your mother and others. If everyone asks together, Ms. Allen should consider it. After all, we are very important." Natalie repeated hesitantly, "We, very important." "Yes, we were selected from thousands of people." Natalia said, "Besides, Dad only wants to stay and won't ask for more. He will find a job in London. You know, in London, even if you can only earn a few £100 a month, plus my living expenses, it is enough to meet the expenses of our whole family. Maybe we can bring other family members here in the future." Eugene on the other side had been listening to the conversation between the two. Hearing this, his expression was full of simple excitement and he said, "It would be best if Mom could stay with me." Natalie glanced at Eugene with an innocent expression. This girl, who was 2 years younger than her but as tall as her, didn't know if she was really innocent or pretending to be innocent. Then she turned to Natalia, "When is Uncle Eugene going to tell Ms. Allen?" Natalia said, "It will be these 2 days. After all, if you don't tell her, you will leave on Thursday." Natalie fell silent. Natalia waited for a moment and asked, "Nova, don't you want your mother to stay?" "If possible, of course I hope so. But this matter. After a moment of flashing eyes, Natalie suddenly smiled, and nodded like the scholar Eugene just now, "Of course I hope so." Natalia was able to get support from her partners, and she relaxed. Everyone is not stupid, but quite smart, and she probably has some concerns about this in her heart. It's just that she dare not resist her father. The afternoon class is still English, but the mode has become very relaxed. The English teacher not only played an interesting English short film for them in class, but also took them out of school for a small extracurricular practice, and went to a supermarket for shopping, in order to let them get familiar with the labels of mainstream daily necessities as soon as possible. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket and thinking about the poverty and scarcity of Russia, Natalie felt that if she was forced to return, it would be better to die directly. So she thought again of what Natalia said at lunch. She made up her mind secretly. After dinner, she returned to her room and immediately called the hotel where her mother was staying to confirm what Natalia had said at noon. She firmly asked her mother not to get involved in this matter and put forward a condition that if her mother returned to Russia, she would send £700 of her monthly living expenses of £1,000 back to her. If her mother insisted on staying, she would not give her a penny in the future. The first living allowance had been issued 2 days ago. This time it was not in cash, but in a bank card. The card was in the hands of these girls themselves, which meant that they actually had the power to handle and distribute the money. Most of Natalia's £1,000 had been taken away by Uncle Yuri yesterday, leaving her only a pitiful £10. After bargaining, Natalia handed half of it to her mother. Larissa was a little sad to hear that her daughter, who had already had so many ideas of her own in just a few days, would not let her stay. As a single mother, Larissa was not short of stubborn and hot-tempered. The mother and daughter had similar personalities and directly argued on the phone. However, in the face of her daughter's threat, Larissa still chose to give in. Returning to Russia can get £700 a month, which is actually a lot of money. The parents have also learned a little about London recently. If they stay here by force, they may not be able to earn so much money in a month, and the cost of living in London is not low. Speaking of which, the girls are all minors, and the parents have absolute power. It's just that they had signed an agreement to transfer part of the custody rights when they were in Moscow, which specifically mentioned the clause to ensure the financial freedom of the children. I didn't understand at the time, but I was waiting here £1,000. When the first living allowance was issued, except for Yuri who took almost all of his daughter's living allowance, other parents failed to succeed. The girls were obviously guided in advance and had their own ideas. The next morning, Natalia's father Yuri Usadov took the lead, and the parents of the 7 girls contacted Ms. Allen together, expressing their hope to stay in the UK and asking Wendy Allen to assist in applying for a long-term passport. If they disagree, they will take their daughters away. Natalie's mother and 2 other parents did not participate, including Eugene's mother. Natalie didn't know if the girl had communicated with her mother privately. She thought it was very likely. 2 poor students, she could feel the crisis, there was no reason why the other party couldn't feel it. It happened very suddenly. Wendy Allen obviously did not have such authority. After communicating with the parents, she reported the matter. She got a response very quickly. No. Faced with this reply, some parents retreated, but Yuri Usadov did not give in. His daughter was selected from tens of thousands of people, and his requirements were not high. Perhaps persuaded by Yuri, 2 other parents also insisted on their attitude, thinking that the big man had invested so much since last year and would not give up their carefully selected daughter. That night, Uncle Yuri even took Natalia away from the girls' villa and detained her in the hotel where the parents were staying. Then, the matter was deadlocked for only one night. When Ms. Allen appeared at the hotel where the parents were staying on Wednesday morning, she brought staff from the British Immigration Bureau. In front of other parents, they directly took the 3 strong parents from the hotel into the car, and the 3 girls were not left behind. When he was handcuffed and taken to the car because of his resistance, Yuri Usadov finally realized that his daughter was not that important. When Yuri found that Natalia was also taken into the car, he immediately forgot the conditions he proposed yesterday and struggled to beg Ms. Allen to leave his daughter behind. The other 2 parents also regretted it. One of them even knelt down in front of Ms. Allen and cried, hoping that her daughter would not be sent away. Everyone could see that Ms. Allen was obviously soft-hearted, but she regretted that she had no authority. This was a decision from above, and Yuri and others must be sent back to their country today. 6 people were forcibly sent away in front of everyone. The parents who originally wanted to rely on their daughters to stay in London were all scared. 10 girls who had been screened arrived in London, and in a blink of an eye, only 7 were left. The other parents did not dare to make any special requests, and they all got on the plane back to Moscow the next day. The girls who stayed behind went to see them off together. Looking at a plane on the runway soaring into the sky, Natalie felt a little regretful that she only eliminated 3 people. Moreover, she looked at Anna Breskaya standing next to Ms. Allen on the other side. Her father also participated in the negotiations at first, but later withdrew. Alice, what a pity. It would be great if Anna's father could be as firm as Uncle Yuri. Such a person, humph, must be a traitor in the revolutionary era. Chapter 596 Russian Layout. Norman attended a foreign investor reception at the Kremlin last week and met Yeltsin. He mentioned your recent selection of girls in Russia. Cape du May Manor. The time was Friday, January 28. Simon and Anthony Johnston had just sat down in the reception area with an excellent sea view next to the curtain wall of Shale Villa when Anthony talked about this. Janet personally brought coffee to her husband and brother. She was going to sit next to Simon, but she gave him a look that said, "My brother vented his anger on me, so be careful," and walked away on her own initiative. Simon, however, did not feel guilty. He was not surprised that Yeltsin knew that he had recruited maids from the Wei family in Russia. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. If Russia, which inherited the intelligence system of the former Soviet Union's KGB, could not even detect such a thing, it might be worried about the complete collapse of the country. Simon also knew that he had been the focus of attention of governments around the world, both openly and secretly, from a very early time. After all, he was the only billionaire in the world who had made a fortune from scratch. Simon picked up the coffee brought by Janet and took a sip, then asked with a smile, "What did Yeltsin say?" Anthony had no intention of blaming his sister. It was difficult for him to act like an elder brother to his brother-in-law, who is an anomaly. Yeltsin said that Russian girls are all excellent, and your screening criteria are a bit too strict. In addition, he also invited you to visit Moscow if you have the chance. Maybe there's a chance. In fact, I also want to visit Moscow. Anthony nodded, but couldn't help asking, "What do you want to do with so many girls?" Simon did not hide it and said, "I plan to train some maids for my family. You know, those trained by myself are definitely more reliable." Anthony said, "Like Sophia Fessy, Alice Ferguson and Claire Gain." Sophia, who is in charge of Melisandre Company, Alice, who is in charge of Igrit's e-commerce business, and Claire, who founded Tinkerbell Company, can all be said to be maids of the Westeros family. Although the public media rarely discusses these, the circle is still very fond of talking about the women around Westeros who are more outstanding than each other. There are countless women who want to get close to Simon for this reason. Women like Sophia Fessy were only selected by Simon after their personal abilities were basically established. Now, his brother-in-law intends to cultivate them from scratch. Anthony thought about his brother Norman, who is in charge of Russian business, talking to him about this matter and Yeltsin's words that Simon's selection standards were too strict. It can be determined that these girls will only be better in the future. Anthony almost couldn't help but ask Simon for one or two to be his assistants, but he gave up when the words came to his lips. It seems not very solemn for a brother-in-law and brother-in-law to say this. So he changed the subject and said, "Speaking of Russia, Dad scolded Norman last Christmas. He said that you were right to remind our agent in Russia, Mikhail Friedman, not to show too much political ambition, and warned Norman to break his legs if he got too close to Yeltsin. In recent years, the collapse of Russia has created a large number of capital oligarchs, who took advantage of the country's promotion of privatization to scoop up assets in various fields. The emerging oligarchs in Russia cannot have too much of their own funds, so they all rely on overseas capital for transfusions, and the Westeros system did not miss this feast. Simon chose Mikhail Friedman, one of the 7 oligarchs in Russia in the 1990s in the original time and space, as the spokesperson for the Westeros system, including the Johnston family, in Russia. The reason why he chose the other party was that Mikhail Friedman was the only survivor among the 7 old oligarchs after the great emperor came to power. This is not accidental. Mikhail Friedman is a businessman who is very good at judging the situation and actively avoiding too much involvement in politics. Although this made him the weakest among the 7 old Russian oligarchs, when other capital oligarchs who interfered and manipulated the Russian political situation were taken down one after another, Friedman, who is very tactful, was affirmed by the emperor. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, the Westeros system contacted Friedman before other capitals and funded him to establish the Alpha Group. In recent years, it has bet more than $500 million on this businessman. This money is nothing to the Westeros system, but it is enough to buy too many things in Russia. Although Mikhail Friedman in his memory had no political ambitions, Simon was not sure whether the other party would still be the same after the time shift incident, so he took the initiative to remind him more than once. Hearing Anthony's tone at this time, Simon asked, "Tony, don't you understand? Norman has always been in charge of Russian affairs. I was not there that day, and my father did not explain it to me later." Anthony shook his head and said, "I just think that this is not your previous layout style." Simon has always attached great importance to the political layout in North America and Australia. Anthony also knows that the Westeros system secretly funded the current President Clinton. Therefore, Russia, which is still in a state of turmoil, should be the best platform for political layout. Simon sorted out his thoughts and explained, "Russia is different from us. Although it has implemented a federal system, the political genes of this country that have lasted for nearly a century cannot be changed. This is destined to make Russia a country more suitable for strongman politics. In this regard, I am actually very pessimistic about Yeltsin. He is more of a speculator than a qualified politician. Anthony thought for a while and said, "You mean, Russia is likely to have another strong national leader in the future?" Simon nodded. "The probability of this is very high, and once it appears, such a person will certainly not allow the existence of business oligarchs who like to interfere in national politics. At that time, it will be the time for the oligarchs to be liquidated. Therefore, in Russia, we do our best. Maybe we only do business and don't talk about politics." Anthony probably understood Simon's thinking and said, "It's impossible not to talk about politics at all, right?" "Of course, so we funded Yeltsin to participate in the election, and at the same time expanded our own political connections as much as possible, but we didn't interfere or even manipulate. I understand that doing so may prevent us from completely integrating into the core circle of Moscow, and Friedman's performance in recent years has not been as good as other oligarchs, but this is the long-term way." Anthony nodded and said, "I will explain your point of view to my father when I go back." Simon was puzzled. "Huh?" Anthony smiled and said, "Since my father didn't explain it to me last time, he probably didn't understand it very well, and he only wore Norman out of trust in you." Simon also laughed. With the old man's character, even if he didn't understand this matter, he would not ask him directly, and he was even more simple and rude to his son. Simon also found a small mistake of his. When he reminded Mikhail Friedman, he forgot to explain his intentions to Norman Johnston. Simon has many memories of two lives, and he lived on the other side of the ocean in his previous life, so he can easily understand these joints. In comparison, Raymond Johnston, who has always lived in an open political environment like Australia, has been accustomed to maintaining his family's interests by influencing the government. Therefore, even if he has enough life experience, it is probably not easy for him to understand the thinking mode of another politician in the system, let alone to see the future like Simon. In the final analysis, Simon is indeed an anomaly. Insight into the world is knowledge. Human life is limited. Even the smartest and most experienced people cannot be all-encompassing. They will inevitably have their own insights and thinking limitations. Simon is equivalent to having a life that others have lived for more than 10 lifetimes. His insight into the future is a superbug. While chatting like this, Anthony remembered another thing. Westeros' office in Russia is located in St. Petersburg, and Viper Communications headquarters is also there. Is there any special arrangement for this? Simon did not expect Anthony to mention this detail. The answer is of course yes. Someone is currently serving as an assistant to the mayor in St. Petersburg. The former Moscow core is basically from the St. Petersburg system. Perhaps some things will change in this time and space, but it will not hurt to build a good relationship at this time. Even more, if the Westeros system can still provide assistance at certain critical moments in the future, it will definitely get a more generous return. It's just that this matter can't be explained to Anthony frankly anyway. Fortunately, this question is also easy to answer. Westeros' current investment in Russia is mainly in telecommunications business. As you know, St. Petersburg is very close to Helsinki. Both cities are on the shore of the Gulf of Finland, less than 300 kilometers away, which is convenient for Nokia to cooperate with Russia. Anthony nodded, and didn't feel anything wrong with Simon's explanation. Verizon Telecom of the Westeros system and Mikhail Friedman, the two agents in Russia, jointly established Vimpelcom 2 years ago. Vimpelcom is registered in Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands, one of the European tax havens. It mainly conducts mobile communications business in Russia, of course, including other businesses such as internet services, but at this stage, the PC penetration rate in Russia is too low, and the focus in the short term is still on mobile communications. Nokia, which also belongs to the Westeros system, is naturally the only base station and terminal equipment supplier for Vimpel Communications. Verizon Telecom provides technical and operational support, and Nokia is responsible for equipment supply. The two companies have joined forces and are currently the largest mobile communications operator in Russia. They have a considerable number of users in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and are also trying to expand their business to Eastern European countries such as Ukraine, the Czech Republic, and Poland. In terms of equity, Verizon Telecom and Alpha Group each hold 50% of the shares, and Verizon Telecom is responsible for corporate operations. It seems that no one has a controlling stake, but in fact, Westeros also holds 15% of the shares of Alpha Group, and the Johnston family also holds 15% of the shares of Alpha Group. Mikhail Friedman nominally holds 60% of the shares, but only 30% of the shares actually belong to him personally, and the remaining 40% are held on behalf of others. Not to mention the secret equity structure of Alpha Group. Through indirect shareholding, the Westeros system actually has absolute control over Viper Communications. Similarly, using this indirect shareholding model, the Johnston family actually has absolute control over the oil and mining assets of Alpha Group. According to the Johnston family's estimate, the total value of the Alpha Group's oil and mining assets, which it acquired at a low price, is more than $5 billion, while the cash investment in acquiring these assets is less than $300 million. The Westeros system's entry into the Russian telecommunications market was much easier than Simon had imagined, and even the word frivolous was not enough to describe it. The frivolousness here, of course, does not refer to the Westeros system itself. After watching an empire collapse and dissipate in the hands of ambitious people and speculators for several consecutive years, Simon had felt strong pity more than once. "I feel like a crocodile." Having said that, if it weren't for the Westeros system's layout in Eastern Europe and Russia in recent years, the selection of the Westeros family maid would not have been so smooth this time. The personnel team is ready, and Simon only needs to give orders and someone will execute them. Otherwise, if it were other upstarts with only a lot of money but lack of foundation and strength, it would be strange if they dared to play like this and were not eaten up by a large number of local snakes and cut off a piece of meat. Simon knew very early that if he wanted to get rid of the labels of nouveau riche and fat sheep, the most critical link was to transform the capital he had into real voice. From 1986 to now, in more than 7 years, Simon not only has more than $100 billion in personal assets, but also successfully transformed these personal assets into the ubiquitous and powerful influence of the Westeros system in the fields of media, fashion, entertainment, politics, finance, telecommunications, technology, etc. In addition to personal wealth, this transformation of strength is what makes Simon most satisfied. Anthony Johnston did not appear in Los Angeles for no reason. Preparations began in the middle of last year, the acquisition was officially proposed in August, and the two parties reached an agreement in October. After more than 3 months of government review, on Wednesday this week, the Australian authorities officially approved the acquisition of the Australian mining giant Biddo by the consortium capital represented by Johnston Holdings. This transaction also means the further integration of the Johnston family and the Westeros system. The transaction was approved, and the next step was to pay. Anthony came to North America to deal with this matter. Due to the continuous downturn of the Australian economy in the past 6 months and the depreciation of the Australian dollar against the US dollar, the final acquisition price of Billiton was $21.6 billion Australian dollars, equivalent to $15.1 billion US dollars, which was lower than the initial cost estimate of $16 billion to $17 billion US dollars. However, the valuation of Johnston Holdings' own mining assets in this acquisition was also reduced to $3.9 billion Australian dollars, equivalent to $2.8 billion US dollars, lower than the initial valuation of $3 billion US dollars. The final total transaction size was $25.5 billion Australian dollars, equivalent to $17.9 billion US dollars. Worldwide, the total size of this transaction is second only to the Reynolds Nabisco acquisition with a total size of $33 billion US dollars in the late 1980s and the Philip Morris and Kraft Foods acquisition with a total size of $18 billion US dollars. Moreover, unlike the leveraged acquisitions of the first two, which created huge debts of tens of billions of dollars, Johnston Holdings and its allies will use all their own funds this time, and basically will not incur additional debts, so it seems more generous. Since the two parties reached an agreement in October last year, this acquisition has been receiving strong media attention. On the other hand, the Johnston Holdings Group initially only wanted to obtain 35% of the shares of the new company, but due to the continued decline of the Australian economic environment and the downturn in the steel industry, external capital such as Morgan Stanley, which was originally intended to jointly participate in the merger, reduced its investment share, resulting in Johnston Holdings and Westeros having to bear more funds. Therefore, in the final plan, Johnston Holdings' original mining assets were integrated into the new company, and the shareholding was converted to 15.6%. The transaction price of Rio Tinto at $15.1 billion US dollars is still the initial cash plus stock payment model. The cash payment is $8 billion US dollars determined when the acquisition was initially prepared, and the remaining $7.1 billion is converted into the shares of the new company. After the acquisition and integration are completed, the new company will continue to remain listed. However, according to the plan determined at the beginning, the Johnston family and Westeros only need to contribute $1.5 billion each, and the remaining funds will be borne by other shareholders of Johnston Holdings and external capital. Now, because the original investment share of allied capital such as Morgan has been reduced, the total cash amount that the Johnston family and Westeros need to pay has increased to $4 billion. $4 billion is not too much for Simon, but the Johnston family is struggling. Even the initially determined $1.5 billion needs to be partly loaned out. After negotiation, it was finally decided that the Johnston family's investment share would remain unchanged, and Westeros' investment share would increase from $1.5 billion to $2.5 billion. This also means that after the acquisition is completed, Westeros' shareholding in the new company will reach 13.9%, which is already a very high proportion for a large mining group. As a public holding company, there were not many shareholders with a shareholding ratio of more than 5%. The $1.5 billion of the Johnston family and the $1 billion of other shareholders of Johnston Holdings also obtained 13.9% of the equity. Including the 15.6% of the original mining assets of Johnston Holdings placed in the new company, the total shareholding of Johnston Holdings will reach 43.4%, far exceeding the initially expected 35% shareholding ratio, and not far from absolute control. In order to prevent monopoly capital from controlling the country's core industries and then manipulating the market to affect the economy, the Australian government reviewed the acquisition for more than 3 months and finally barely passed it. Moreover, this is already lucky, because the World Trade Organization will be officially established in April this year. If it is delayed for a few more months, it will involve a core resource industry such as iron ore, which is very sensitive worldwide, and a huge merger with a total transaction size of $17.9 billion. It will definitely need the approval of other members of the World Trade Organization before it can be released, which will only be more protracted. After completing this merger, Johnston Holdings wants to go one step further according to Simon's vision and build the BHP Group in the original time and space. Will it increase significantly? Therefore, the first thing to do next is to increase efforts to lobby the Australian government to formulate a more relaxed antitrust regulatory bill for the iron ore industry. Heavy capital, strong supervision, and cyclicality. These are important shortcomings in the energy and mining industry. If it were not for the Westeros system's sufficient capital accumulation and the Johnston family, which can be absolutely trusted partners, Simon would not be willing to get involved in this field. However, investing in capital-intensive fields such as energy and mining is a necessity for the Westeros system. Because with the current size of the Westeros system, it is impossible to focus on small fights of millions or tens of millions of dollars. According to rough statistics in the annual financial report, Deaneries Group's net profit for the whole year reached $2.27 billion in the past year alone. Although the current profit scale of the core enterprises of the Westeros system, such as Verizon Telecom, Melisender Company, and Cersei Capital, cannot be compared with that of Deaneries Entertainment, they also continue to generate very considerable profits. Even for enterprises such as Igret and AOL, which are still losing money, Westeros does not need to invest too much money because of the increase in turnover and the development of external equity and debt financing. This will make the entire Westeros system continue to generate more and more capital surpluses. Simon continues to purchase luxury properties all over the world, buying large tracts of land that cannot be developed at all, spending as much as the cost of training a princess to train the maids of the Wei family, and giving expensive gifts worth millions of dollars to the vases around him. All these things seem to some people to be extravagant to the point of angering both humans and gods, but his personal expenses in the past year were less than $500 million, which is only equivalent to the annual profit scale of Verizon Telecom, and it is not even enough to spend on companies such as Deaneries Entertainment, Cersei Capital and Melisender. So, what should the entire Westeros system do with a huge amount of cash income every year? Of course, it must be invested. Otherwise, these funds will only continue to depreciate in the inflation of the US dollar. In my memory, Buffett's large-scale purchase of tens of billions of dollars of Apple stock was considered unwise by many people. The key is that these people overlooked one point. Berkshire Hathaway, which has a cash reserve of hundreds of billions and a large amount of cash income every year, can only invest in Apple, a trillion-dollar corporate giant. In the early 1990s, the gold content of the US dollar was still very high, and most corporate giants generally only had 1 or 2 billion US dollars. Therefore, the Westeros system, which earns billions of dollars every year, has begun to face the problems of Berkshire Hathaway in 20 years. After completing the layout of relatively familiar industries such as entertainment, technology, and fashion, Simon can only expand into other unfamiliar fields if the Westeros system wants to continue to expand. Moreover, if you still want to seek the desired voice in the investment process, there are actually not many areas to invest in. For example, Simon really wanted to buy Boeing, which now has a market value of only about 20 billion US dollars. However, Westeros and Cersei Capital, which continued to absorb Boeing's shares, had not yet held 10% of the aviation giant's shares when they received an inquiry letter from the Federal Department of Justice, asking Westeros and Cersei Capital to explain their intention to buy Boeing's shares. After several negotiations between the two sides, although the Westeros system was not prohibited from continuing to buy Boeing's shares, the Department of Justice restricted the Westeros system to only one seat on the Boeing board of directors. It can be imagined that if Simon wanted to acquire Boeing in its entirety, the result would only be a 100% rejection. Chapter 597-12. Simon and Anthony discussed various recent topics until night fell, when Janet came over and called them to dinner. Tonight, there were only Simon and his wife, Melbourne, and Anthony at the table. Jennifer flew to New York in the morning, saying that she would spend the weekend with her parents, but in fact, she wanted to avoid Anthony, who was coming to visit. Veronica went to Finland on Monday to review the statistics of Nokia's 1993 annual financial report and would not return until tomorrow. The other two little guys still couldn't leave their cribs at this time. After dinner, the family continued to talk about some more relaxing trivial matters. At around 8 o'clock, Anthony left to rest in a villa of Westeros's family nearby. Things here have been dealt with, and he will return to Australia early tomorrow morning. After coaxing Melbourne to sleep and sending him to his room, Janet checked the other two little guys and then went upstairs to the bedroom. Simon sat at the head of the bed with a laptop on his knees, checking today's emails. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Janet changed into simple burgundy silk pajamas and fell on the big bed with a fragrant body. She rolled over like a little girl, crawled to Simon's side, and snuggled up to the man to look at the computer screen together. On the page is an email sent by Amy Pascal in the afternoon, which contains the negotiation results of a film project called Apollo 13. The script of the project is adapted from the story of 3 astronauts miraculously returning from space after the Apollo 13 lunar spacecraft malfunctioned after launch in 1970. The film will be directed by the famous Hollywood director Ron Howard, and will continue to cooperate with Tom Hanks. The budget cost is $50 million and it is tentatively scheduled for next summer. In memory, Apollo 13 was also a very popular movie in the 1990s, with a global box office of more than $300 million. Tom Hanks' salary this time has increased from $8 million for Sleepless in Seattle last summer to $10 million. Apollo 13 is a group play, and Hanks' salary of $10 million is a bit high, but Simon does not intend to veto it. Not to mention that Hanks will soon be a Hollywood star after Forrest Gump. From the early A League of Their Own to the upcoming Forrest Gump, the two sides have cooperated very happily for many consecutive times. It is reasonable to give each other a salary of tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, through the two movies Philadelphia and Forrest Gump, Simon will personally ensure that Hanks will create an Oscar-winning miracle as in the original Time and Space. Many people in Hollywood always think that Deanery's Entertainment is not generous enough in terms of actor pay, but Simon is confident that he has never treated anyone unfairly over the years. If you think the pay is too low, there are 7 major studios in Hollywood to choose from, so just don't cooperate. If you think Deanery's Entertainment makes too much money, of course there is a profit-sharing contract, but you can't get the full basic pay and want profit-sharing clauses. Simon doesn't have such rules here. Janet was obviously not interested in these things. She looked at Simon for a few times and then talked about another thing. Only 181 of those little vases you raised were left in just 1 week. At this rate, they will all be eliminated soon. Not only the Fruit Nana group in London, seeing their daughters being treated like princesses, many parents couldn't help but put forward various additional conditions. Simon was not polite at all. All the girls whose parents were not obedient were eliminated. In just 1 week, only 181 girls were left out of 200. After typing out a short affirmative reply to Amy, Simon opened another email and said, "I don't want these girls to be tied down too much by their parents, and I don't want those people to keep harassing me in the name of my daughters in the future. Of course, I won't keep any of those who have this tendency." Simon didn't choose girls in North America and Western Europe, largely because of this reason. The two major regions basically have the same ideas, and once they are entangled, they can't get rid of them. Janet had no objection to this and added, "Then you might as well have chosen from the orphans, there would have been no trouble." Simon shook his head and said, "This is too sensitive. I don't want to be regarded as a human trafficker." Janet rolled her eyes and said, "How about I do it?" Simon leaned his head against Janet's head and said, "Isn't what you do still what I do?" Yeah. Janet shook her head to echo Simon's movements and said, "I am you, and you are me." Simon smiled and recited a familiar Chinese phrase, "You are in my mud, and I am in your mud." Janet's Chinese had unknowingly reached a very deep level of attainment, but although she understood this sentence, she didn't understand its meaning, so she asked, "What does it mean?" Simon remembered that this poem Wonongxi was written by Zhao Mengfu's wife Guan Daosheng to dissuade her husband from taking a concubine, and immediately decided not to tell Janet too much detail, and simply said, "It's an ancient Chinese poem that describes love for each other." Janet blinked. "Where's the whole poem?" Simon thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't remember it very clearly, only these 2 sentences." Janet dragged her voice. "Oh. Okay, the whole poem is like this. You love me, I love you so much." Simon simply read the whole poem again. "It's a very good poem." Janet listened carefully, staring at Simon with sparkling eyes and pursuing, "Is there any problem with it?" Simon tapped the laptop lightly, and instantly became a male chauvinist, and said in a majestic tone, "No." Janet smiled and stopped asking questions. She glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the laptop and suddenly said, "The little goblin in London should get up. Let's take a look. What can a little girl see when she gets up? Let's take a look." Simon was shaken by Janet a few times, so he had to close the browser mailbox and click on the monitoring software on the desktop to call up the picture in London. The display effect of the 12-inch high-performance customized laptop is still far inferior to the high-definition picture in the underground monitoring room of the villa. The picture cuts to the practice room in the basement of the London villa. It was already early morning in the UK. The remaining 7 girls in this group were practicing basic skills in a supine position under the guidance of the ballet teacher. Janet had learned a little ballet when she was a child and knew that this was the most basic ground body training, mainly to correct the girl's body posture and lay the foundation for formal training in the future. Ballet is a very professional dance. Those ballet courses that start teaching formal dance movements after just a few classes are completely messy. Practicing too much is harmful and useless. Although the girls in close-fitting training clothes all have fairy-like figures, Simon is not very interested in a group of girls who can't hide their immaturity after all. Well, the teacher is not bad. Simon has always felt that the standard Slavic girls with blonde hair, blue eyes, cherry lips and melon seed faces are the creatures closest to elves, but Nana is not like this. The Russian girl with a round face and dark hair should be traced back to the period when the Mongols invaded Eastern Europe. Therefore, Ukraine, which was once on the edge of the Mongol Empire and was not overly assimilated by Western Europeans, still retains a relatively pure Slavic bloodline. Most of the 100 girls Simon selected in Eastern Europe were selected based on the selection criteria for elves. However, the ballet teacher in the picture is obviously a standard elf, and the key is that she is an adult. Janet has reached the point where she can understand the changes in her man's thoughts and emotions with just a glance. She was originally looking at a group of fairies, and now she also looked at the dance teacher and quickly said, "There's something wrong with this woman." Huh? She must have encountered something. The team responsible for training the Wei family's maids are strictly selected. Not only do they need excellent personal resumes, but they will also conduct corresponding background checks. Simon doesn't want people with ulterior motives to sneak in. Hearing Janet say this, Simon nodded and said, "I'll have someone check it out." Janet glanced at Simon, without objecting, but snorted twice as if to say, "I know what you are thinking." Simon pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Janet didn't pursue him and said, "I found all the 12 little fairies you treated specially. When the girls were just selected, Janet discovered the special features of girls such as Natalia Vodianova and Carmen Case. Simon didn't deny it when Janet pointed it out. 11 girls, all of them are supermodels in his memory. Collecting them like this can satisfy Simon's bad taste deep in his heart that must not be known by others. But, well, wait. Thinking of this in his heart, Simon subconsciously asked, 12. At least 12. Janet said, thinking that there are still some she hasn't found, so she simply reached out and found the girls' files and identified them one by one. 5 on the European side, that's right. Fruit Nana, Natalia Vodianova. Eugene Queen, Eugenia, Volodina. Kargod, Carmen Case. Big KK, Carolina Kukova. Young Masterin, Anya Rubico. 6 from Latin America, that's right. Lady G, Giselle Bundchen. Lady Fontana, Isabelle Fontana. AA, Alessandra Ambrosio. Wolf Palace, Adriana Lima. IG, Isabel Goulart. FT, Fernanda Tavares. There are 11 in total, except for the last one, Fernanda Tavares, who is a little less famous. The others are all nicknames that everyone in the fashion circle knows who they are. After pointing them out, Simon also understood why there were 12. Giselle Bundchen and her sister Patricia Bundchen are twins. In the information, the sisters were sent to modeling school by their mother and submitted their resumes together. Simon thought it was interesting and selected the sisters together. So it became 12. The two sisters were identical twins in the data, but they had already started to develop in a direction that was not very similar when they were selected. Giselle, who was 13 years old this year and had reached a height of 180 centimeters, was obviously taller than her sister Patricia. Fortunately, the two girls were only 13 years old at this time. Under the same superior living conditions, if they continued to be trained for a few years, the younger sister would not have no chance to catch up with her elder sister. Without denying Janet's selection results, Simon joked a few words. It was already late, and Simon turned on the monitoring software again and switched to the children's room. The main purpose of installing this software on the laptop was also for this purpose. The two girls named Mira Maxwell and Emilia Blake from the group of Alice, the housekeeper, who were on guard tonight, happened to wake up in the picture. Mira, who was on duty, walked into the room, carefully checked the child, put on a new diaper, and patiently waited by the crib for the child to fall asleep again. The couple looked at each other for a moment, and Simon turned off the monitoring and turned off the lights to rest. Chapter 598, Self-Intoxication. The next morning, the couple rushed to the airport to see Anthony Johnston off, and Simon was sent directly to Park City, Utah by Janet. Veronica returned to Los Angeles in the morning to spend the weekend. Janet was very sharp and had noticed the strange connection between Simon and her aunt very early. Because of the blind spot in her thinking, she inevitably thought about the direction, so she tried to reduce the time Simon and Veronica spent together as much as possible. This year's Sundance Film Festival will close on Sunday. After 10 years of development, coupled with the catalysis of a series of successful film projects such as Run Lola Run, Sex, Lies and Videotape, and Reservoir Dogs, the current Sundance Film Festival is no longer the shabby one when Simon first came to Park City. In the past 10 years, the scale of the films participating in the Sundance Film Festival has not only increased dozens of times, but also formed a complete film trading platform. Since last year, the Sundance Film Festival has also opened its own Sundance TV station. With a growing fame, not only the film industry, but also many people in the music and fashion industry have begun to gather in Park City in recent years. Take last year, for example, during the 11-day film festival, Park City held more than 200 events of various types. As the 10th anniversary celebration, this year's film festival is even more grand. Many filmmakers who became famous in the past through Sundance came to Park City again. Both the number of competitions and the number of films exhibited have reached new highs, and other music and fashion events are too numerous to mention. Robert Redford originally established the Sundance Film Festival with the idea of stimulating his bleak ski resort business. Now, according to reports from local media in Utah these days, this year's Sundance Film Festival, in just 2 weeks, the total number of tourists from all over the world flocked to Park City exceeded 60,000. Completely crowding this small town with a permanent population of only more than 1,000 people. Due to the shortage of hotels, many tourists can only live in makeshift tents in Park City's -10 degrees Celsius temperature. Natasha Henstridge arrived in Park City on Friday with several artists under ICM. Nancy Josephson, daughter of ICM founder Marvin Josephson, led the team personally, including other agent assistants. The 8 people were mainly British actor Hugh Grant and actress Andie MacDowell, who made her mark with Sex, Lies and Videotape. The two were the leading actors and were going to attend the premiere of a movie called 4 Weddings and a Funeral produced by Highgate Pictures on Saturday in Park City. The later the film is shown at the film festival, the more important it is. 4 Weddings and a Funeral was chosen to hold its premiere the day before the closing ceremony, which shows that Deanery's Entertainment is very fond of this movie. Park City was already full, but fortunately, as one of the 3 major talent agencies in Hollywood, ICM had no difficulty finding a place to stay. Everyone stayed in a private residence in the north of the town, a very beautiful 2-story wooden villa, borrowed through the connections of the Sundance organizers. The villa happened to have 4 bedrooms, just right for 8 people, 2 per room. Neither Hugh Grant nor Andie MacDowell are big names, not to mention that the next head of ICM also lives with everyone, so there's nothing to complain about. Natasha Henstridge originally thought that she would live in a room with the assistant assigned by the company, but she found that Nancy Josephson drove her assistant to stay with her own assistant, and she lived with her. Whether it was Agent Raoul or Nancy Josephson, or even the assistant assigned by the company, Kate, they all reminded her explicitly or implicitly that anything else was fine, but she must not do something that would make Westeros unhappy. Natasha felt a little wronged about this. She didn't have such a mind. What's more, there were always so many eyes watching around, how could she dare? Now, probably because everyone was crowded together, the worried Nancy Josephson wanted to watch her in person. Just watch her. She was actually a little proud of ICM's cautiousness in her heart. The pride came from that man. There is probably no other person in Hollywood who has such a powerful power that makes a large talent agency so cautious like him. She originally thought that she would have to squeeze together with everyone to wait for the man to arrive, but she didn't expect that a car would come to pick her up before she was completely settled. Of course, she couldn't just go with anyone. After asking a few more questions, the driver said that this was arranged by Mr. Westeros. At that time, some other people were around, and this matter was not a secret. Noticing the envy in the expression of Hugh Grant's girlfriend Elizabeth Hurley, who always controlled her British accent, she immediately understood why the other party was so attentive to her on the way here. In this case, of course, there is no need to continue to squeeze together with everyone. She just kept her assistant Kate, who looks pretty good, and she is not lacking in mind in this regard. After Nancy Josephson called the man's female assistant Claire to confirm, she was still not completely relieved. She followed in a car and saw 3 luxurious villas occupying a hilltop overlooking the entire Park City. She completely lost her doubts. 3 villas, 1 large and 2 small, are scattered on this not-so-flat hilltop. The simple stone exterior walls and dark brown roofs perfectly blend in with the surrounding snowy scenery. It can also be seen that the 3 villas are very new and should have been built in the last 2 years. Most of the buildings in Park City are made of wood. Whether it is a private residence or a luxury resort, only half of the bricks and stones are used at most. Even Robert Redford, the most famous actor in this small town, may not be able to build such a few magnificent villas on a hilltop. Looking at the largest 3-story villa covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, Natasha Henstridge felt that she might get lost after entering. The main villa of her $2 million mansion in Bel Air, Los Angeles, covers an area of less than 400 square meters, which is only comparable to the size of the other 2 affiliated villas. Moreover, thinking about some newspaper and magazine articles about the man's properties all over the world, he may not live in the expensive villas in front of him for a few days a year. The driver stopped the car outside the main villa, and another well-dressed girl came up and introduced herself as Naomi. Everyone entered the main villa together. The large villa was still much warmer than the outdoors, and several other girls were cleaning the villa. Naomi took Natasha to a bedroom on the 2nd floor, settled them down, and said that if they needed her, they could call her at any time, and they could do whatever they wanted in the villa, and then they took the initiative to leave. After Naomi left, Nancy Josephson walked towards the bedroom balcony. Although she took off her down jacket when entering the villa, she still opened the French window and walked out, lying on the balcony railing. Above her head was the blue sky in winter, and the snow-covered mountains in the distance were magnificent and long. At the foot of the mountain was the entire Park City, and pedestrians and vehicles on the street were in full view. Natasha, who was also not wearing a coat, followed and walked out. Her eyes fell on a tourist area full of tents on the east side of Park City. Suddenly, she felt that a year was really short. If she could always stand in such a position to enjoy the scenery, this life would be good. After Nancy Josephson left, Natasha packed her luggage and came out. She found that the girls who had cleaned the villa had all disappeared. Even Naomi was nowhere to be found. She must be in another villa. She was the only one left in the huge main villa, but she didn't feel lonely or cold at all. She was even a little excited. She wandered around the villa like a cat. Most of the rooms were not locked. She went in one by one and never got tired of it. Not only was the villa expensive, but the interior decoration was also very luxurious. Natasha saw a set of leisure furniture in a solarium that she had seen in a magazine. It looked simple, with 2 lounge chairs and a coffee table, and was worth $30,000. She lay down carefully, and it was really comfortable. She felt stupid. I don't know how long it took, but when I came out of the private wine cellar on the basement floor, I suddenly found that it was dark. Naomi appeared again, and this time I took the initiative to ask her. I learned that her full name was Naomi Lloyd. The other party came to ask what she wanted for dinner. Remembering that she had to attend a party for filmmakers in the evening, Nancy reminded her before she left. She ordered a simple dinner casually, and then talked to Naomi about it. She was considerate enough to help her prepare a car and drive her. The party was lively in the evening. As a beautiful woman, it was inevitable to be approached. A self-righteous guy introduced himself as the president of a certain film company and was preparing a movie. He asked her if she was interested in the heroine. Not interested. Maybe Simon Westeros is interested in your movie. Do you want me to introduce you to him? Of course, she just thought about it in her mind, and didn't dare to use his name to bully others. Before the other party could get too entangled, Nancy personally came out to help her block the way. There were obviously some people around watching the fun. Of course, they were not watching her fun. No matter what people who knew some gossip in the circle thought in their hearts, they were very polite to her on the surface, including some big stars that she could only look up to in the past. Later, the guy who wanted to introduce her as the heroine appeared again and apologized with an embarrassed look on his face. She restrained herself from drinking a drop of wine, and still felt a little tipsy when she left early. Even without alcohol, people get drunk by themselves. I had no plans for Saturday morning, just waiting for the man to arrive. It was more than 10 degrees below zero in Park City, and I didn't even want to get up. I forced myself to get up from the big bed and eat some breakfast, then went back to the bedroom to take a nap, until I woke up when I noticed movement beside me, and found that a man who had been engraved in her mind unconsciously was standing by the bed with a smile. Hi, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty should have been awakened by the prince's kiss. Looking at the man who was looking down on her at this time, she was about to respond, but the words turned around for some reason, and she said involuntarily, "Hi, my king. Get up and have lunch." The man reached out and pinched her chin, saying, "There are so many interesting things to do, it's not good to waste time in bed." Chapter 599 Cutthroat Island. Natasha Henstridge, curled up in the bed, was about to take the initiative to turn lunch into her own, but Simon had already withdrawn his hand, reminded her again, and turned to leave the bedroom. Watching the man go out, Natasha touched her watch on the bedside table and looked at it. The time was 11:30 in the morning. After getting out of bed, she thought for a moment, picked a black knitted long skirt suitable for indoor wear in winter, put on light makeup, and came downstairs in just 15 minutes. Simon was sitting on the sofa in the living room flipping through a script casually. Seeing Natasha coming downstairs, he looked at her and praised, "Very beautiful." "Thank you," Natasha agreed, came to sit down next to Simon, glanced at the script in the man's hand, and asked, "What are you reading?" Simon showed her the cover and said, "Cutthroat Island, a pirate movie script." Natasha nodded, and quickly searched for information about pirate movies in her mind, but unfortunately she couldn't find it. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to wait for a response. He put down the script and gave an order to girl A not far away, then got up and took her to the restaurant. In the restaurant, the maid served lunch to the two of them, poured red wine, and then left. Simon picked up the cutlery and took the initiative to ask the girl opposite, "What do you want to do this afternoon?" Natasha was cutting the pan-fried cod on the plate, and she stopped and said, "I don't know, I'll do whatever you do. Simon smiled and said, there are only two main things for people to do in Park City, movies and skiing. Which one do you choose? Natasha hesitated and said, is skiing okay? But I'm not very good at it. Born in Canada, Natasha is actually quite good at skiing, but of course she has to act a little clumsy in front of a man. After saying that, she was even a little worried that it would be embarrassing if he didn't know how to ski. Simon just nodded and said, well, we'll go skiing in the afternoon, attend a movie premiere in the evening, and then there will be a party here. Natasha finally took up the topic this time. Is it the movie Four Weddings and a Funeral? Yes, you know. I came here with the two protagonists of this movie yesterday, Natasha said, but this movie doesn't seem to be a Sundance entry. Deanery's entertainment support and cultivation of the independent film market is the key to the rapid rise of the Sundance Film Festival. In recent years, Sundance has always had films produced by Deanery's entertainment shortlisted for the main competition unit. Natasha did some homework on the film festival before coming to Park City, and knew that Deanery's entertainment had two films shortlisted for the main competition unit of Sundance this year, Whit Stillman's Barcelona and David Russell's Shooting Monkeys. Whit Stillman is a direct director from Sundance. His previous work Metropolitan Man had good reputation and box office. Barcelona is his second directorial work. Slap the Monkey is the debut work of new director David Russell, who wrote and directed it. It is a mother-son ethics film, and Slap the Monkey is a slang related to sex. It was chosen to be screened on the Saturday before the film festival was about to close, and Simon was present in person, which shows that Deanery's entertainment attaches great importance to this film. In this case, Natasha was a little confused that the film failed to enter the main competition unit. Four Weddings and a Funeral failed to enter the main competition unit, of course, not because of insufficient qualifications. Simon explained, this film is positioned as a commercial romantic comedy, mainly in the Valentine's Day schedule in February. If it is shortlisted for the Sundance main competition unit, it may be misunderstood by the audience as an art film and limit the audience group. Natasha suddenly realized, so that's the case. I thought it would be the best to be shortlisted for the film festival and win the award. Simon smiled and shook his head, of course not, each type of film has its own distribution model. Hollywood film distribution is simple and difficult. Large-scale advertising bombing on various media platforms is undoubtedly the most effective means to promote a movie, but this is only suitable for a small number of super blockbusters with sufficient box office potential, such as the DC Movie Universe series. Most Hollywood movies still need to formulate targeted publicity and promotion strategies to achieve the best marketing effect within the marketing budget. There is no doubt that the quality of a movie is the foundation for a film's commercial success. However, once a serious mistake occurs in the marketing strategy, the result may also be disastrous. Knowing that Natasha would not be too interested in these business details, Simon did not talk too much about similar topics, but instead asked about the girl's recent situation. The two had a pleasant lunch, sent the girl upstairs to change clothes and prepare to go skiing. Simon returned to the living room and picked up the script of Cutthroat Island that he had read before lunch. This is a project that Carlock Pictures is currently promoting to Hollywood studios, and the 7 major mainstream studios have received the script. Carlock Pictures, which is supported by overseas capitals such as Germany, has a considerable reputation in Hollywood. This independent film company is different from other frugal second-tier studios, but is known for high-budget films. In the original time and space, Terminator 2, the first Hollywood film with a production budget of over $100 million, was invested by Carlock Pictures. In addition, Carlock also produced films such as Basic Instincts and Total Recall. Simon's appearance led to the early interception of Carlock's most successful film projects, such as Terminator 2 and Basic Instinct, but in recent years, Carlock Pictures has still invested in many films of action stars such as Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and directly pushed up the salary of Hollywood stars to $15 million. As an independent studio that does not undertake distribution work, Carlock Pictures has been cooperating with Columbia Pictures for the past few years. The turmoil of Columbia Pictures last year led to the collapse of the cooperative relationship between the two parties. Carlock is currently looking for a new partner, and Cutthroat Island is a stepping stone. Speaking of the history of Hollywood films in the 1990s, the most successful Titanic cannot be avoided, and the most unsuccessful Cutthroat Island cannot be avoided. The production budget of Cutthroat Island was as high as $98 million, but the total box office in North America was only over $10 million after the film was released. The tragic failure not only made the investors lose all their money, but also was included in the Guinness World Records. Is Cutthroat Island really useless? This is absolutely not the case. The film is excellent in terms of camera, editing and soundtrack, and the large-scale naval battle scenes are even more epic. Many years later, Pirates of the Caribbean has made many references to this film. Even the weakness of the storyline is not fatal for a blockbuster film, because this is a common problem for many big-budget films. The blockbuster films in the North American film market were far from saturated in the mid-1990s. They were just a gimmick with a huge investment of nearly $100 million. If they were used well, they could attract a large number of audiences to enter the market, and the total box office would never be only $10 million. So why did Cutthroat Island fail so thoroughly? The reasons also involve many aspects. As a studio supported by overseas capitals such as Germany, Carlock Pictures is naturally suppressed by Hollywood locals. Director Rennie Harling pushed his wife Gina Davis to the leading female role, and she was the first leading actress with more scenes than the male lead. However, Gina Davis was far from supporting the box office appeal of a super blockbuster. Cutthroat Island is an original script and does not have the popularity accumulation of superhero movies. MGM Pictures, which is responsible for the distribution of the film, is in a serious state of internal turmoil and has no intention of promoting the film. So many reasons. The accumulation of multiple reasons has led to the infinite magnification of the original non-fatal plot weaknesses of Cutthroat Island, which has discouraged the audience from entering the theater to watch the movie, and finally created a Guinness record in the film industry. Even though Simon knew that if Deaneries Entertainment was in charge of this time and space, Cutthroat Island would definitely be much better at the box office, he had no intention of taking over. Moreover, according to the One Rises and the Other Falls strategy that Deaneries Entertainment has been hinting at, Simon also intends to throw this box office dud to others. The success of blockbusters such as the DC movie universe and Jurassic Park has made the whole of Hollywood seek big-budget projects, and Cutthroat Island should be a very good option. If Simon Westeros personally values it again, other studios will definitely scramble for it. Speaking of which, I remember another huge pit project that was also released in 1995, Kevin Costner's Waterworld. Because it was once invested and produced by a large studio like Universal, the box office of Waterworld was not as bleak as Cutthroat Island. However, the huge cost of the film of $175 million also set a new record for the production cost of Hollywood movies. Therefore, Universal still suffered serious losses even though the box office of the film was still good. Waterworld was not fanned away by Simon's Butterfly. However, the former producer was Universal, but now it has become Warner. After working with Deaneries Entertainment on Dances with Wolves and The Bodyguard, Kevin Costner switched to Warner Bros. Pictures in recent years. The two sides have cooperated in JFK, directed by Oliver Stone, and A Perfect World, co-created with Clint Eastwood at the end of last year. This summer, Costner will also release a blockbuster Western film, The Enforcement Titans, invested by Warner. After 3 consecutive collaborations, Costner has successfully signed a contract with Warner for the next Waterworld. It is expected to start shooting in May or June this year and will be released in the summer of next year. Simon just watched coldly and did not interfere. The main reason why the budget of the original Waterworld was out of control was that Costner chose to shoot the film in Hawaii, ignoring local natural factors such as tidal storms, resulting in the expensive set being repeatedly destroyed by waves. According to the leaked news, this time Waterworld will still be shot in Hawaii. This is not accidental. As one of the most famous tourist destinations in the world, Hawaii can provide a very comfortable working environment for a film crews, especially stars. The reason why Spielberg shot Jurassic Park in Hawaii before was the same. Deaneries Entertainment borne considerable additional costs for this, and there was no tax refund. Fortunately, Jurassic Park was shot on land, but even so, it encountered a storm at the beginning. If Deaneries Entertainment takes over Waterworld, Simon will definitely not make the same mistake. Although he maintains a relatively good cooperative relationship with Warner, he certainly has no intention of reminding the other party. Waterworld and Cutthroat Island in his hands at this time not only meet the needs of major studios for blockbusters, but also are enough to free up at least $100 million in box office space for Deanery's Entertainment in the hot period next year. This is one gains while the other loses. After making up his mind, Simon got up and went to a living room next to the villa's living room. After looking for a moment, he put the script of Cutthroat Island on the shelf under the glass coffee table. After 4 weddings and a funeral tonight, the villa will hold a party in the name of Deanery's Entertainment Group, and this living room will also be open at that time. Allison happened to come in with a men's down jacket, and helped Simon put it on. She glanced at the script that the man had just placed under the coffee table, and asked with some doubts, "Boss, do you want me to put it away?" "No, remember not to let Naomi and the others touch this script, and you can take it away when there are more people in the evening." Allison understood instantly and asked in a low voice, "Boss, don't you think this script is good?" "Yes, then pretend to be more like it, don't let it show." "Well," Allison nodded lightly, and then said, "Only one script is too obvious, I will put a few magazines next to it later." Not bad, Allison is really smart. The two secretly discussed bad things, and Natasha quickly changed her clothes and went downstairs. Allison sent Simon and the others out, and looked at her boss's car disappearing in the mountain road. She felt a little disappointed, but then quickly gave up the idea. That woman could not see him a few times a year, and it was only a year, but she could stay with him for a long time, so she should be content. Simon and Natasha played at a ski club in the south of Park City that was open only to members until about 4 p.m., and instead of returning to the mountain villa, they headed directly to the city. The premiere of 4 Weddings and a Funeral began at 5 p.m. at the Egyptian Theater, the main venue of the film festival. Because it was a project that Deanery's Entertainment was promoting, many well-known filmmakers including Robert Redford were invited to attend, as well as a large number of film critics from all over North America. These people alone were enough to support the popularity of the film in the news media. Simon did not intend to appear in the press release himself, at least he had no plans to be photographed by the media, so he took Natasha in through the back door of the theater and came to the Egyptian Theater screening room. Natasha consciously did not continue to stay with Simon, but chose to sit with Nancy Josephson of ICM. As a phenomenal film that made a huge box office of $245 million worldwide with a production cost of less than $5 million in the original time and space, although the subject matter is slightly different from the style of Sundance's independent and avant-garde film festival, the first public screening of the film was still very successful and received unanimous applause from the audience after the film was played. After the premiere, many guests continued to set off for Simon's private villa in the mountains southeast of Park City. After accepting Redford's invitation at the Golden Globe after-party last weekend, Simon decided to hold such a party, which would greatly consolidate Deanery's Entertainment's position in the independent film circle. After the news was released, this party also became the most anticipated party of Sundance this year by filmmakers. Many people racked their brains in the past week to get an invitation letter, including some stars who were not interested in the Sundance Film Festival. They came to Park City specifically, just hoping to get a chance to contact Simon Westeros. Chapter 600, Falling into the Trap. Southeast of Park City, in front of the gate of the mansion on the top of Simon Mountain, another black SUV suitable for mountain driving slowly stopped, the car window opened, and a beautiful girl wrapped in a thick down jacket on the passenger seat handed an invitation letter to the guard at the door. The guard was very polite. He took the invitation, opened it and took a look. He looked up at the man and woman in the car and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, both of you. This invitation is for Mr. Tom Noonan. The note clearly states that you can bring a companion, but you must attend in person, otherwise the invitation will be invalid. Both of you are not Mr. Noonan." The young man steering the wheel in the driver's seat said calmly, "Dude, are you mistaken? I am Tom Noonan." The guard just made a turnaround gesture, "Please don't doubt my professionalism. Both of you, please go back." The girl in the co-pilot seat looked at the guard pitifully with her beautiful blue eyes and begged, "Sir, we are Tom's friends. He gave us the invitation because he didn't have time to attend. Please, let us in, okay?" The guard was indifferent to the girl's pitiful appearance. "The invitation cannot be transferred. I'm sorry. Both of you, please turn around as soon as possible. There are other guests behind." The girl still didn't give up. She took out her cell phone and said, "We can call Tom to prove that the invitation was really given to us by him." The guard remained unmoved and gestured again, saying in a more serious tone, "Miss, please don't make things difficult for us." There were already 3 cars waiting behind the negotiation room. Faced with the guard's insistence, the young man in the driver's seat looked at the unobstructed gate and the brightly lit mountaintop villa within his sight. After a little hesitation, he still honestly turned the car to the side. It seemed easy to force his way in, but if he really did so, his idea of developing from the music industry to Hollywood would be completely dispelled, and even his personal career would end here. The consequences would be serious. He also felt a little regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have asked for the invitation letter of the young director just to bring his girlfriend along. He didn't expect that there was no photo on the invitation letter, and the young director was not a big shot, but he was still recognized by the guard at a glance. The SUV turned around in the spacious square in front of the door, and the man couldn't help but look at the burly guard again. Could it be that the guy remembered what all the guests looked like in his mind? This was unreasonable. "Mark, what should we do? Should we give Nancy Josephson a call? I heard she's also in Park City. By the way, aren't you the spokesperson for CK's men's underwear? Maybe we can contact CK. CK is affiliated with Melissander Company, which is also a company under Westeros name." Listening to his girlfriend muttering beside him without paying attention to his emotions, Mark even wanted to slap her. He was the one who suffered the most. At tonight's party, not to mention Simon Westeros, many of the big names, if he could get to know each other, it would be enough for him to save several years of detours in Hollywood. Now it's completely ruined. After hesitating for a while, he found that another car was blocked outside the door. He finally realized that he was not the only one who wanted to do this tonight. Come to think of it, the invitations tonight were mainly sent to many new filmmakers participating in the Sundance Film Festival. However, in terms of level, the party hosted by Simon Westeros is popular even among Hollywood's top stars. Those rookies who have just made 1 or 2 movies but got invitations naturally became the target of many people. As long as these newcomers in the circle are not stupid, they will certainly not easily give up the opportunity to contact Westeros, but under pressure from other aspects, they may have to give up the invitations in their hands, or take the initiative to bring in people who are unwilling to enter. Another car that was turned away honked behind him, and Mark had to drive down the mountain depressed. The party in the main villa began to become more and more lively as more and more guests came, and the defense task of the mansion on the top of the mountain was indeed a bit heavy. Not only did they want to enter the party under false names, but there were also people who forged invitations or simply tried to force their way in without invitations. Naturally, all of them were blocked. These are not all. There are actually people who stepped on the thick snow and crawled up from the surrounding hillsides. The hills around Park City are not very steep, and even with thick snow, it is easy to climb up. However, these people have triggered the outermost layer of the security system alarm when they are 30 meters away from the mansion wall. When they come to the symbolic stone wall, it seems that they can easily enter another world, but there are already bodyguards waiting for them. With a continuous increase of wealth and power, Simon has paid more and more attention to his personal safety. Although nothing has ever happened, Simon definitely does not want to wait until something happens to remedy it. In the main villa, because the space is spacious enough, about 200 guests are scattered in the rooms open to guests on the first floor without being crowded. Girl A took several waiters to take out 2 boxes of red wine from the underground wine cellar, locked the basement door personally, and came to the first floor. Just then, a bodyguard walked in from the outside in a hurry. Noticing the bodyguard's searching gaze, Allison stopped him and asked, "Baker, what's wrong?" The bodyguard named Baker stopped and said, "Ms. Norris, more than 20 intruders who climbed up the hillside have been caught outside. Can you let me come over and ask Mr. Westeros what to do?" Allison didn't react for a moment, climbed up the hillside. Baker raised his hand and pointed in the northwest direction. "These 2 hillsides." Allison was also a little speechless. The west and north sides of this hilltop border the Park City area, but it is at least 500 to 600 meters to climb up from the bottom of the mountain. At this time, the hillside is still covered with snow. Even if there is no great danger, it is not easy to climb up. Since they are up, they must not drive these uninvited guests back from the original way. If something happens, it will be troublesome. Of course, it is impossible to enter the party at this point, otherwise more people will do the same in the future. "Come with me," Allison thought to herself, and took Baker through the living room. When passing by the stairs, She found a Mexican girl arguing with a waiter at the stairs, and seemed to want to go upstairs. Girl A stopped for a moment and asked, "Ms. Hayek, is there any problem?" The petite but plump Mexican girl didn't expect Allison to call her last name. Seeing that Girl A's black women's suit was obviously higher than the waiter on the scene, she didn't dare to act rashly and explained, "I want to go to the bathroom, and there are people downstairs." Allison said, "Sorry, Miss Hayek, the upstairs is not open. If you are in a hurry, I will ask someone to take you to the villa next door." The girl hesitated a little embarrassedly, but still shook her head and said, "Forget it, I'll wait a little longer." Allison nodded, watched the Mexican girl walk away, and continued to lead Baker through the crowd, along the east corridor to a private bar at the east end of the villa. Because Simon was here, the bar, with an area of more than 100 square meters and various entertainment facilities, was crowded. In the soft music, some people were dancing on the dance floor, some were playing darts, and some were chatting at the bar. At the pool table in the corner of the bar, Simon was playing billiards with Redford, Deutschman, Madonna and others while chatting. Madonna was also here. Park City has gathered more and more people in the music industry in recent years. At this film festival, the Backstreet Boys, a band that Deanery's Entertainment Records is focusing on cultivating, also came to warm up for their first album to be released on Easter. Several people were invited to come tonight. Madonna is a guy who likes to join in the fun the most. In addition, she has a good personal relationship with Simon, so she will definitely not miss tonight's party. The cue is in the hands of Madonna and Redford. Allison looked at Robert Redford, who is actually a strict person, playing with Madonna, and instinctively felt a little weird. The boss has a very changeable personality. As long as he wants, he can get along with anyone very happily. Robert Redford is definitely not like that. Sure enough, after Madonna missed a shot, she wanted to play again. Redford did not object at all and directly signaled her to continue. Madonna probably felt that Redford, who did not cooperate with her at all, was too boring. She simply stuffed the club to her boyfriend, who was a vase next to her, and took the red wine that he had been holding for her. She came to the sofa next to her, pushed Natasha Henstridge away without any hesitation, and sat down next to Simon. Simon was originally discussing something with Deutschman in a low voice. When Madonna sat over, he had to stop the conversation temporarily. When he looked up, he noticed Allison and Baker and asked, "What's wrong?" Allison stepped forward and briefly told him what happened outside. Simon didn't feel strange after listening, and smiled and said, "Let Ken send someone to drive them down the mountain. Don't let anything happen." Allison nodded and left with Baker. It was only a few hundred meters from the west and north slopes, but the road down the mountain was winding for 3 kilometers. It was definitely not possible to send those people to walk down in the cold night. This time, the professional bodyguards accompanying Simon were 2 groups of 8 people. They could not leave for the villa's defense. However, the party company responsible for tonight's party prepared some designated drivers in advance, which happened to be able to help send people. Allison went outside the villa to talk to Ken Dixon, looked at the group of unlucky people who were caught, and returned to the villa again. The party started around 7:30, and it was already 8:30. Entering the villa's living room, Allison, who had been busy, finally remembered what happened at noon and hurried to the living room next to the living room. There were also many people gathered here, and several familiar faces in Hollywood were sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting, including the 2 brothers of the Baldwin family, Alec Baldwin and William Baldwin, the sexy actress Daryl Hannah who has many representative works, and the actress Kelly Lynch who starred in Tom Cruise's Cocktail. Smiling and nodding to the few people, Allison calmly sorted out the script of Cutthroat Island and several other scripts that had been signed by Deanery's Entertainment and magazines such as Movies and Fashion that were used as a cover under the coffee table. Beforehand, she did not forget to take a look. The script of Cutthroat Island on the top had obviously been moved and was no longer in the original position. Even if it were not for the 4 people on the sofa, they would not be able to see it from the position they were sitting at the moment. Holding a stack of scripts and magazines, Allison left the living room in a hurry. Although she did not pay special attention, she still felt that many eyes were on her. It is not difficult to imagine that after tonight, the news that Simon Westeros personally read the script of Cutthroat Island will definitely spread, and this alone is enough to rouse the interest of many people. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.